Please welcome Thomas Dohmke.
Good morning. It's so great to be here with all of you. Today is huge for us. This is our first GitHub Universe here at Fort Mason, but as it turns out, it's also our 10th GitHub Universe. Yeah. Year after year, thank you for giving us the honor. The past decade of GitHub Universe has been marked by a tidal wave of open source creation and consumption. It can no longer be denied that open source has won. Yes. Since 2015, you have acted fast to solve big problems, closing over 67 million GitHub issues. You have seen big ideas straight through the end, merging over 180 million pull requests. And all up since 2015, you have sparked over 320 million public projects on GitHub. That's millions of issues, millions of projects, millions of developers around the world working together. You know, it's not the NBA. It's not the European Champions League. It's not the Indian Premier League. Open source is the greatest team sport on earth. With every pull request, with every commit, together you have created a new constellation of software and have bent the arc of technology for the better. And it's the world developers together who have shot us off into this new space race of technology. The age of AI has not just begun, it has crossed the chasm. And the age of AI runs right through GitHub. This past year, we saw a generational boom in AI creation. In 2024 alone, there was a 98% year-over-year growth in new AI projects on GitHub. Look at this curve. And the consequences of this go much further. In part because Python is so heavily used across machine learning and AI development, Python has risen to become the #1 programming language on GitHub, surpassing JavaScript. Congrats, Pythonistas. This means the primary use case for GitHub itself is fundamentally expanding beneath our feet. This means open source creation has become a big tent for the many. That people across data science, academia, and research are increasingly using GitHub in their daily lives. And this means the programming language of AI is on the rise. And the platform that started us all as the home for social coding has now evolved into the world's largest creator network for the age of AI. It's your ingenuity infused together that is opening up new frontiers of creation. And it's not just the fact that you're building AI, because the world's developers on GitHub have gone a leap further. You're using AI to build AI. You've laid the blueprint for what it means to partner with intelligent machines. Developers have embraced AI faster than any sector of the global workforce. Just over 3 years ago, GitHub Copilot was launched into the world. And today, Copilot is still the most adopted AI developer tool on the planet. Thank you truly for the trust and support. You have made Copilot as revolutionary as GitHub itself. And now, thanks to all of you, Copilot is launching into its next phase. The first phase of AI code gen, the first phase of GitHub Copilot was really built on 3 key pillars. And the first pillar of phase 1 was AI infused. There were AI integrations at different touch points of the developer lifecycle. But if you wanted to avoid AI and build it all yourself, you could. The next pillar of phase 1 was conversational coding. ChatGPT and Copilot Chat laid the groundwork for a Jarvis-like interaction with your code. You know, Jarvis like an Iron Man, making it possible for any person to build code in natural language. And finally, in phase 1, we built with multi-model functionality. one default model for one specific use case. For example, GPT 3.5 for auto-completion or GPT 4.0 for workspace. But today, this begins to shift. The partnership between developers and AI is going to the next level. The early days are now over, and the second phase of AI code generation has arrived. Phase 2 no longer will be AI infused. It will be AI native, where AI is core and cannot be separated from the entire developer experience. All up, we will see AI native developer workflows, and today we deliver just that. Next in phase 2, conversational coding will evolve into agentic coding. At GitHub, we define agents as AI assistants that execute tasks at your direction. In natural language, every developer will have a constellation of agents designed for specific tasks that you converse and build with. And today, we deliver just that. And finally, in phase 2, we will go from multi-model functionality to multi-model choice. There was a boom of high-quality models in 2024. And you know what? GitHub is still GitHub. We are an open developer platform, and developers expect the agency to build with the models that work best for them. So today, we deliver just that, and we deliver it right here, right now. So first off, we're tearing down that waitlist for OpenAI O1. All Copilot users now have public access to O1 Preview and O1 Mini. During our own exploration with O1 Preview, we found the model's reasoning capabilities allow for a deeper understanding of code constraints and edge cases, producing efficient and quality results. Now, if you want to use O1 in Copilot Chat, you can just click it and get started today. But there's more. There's been a model this year that has really caught fire with developers across the planet. What's his name again? Claude 3.5 Sonnet. So today, I'm excited to announce a new partnership with Anthropic, bringing the power of Claude to GitHub Copilot. Just as with the OpenAI O1 models, you can select Claude in the model picker starting today. But before you open Copilot now on your computer, we've got quite the surprise for you. Please join me in welcoming a world-renowned theoretical physicist and the man behind the model himself, Anthropic's co-founder and chief scientist, Jared Kaplan, on stage. So great to see you, Jared.
Thanks so much for having me.
Being here today. How did you go from theoretical physicist to AI scientist, Jared?
Well, I was always, as a child, fascinated by science and by questions like, what is the origin of the universe? But I was also really excited about AI. But as a student, it was long before GitHub, and a lot of the tools that make software development and AI research today very easy didn't exist back then. And I was very lazy, and so I stuck with physics. But I made a lot of interesting friends in San Francisco when I was a postdoc. And as AI was getting more and more exciting, those friends like Dario Amodei, who was leading research at the time at OpenAI, and Chris Olah, working on interpretability, were telling me amazing things. And so I figured, well, I'll take a break and try to see whether I can work in this new field. And I guess the rest is history.
That's amazing. And tell us now about the inception of Claude 3.5 Sonnet and why it has caught fires with so many developers.
Yeah, so I mean, we founded Anthropic because we expected that AI was going to make tremendous progress very quickly, and we wanted to try to steer it in a beneficial direction. Why is that relevant to Claude 3.5 Sonnet? Well, the question we ask ourselves all of the time is how do we get the most frontier model capabilities in as many people's hands as possible, as quickly as possible? Because if we can't get our new AI models deployed right immediately, then in 6 months or a year, when they start to get picked up, they'll already be obsolete. And so we thought, what is the best way to get models used by a lot of people very quickly? It's to tailor them as much as possible to developers, software engineers, and coders. And so we figured we would optimize Claude 3.5 Sonnet to be a great model to work with for software engineering.
Very cool. And what do you think the partnership between GitHub and Anthropic will mean for developers?
I mean, I think it's going to be amazing. I think that when physicists that I know, and they ask me this all the time, how can I get into AI? My mistake when I tried to get into AI was reading lots of academic papers. But really, you have to get your hands dirty. You have to sort of roll up your sleeves and try things. And I think that, so what I tell physicists is you need to learn tools like GitHub. That's the most important thing to really get started in AI. So I think I hope it will be amazing that people will have choice of models, and they'll be able to sort of get started programming and using all of the latest and best tools.
Cool. So one more question. What's next for Claude? Tell us a little bit about the roadmap.
Yeah, so I tend to think of the sort of improvements in AI capabilities along two axes. There's how complex are the tasks that AI models can do, and where can AI models meet you? In other words, what are the environments that AI models can work in? And so with new releases like the new Sonnet with computer use, I hope that models are both better at tasks like agentic coding, so they can do more complex workflows and work alongside you. And also, I hope in the very near future that people via techniques like computer use can actually collaborate not just say in a very restricted environment like a terminal or an IDE, but really Claude can come out and use all of the apps, help you with software testing, all of these different capabilities. So that's what I'm probably most excited about, is sort of Claude being able to work alongside you in many other contexts.
Amazing. We couldn't be more excited. Jared, thank you so much for spending some time with us this morning.
Thanks so much for having me. It's really been a pleasure.
So great to hear from Jared today on stage. We couldn't be more excited. But there is one more thing. You know, we mean it when we say multi-model choice. Today, lightning strikes twice. So we are thrilled to share a partnership with Google, bringing Gemini 1.5 Pro to GitHub Copilot. As you can see behind me in the demo, in GitHub Copilot's new model pickers, developers will soon be able to build with Gemini 1.5 Pro. It's natively multimodal with the ability to process code, images, video, text, all simultaneously. It works great for code suggestions, writing documentation, or explaining code. And we will continue to bring multi-model choice to many of Copilot's surface areas in the coming weeks. And speaking of surface areas, let's talk about the Copilot experience in VS Code. Together with our friends at Microsoft, we have turned our in-editor experience on its head and created an even better Copilot. Let's show them what we got. Come on out, Cassidy.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Thanks, Thomas. Hello, everyone. My name is Cassidy. I'm so excited to tell you about some of the new stuff that we have coming your way. As Thomas said, we're evolving GitHub Copilot for VS Code. So more in your editor means less context switching, which is very good for someone like me who has way too many browser tabs open, a very full email inbox, and also that new Rosé and Bruno Mars song, distracting me all the time. Anyway, today we have a ton of new things to show you that Copilot is not just an AI developer tool. It's an intelligent platform with multiple tools and services, a whole ecosystem of them at your disposal. So GitHub Universe, are you ready to see what we've got for you? Yeah? I'll show you how to do it right now, live. So this website right here is Copilot Airways, where every pilot is a co-pilot. So this is the website that we're going to be working on throughout the day today and building some cool things with it. So before I get into it, I'm going to head over to the code. Who here has used GitHub Copilot before? Wow, that is awesome, and you're making my job so much easier. For those who haven't used it before, that's okay. I'm going to show you an example of what it can do. So what I could do is I could type a function, get coolest developer in the world, and then try to autocomplete it and see what it returns. Cassidy? What? AI has never lied. Okay, so it does a very, very smart autocomplete, but you can also use GitHub Copilot chat. So I could highlight this right here, and I don't even have to just ask in English. I could say, ¿puedes explicar esto? In Spanish, and then it will explain what this code does in Spanish for me right here in the chat. So it says that I'm the coolest developer in the world, which is all you need to know. So that is a very high level of what Copilot does and has done. But there's new stuff we'd like to do today. So I'm going to reset that and go back to our website, and I'm going to go to the profile page. So in this profile page, you have our flight point history data, so the points that you get as you've earned it on various trips. And this table is cool, but I think it would look better in a graph. So I'm going to go back to our code right over here. I'm going to delete this function. Now, what I want to ask Copilot is say, is there anything else in the code base where we're drawing a line graph, because that might be kind of useful. And so what's happening right now is called intent detection, where it figures out what I'm asking, and then it asks the workspace agent what I'm doing. And it also does repo indexing, where it uses our repo as a source of truth. And so, as you can see, we have this thing called on-time line chart. And so it's a line chart that already exists in our code base, so we could use that. But I think an area graph would be better. And so if an area graph is what we want to use, that means I need to make a new component. I need to change this profile page. I need to add tests, maybe add a note in the README. That is a lot of changes. If only we could edit multiple files at once. If only we could edit multiple files at once. Well, now we can! Copilot for multi-file editing is now available. So, we have this new edit mode right here. And what's cool about this new edit mode is, first of all, I can go down here and change the model. So I'll choose Claude for this one. And then I can say, hey, can you create a new reusable area graph from our points activity service? And I want it to be displayed below that points activity table, and I want it to behave very similarly to the on-time line chart. And then, of course, don't forget to write tests. And then we hit go, and we see what it does. And I'm very excited about it. So it gives us our step-by-step saying we're going to create a chart component, we're going to add it to the profile page, and we're going to create tests for that new component. And it starts creating those files right away. And so as you can see here, we already have this monthly ports area chart graph, and it's based on what already exists in our code base. And it has the green diff there so you can see what's new, which is everything. Whenever I see a diff, I want to make a Git joke, but I know I need to branch out more, so I won't force it on you. Thank you, I'm here all week. Okay, and then we also have this tests file that was made, and it makes unit tests for every single component on here. And so I'm just going to save that there. That looks great too. And it adds this monthly points area chart directly to our component. So I can just save all of that, accept it, and then if I go back to the profile page, blammo! Check it out! We've got the little hovering. Oh, it looks so good. Oh, I love that. And there's a little bit more under the hood I want to show you before we wrap up today. So if I go back to the monthly points area chart, something that you might have seen is that we have this little feature flag conditional right here. Launch Darkly is a feature flag service, and they're a partner with GitHub, and they have what is called a GitHub Copilot extension. GitHub Copilot extensions was released this past May, and you can use it to extend GitHub Copilot to do all kinds of things. And in this particular case, I'm going to head back to our chat, and I'm going to flag Launch Darkly, create a flag based on our monthly points chart, and then it will run the extension. And so we've already got a little pop-up here saying we want to create the flag, we have a key for it, make it available on the server, and then I can toggle the flag right here in VS Code without ever having to leave. And it just works, and there's so many cool extensions out there. Now, you might be wondering why was this added in the first place, and this is one of my favorite features that we've added. And so it is called GitHub Copilot Custom Instructions. It's a file that you add inside of your GitHub folder, and it's just a markdown file called Copilot Instructions, and you can just say what you want Copilot to do, and this has been one of our most requested features. So in this particular code base, we say whenever we make a reusable React component, make sure you add the Launch Darkly service, but you can put whatever you want in here. You could say, I want all of my functions to have certain doc strings. I want it to follow certain linting rules. I wanted to add a comment saying that Cassidy's the coolest developer in the world at the bottom of every component so your demo looks awesome. You never know, but you can do whatever you want here, and that's all that's happening right under the hood to make this graph possible. All right, I think we're done with that. It's so cool, right? Thank you. That, y'all, is the latest and greatest from GitHub Copilot, but we're not just showing it to you. We're also delivering it. So, everything you just saw in the demo, all of these features, this is your brand new experience for VS Code, from multi-file editing, to model selection, to custom instructions, to GitHub search, to intent detection, to repo indexing, even things you didn't see like code referencing and code review. I hope you're still with me. All of this is going to be available to every single Copilot user, whether you're an individual, a business, or an enterprise, this week. So fun. And that being said, for those of you who want goodies right away, GitHub Copilot extensions are available right now. You have so many extensions to choose from Supabase to Atlassian to Sentry and more, and we're going to keep adding more to it at the extension marketplace so it's as expansive as our user base. And you can be a part of that because you can build your own extensions as well. But all of this choice goes beyond extensions. It even goes beyond VS Code. Ooh. We're coming to you, Apple developers. GitHub Copilot is available in Xcode today. Today in public preview, devs who build for the Apple ecosystem can now leverage the power of GitHub Copilot as they develop, test, and deploy. No matter where you work, whether you work on mobile, on desktop, remotely on github.com, or locally on your machine, we're working to make your life simpler and easier, leaving you the agency to make your own choices. Okay, that is all from me today. Thank you so much. There's more where that came from.
Welcome, Tim Rogers.
Thank you. Hello, GitHub Universe. I'm Tim Rogers, and I'm a product manager on GitHub Copilot. We already talked today about multi-model choice for GitHub Copilot. So naturally, what I think we should do is double down on that. Let's talk about even more, you guessed it, models. Code is no longer the only primitive necessary to build software. In this new creator network, developers are building on even higher layers of abstraction, with models large and small. To help us all stay up to speed, GitHub launched a new tool this summer called GitHub Models, an interactive playground for AI engineers to build applications right where their code is. With GitHub Models, you can go from model to playground to deployment in no time. We launched this summer with the latest and greatest in the industry. In our model marketplace, we're giving you some French je ne sais quoi with Mistral Large and Mistral Nemo. And it's not just big models. We're giving you some small language model love as well with Phi 3. Don't worry, little guy, you're just as cool as the grown-ups. And I love this one. We're giving you open intelligence with Meta's Llama suite, or should I say herd, of models. I swear, a year ago, I thought a llama was just a sassy camel. But now I use Llama to build AI applications on the regular. And we haven't stopped there. Today, we're thrilled to share that we've added even more amazing models to the platform, from Cohere Command to Bria AI to OpenAI O1, putting everything you need right here on GitHub, where your code already lives. As you can tell, I'm kind of a nerd. So I'm going to nerd out right now and show you the power of GitHub Models live. Let's pick back up on Copilot Airways. So here at Copilot Airways, we want to inspire our customers with places they can travel to on our network. So we've built a travel guide on our website that features some top destinations. And for each of those destinations, we show a description, some highlights, just to provide that kind of inspiration. Now, I write reviews of every place that I travel to, including here in San Francisco. And I want to plot those models on this map. So to do that, I'm going to have to go through my long, flowery reviews and pull out that key information, so the description, the highlights, and figure out the coordinates. Now, one option would be to do that manually. I could go through all my reviews, I could put all that data into a spreadsheet and then put it into my app, but that's going to take a long time, and it seems like something that an LLM would be pretty good at. So let's head over to GitHub Models so we can explore and compare some LLMs that we might be able to use for that task. So we head over to the GitHub Marketplace and then click Models, and we get a list with a bunch of models that are available on the platform. We have filters to be able to go through them, but that can still be a little overwhelming, and it might be hard to know where to start. But what if Copilot could guide you and advise you on what model to use for what you want to do? Well, that's actually now possible with the App Models extension in Copilot Chat. With that extension, I can ask Copilot for advice, and it's going to use all that data in the model marketplace to help me to figure out what to do. Now, I want some of that French je ne sais quoi that I already talked about, so I'm going to ask for advice on what Mistral model would be appropriate for taking my reviews and extracting JSON data for them. And you can see here that Copilot's come back with a bunch of recommendations. I'm going to go with the top one. I'm going to try Mistral Large and see how that goes. So let me pop down the chat, then I'm going to filter for the right provider, and then I'm going to find Mistral Large. Once I actually click on the model, I get a bunch of useful information here about it in the README. I can see the training date, I can see the license, all that kind of stuff. But things get a bit more exciting when I head into the playground. In the playground, I can actually try out this model with my own prompts and my own parameters and see what it can do for me. Doubling down on that, though, things get even better when I use the compare feature. With the compare feature, I can easily run two models in parallel for the same task, and then I can see what one performs better for me. So it's really easy to compare and figure out what's right. So on the right-hand side that I've opened up, I'm going to pick Mistral Nemo, and that's just a smaller, faster model from the same provider. So my models are ready. Let me now get them set up with my prompts. To do that, I'm going to click on the Show Parameters Setting button. Then I'm going to add in my system prompt. All that system prompt does is basically explains to the model what I want it to do. So I'm just saying, go through my review and extract a certain set of JSON fields. That automatically gets applied to both sides, so it's really easy to compare the two models. Then I'm going to add my prompt, which is my review of San Francisco that I've written, which is, of course, very long and flowery. And now the magic happens. I hit Enter, and we're going to run through both of those models in parallel, and we can see what the results look like and compare them really, really easily. You might have noticed that the model on the right was significantly faster, and it actually looks like the results that we've got from both are pretty comparable. And given that the model on the right, Mistral Nemo, is the smaller, faster model and a bit cheaper as well, I'd probably choose to use that one, given that it seems to be appropriate for my task. So let's copy the JSON that the model generated from my review. Then I'm going to head over to VS Code and add it into my data for the map. And then we can head back to Copilot Airways. And there we go. We have San Francisco plotted on the map. Perfect. Easy. So what we've proven so far is that Mistral Nemo can do what we want it to do. It can go through my review, and it can figure out the JSON data to put it onto the map. Now, what if I actually wanted to implement that in my application and build an integration to go through all of my reviews and extract that data? Well, that's easy with GitHub Models as well. I can flip into the Code tab, and then I can easily pick my language of choice and get a copy and paste code sample that's going to make it really easy to interact with that model and start using it for real. You might notice here as well that I'm actually just using my GitHub token for authentication. So I don't have to sign up for any new services or jump through any hoops. I can just get started super, super quickly, which is a really powerful thing. Then, when I'm ready to go to production, I can just hit the Get API key button, and then I can easily get a key for Azure AI, which will have higher rate limits and something that I can scale for real. One more thing that I want to show you before we finish. On GitHub Models, as well as the models we've been looking at here, we also have what are called multimodal models. That's a lot of M's, but what multimodal means is models that can accept images as well as text. So let's try that and see how it goes. So I'm going to use the tags filter to find multimodal models. Then I'm going to pick OpenAI's GPT-4o Mini, which is one of those models. And I'm going to click into the playground. Now, let's give it an image. I'm going to give an image of the Golden Gate Bridge that I took over this weekend. And then I'm going to ask the model a really simple question. Describe what you see in this image. One word, no yapping. And there we go. The answer from artificial intelligence, bridge. Perfect. That's where we are, ladies and gentlemen. Artificial intelligence can do all of this. As you can see, we're extending the GitHub multiverse. And I'm so excited to share today that GitHub Models, including the App Models extension, is available today to all GitHub users. With GitHub Models now available to all, you'll be able to access the playground, side-by-side comparison, and so much more with GitHub Models by your side. Now, more than 100 million developers in every country who started out building software just like me can become AI engineers. Sassy Camel, out.
I'm Nikhil. I'm a high school senior, and I'm interested in aerospace engineering. Our team is called Orange Dynamite, and we're competing at a robotics competition. It's the culmination of 7 months of work. I'm the lead programmer for our team. I haven't seen an AI offering that's on the caliber of Copilot Workspace, where you just have something that you want to do, and it being able to understand what that means in the context of programming and in the context of a real-world solution. GitHub Copilot Workspace is where GitHub Copilot is going to be in the future. You can give Copilot a task, and it goes through, does its implementation, and along its journey, you can guide it and help it understand where you feel it needs to make changes to it. Things that conventionally used to take much longer now can be understood in a matter of minutes. That was the light bulb moment for me. I realized this is a game changer. It's so deeply integrated into my workflow. It's hard to imagine, not having it. The future is now, and it keeps surprising me.
Please welcome Irini Kaliambaku.
Hello, GitHub Universe. I am here on behalf of the GitHub Next team. We are the in-house research team building for the future of software development. 6 months ago, on April 29th, we launched a technical preview of Copilot Workspace. And like any good researcher, I'm here to report on how the experiment is going. But first things first, Workspace is an AI-native development environment where you build with agents and the power of AI at every step from idea to execution. It all starts with an issue, and along the way, you have 3 agents helping you. A spec agent that reads your code base and figures out how to get to the desired end state. A plan agent that builds out a plan of what files need to change and how. And an implementation agent that generates the necessary code. Spec, plan, implementation, all under your direction. Since the launch, the developers on the technical preview have been putting all this to the test. Already, our early users have created more than 15,000 pull requests using Workspace. And over 10,000 of those pull requests have merged. Done. More importantly, though, we have engaged with thousands of developers using Workspace, like Nikhil, who you saw in the video. And we want to thank you, because your feedback is a gift, and everyone has been very generous. Whether you give praise or not, we learn either way. Much of the feedback has been positive. Just a month into the technical preview, someone was sharing how Copilot Workspace helped them bootstrap an app really easily. And now, for early users, Copilot Workspace has become their favorite way to get started, shrinking timelines from days to hours to sometimes minutes. Other times, the feedback comes in constructive, like when someone points out it's not easy to validate code inside Workspace and they have to do it manually. And you get the idea. This shows us something that we need to address. We have mountains of feedback. And for us, that's crucial. We're a small team of 5, but when we can leverage your feedback, a team of 5 can make a ton of progress. In fact, since the start of the technical preview, we have made over 100 changes to Copilot Workspace. Yeah, right? There are redesigns and new features in there, but there's also paper cuts and quality of life improvements. And we keep adding to this list, but already, thanks to your input, Workspace has evolved into its next iteration. It's now 100 times better than it was in April. We've added 2 new agents at the 2 ends of the workflow, one for ideation, called Brainstorm, and one for building and repairing code. So if you were keeping score, that's now 5 agents across the Copilot Workspace experience. We've also released a VS Code extension, and we're expanding Workspace to pull requests. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The point is, with all these evolutions, AI begins to act as a second brain, a truly helpful partner alongside developers. The next iteration of Copilot Workspace is here. Do you want to see it? Nice. Come on out, Karan.
Thank you, Rini. So let's continue building on Copilot Airways. So as you can see, Copilot Airways has a travel guide. Right now, it's just a map and a description of the recommended cities. And that's because on the admin page, that's all we get. I think this would look a lot better if we had images of all of these beautiful places, right? So let's add a feature that lets us add an image to each of these posts. So one of my team members has already described our needs here on a GitHub issue. Usually, I'd create a new branch and start thinking about how to implement it myself, right? But with Copilot Workspace, I can open it right here from a GitHub issue. So you can see that Copilot Workspace got to work right away and gave me a specification of how to implement this issue. With the new Brainstorm feature, we can use Copilot Workspace much more iteratively. Based on the context, Brainstorm has already shared a few suggested questions for me to get started with some ideas. Or I can even ask my own. So let's brainstorm here and ask what options we have for image uploads. And you can see that just like that, Brainstorm has shared a few suggested ideas for me. It says use a file input element, a third-party library, or a cloud storage service. So let's keep it simple for our feature, and let's use a file input element. I'm going to click on Add to Task, and you can see that Copilot Workspace has picked up the ideas from a brainstorming session for its context. So now, it's not just a GitHub issue, but Copilot Workspace derives context from multiple sources. So this looks good. I'm going to click on Generate Plan, and Copilot Workspace will give me a list of what changes to make in which files. I can edit it if I need to, but right now, I think I'm good to go. So I'm going to ask Copilot to implement this plan, and it's going to go back and make the changes in necessary files across multiple files. So you can see that it's made some edits, and there is my input field over here. All right, so we have an input field, but I think it would look a lot better if we could also see a preview of the image that we are uploading, right? So with Copilot Workspace, we can keep iterating on the plan and the implementation by asking for a revision. So let's ask Copilot for a revision. Now, I can talk to Copilot in natural language. That means I can even use an Indic language, like say Hindi, to talk to Copilot. So I'm going to ask it in my style of Hindi an equivalent of show me a preview of the image after I've uploaded one. And there it is. Copilot understood what I meant because it went back and updated the plan right there and also made the changes for me, hopefully right over there, which is the image preview that we needed. All right, I think we're not done yet because, well, like a developer who loves testing, let's run some tests first, all right? So we made some great enhancements to the commands that you can perform in Copilot Workspace. Build, test, and run are pretty common scenarios, and you can see that I have the commands for that configured right over here. So I can run my tests right here within Copilot Workspace, which will run my tests for me. And, oh no, well, I think I'm not as good as a tester, I thought. But no worries, because Copilot Workspace can help me fix this as well. So with the new build and repair agent, Copilot Workspace will help me come up with a solution. All right, we added a new input field right now, but we didn't actually include it in our test, which is why it's failing. So I can apply this right over here within Copilot Workspace, which will make that change for me, as you can see over here. So then I can go back and rerun my test to see if that fixed the error. And ta-da, there it is. Testing looks so easy, right? All right. I think now our feature is probably ready, what we intended to do. So let's take a preview of what we've built right now. So I can run my command right over here. And if I haven't configured it already, no worries, Copilot to the rescue, which will suggest a command for me, which, again, I can run right over here within Copilot Workspace. So you can see it started that dev server for me, which I can open it. And there is my Copilot Airways on the admin page. And nice, there's the input field. So that looks good. Let's choose a file to see if the preview works. And I'm going to choose an image of a bridge. All right, and there it is. Nice. So that was the feature that we intended to build, right? So in the past few minutes, we went from an idea described on an issue, and then we brainstormed with Copilot Workspace. We implemented code and fixed errors, all while working in natural language. And this is the developer environment of the future, a workflow that moves as fast as your creativity. And there's one more thing that I didn't show you. Copilot Workspace is also expanding to pull requests. So with this new feature, you can address feedback from your team and AI agents, making Copilot Workspace truly a part of your team. So from the VS Code extension to brainstorm, build and repair, and the pull request, that, my friends, is the next iteration of Copilot Workspace. Thank you. Back to Thomas.
Wasn't this amazing? Please give another round of applause for Cassidy, Tim, Irene, and Karan. Yeah! All these demos were live, deployed to production on GitHub.com. And as you can see, we've made a lot of progress on Copilot Workspace, and we look forward to getting it into the hands of more developers here at Universe and over the coming weeks, because we know this product has the potential to be the single most revolutionary thing that we have built for professional developers since the inception of GitHub Copilot. Copilot Workspace is a developer tool at heart. It's designed with the developer at the center. What if we took it a step further, though? You know, what about all the people out there who want to build software but cannot write code? Like my comm staffers down here, my parents watching at home, my friends who are not in tech who still think coding looks like hieroglyphics. Well, today I got one more advancement to show you. An advancement that fundamentally blurs the line between a developer and the everyday person. Introducing GitHub Spark. GitHub Spark is an AI-native tool to build applications entirely in natural language. Now, any person, no matter their experience, can create and share an application in a matter of minutes. Why don't we do another live demo? So here on the screen, you can see GitHub Spark, and the first thing you notice, it's not an IDE in the classic sense. I don't have to install Python first or figure out how sudo works with Homebrew. I see an input field of what I want to create. I, of course, have our new model picker here with different models, and I have all my recent Sparks, and you can kind of get an idea what you can do with Spark by just reading, through the list, a podcast timer app, a karaoke night planner, vehicle world game. And, speaking of games, I always love to build little games when I have time to play with large language models. So let's do a tic-tac-toe game with the hippo and a rubber duck, or a duck. Maybe it's just a duck. We'll see what the model does. And so here's my prompt: create a tic-tac-toe game with ducks and hippos. And I click go. And now what happens is that the model behind the scenes does all the work for me. Now you have seen demos where you can do that in chat, and then you have to figure out which code goes into which file. You have to copy and paste stuff. You have to try to figure out how to run the thing on the terminal. Here it just does it all for us. It's streaming in digital, as you can see on the screen. And at the bottom you already see the console here where you can refine my prompt later. So here's my tic-tac-toe game, and of course I want Moo Dang to win, right? The hippo needs to win, so here's the duck. Let's see if I can here's my Moo Dang. Let's say the duck is playing it cool. And yes, win. Cool, and let me show you real quick at the bottom here, so I can obviously add another prompt here to refine my Spark. I can theme it, so I want light theme because it's bright out here in San Francisco. I can change the scale of my game. Let's see, a little bit bigger is cool. I can change the accent color. I can make all kinds of changes really quickly to the UI. I can click into my settings and add custom instructions similar to what Cassidy did earlier in VS Code. And I can store data in a key value store that is backed by Azure Cosmos DB. Now, before I keep iterating here and run down the clock, my team has prepared an app behind the scenes that scans the conference badges. So this is all created in natural language. You can actually see here on the side, you see every single step along the way. You see all the prompts that they have tapped. So a lot of prompts, to get to this point for the demo. And you can obviously also click on those and scroll back in history. But the cool thing, it actually works. So I can open the camera here. Let's see, here I am. And here's my conference badge, same as you all got. Oops, it went away. Where's my camera? And then I scan my badge, and there's my photo, my name, my handle, and so on. And I can, hide this here, and run on the show floor with this app on my mobile phone, right? This is one of the examples of a personal application that I can use. Oh, I wanted to show you, if I click here on data, of course, here's all the stored data, from my previous scans. And so this is the power of GitHub Spark in a very short demo. We can't be more excited. We couldn't be more excited to get it into your hands very soon. And what I really wanted to show you with this demo is the floodgates of nerditude have swung wide open. A new wave of personal applications are on the horizon. And you know what, folks? This means something. Because for far too long, whether it was because English, the primary language of coding, wasn't your first language, but that's because you didn't have the educational access to learn how to code. Or whether it's simply because the craft of coding seemed so high of a climb, you just didn't believe you could take that first step. For far too long, there has been a high, solid, concrete barrier that separated a vast majority of the world's citizens from creating software. This has long limited the opportunity in the technology economy itself, making our industry a walled garden. With GitHub Spark, we will put 1 billion cracks in that concrete barrier. And one day soon, with a little help from all of you, we will finally break that barrier and rip it right through the ground. It is now possible more than ever that we realize a world where not just 100 million, but 1 billion people on GitHub can build software together. Yes. This new creator network for the age of AI is a creator network for all. That's our guiding aspiration, and we fully intend on making it real. Thank you for tuning in and for being here. We have a lot more content and a lot of announcements both today and tomorrow, so please enjoy the 10th annual GitHub Universe. See you all soon.
Amazing. All right, we are at the 10th anniversary, the 10th edition of GitHub Universe. We are here in Fort Mason in San Francisco. If you just tuned in, you saw the keynote. It was so amazing. We've got a huge crowd of people here at Fort Mason. Outside, we have people indoors. We're going to take you around and show you what's going on at the event if you're joining us from home. And we will be showing sessions throughout the day as well as behind the scene things too. So I'm Christina Warren. I'm a senior developer advocate at GitHub. I am so excited and inspired by what we just saw. I know the crowd was too. I want to actually kind of show you guys around this space a little bit. I've got some special guests that we're going to talk to in just a couple of minutes. But before we do that, let's take a little bit of a look around so that we can see the vibe of this place, because it is so large. Like, we've got so much stuff going on. There are people all over the place. We've got great, umbrella tables set up. People are getting coffee because it is a little bit chilly out here, but people are still pretty hyped and still pretty excited about it. It's pretty fun. And I know I was seeing lots and lots of developers who were watching on our big screen off to the side here, and people were really excited about the keynote. I have so many thoughts. I know we're going to be talking about some of our thoughts about that with some folks in the next couple of minutes. But this is a great event. Thank you for joining us. If you're joining us online, we really appreciate it. So many people are just milling around and excited. Hey, did you have fun?
What, sorry?
Did you have fun?
I had a lot of fun. I think it was amazing.
Awesome. What are you most excited about?
I'm pretty excited about to see where we can take the whole idea of natural language. It still feels a little bit too new to really understand it, but I think that with the way that we present it here today, the future is bright for that.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So see, the attendees are hyped. They're really excited. I'm almost falling over, so that's fun. All right, let's go ahead and we're gonna take a look inside. But yeah, so many people are just having a really good time. We have Octocats everywhere. And so actually, fun fact, if you see Octocats around, there's a certain number that are hidden. I think you can scan some QR codes, and there may be prizes involved. I don't know. But even if you're watching the live stream here at home, try to count all the Octocats. Do not make it a drinking game unless it's with water. Otherwise, it will end poorly. But let's go inside. Let's take a look. We are going inside now. Now we are inside. This is the expo hall. Oh, okay. Sorry. All right, as promised, I have some special guests, very special guests. I'm joined right now by Mike Hanley, our Chief Technology Officer. Mike, what did you think of everything?
I mean, everything was amazing, I thought. Didn't you? Next question. No, I mean, really, I love the new advancements with giving developers choice, just bringing new models to developers, also giving them just more ways to interact with code. You heard Thomas talk at the end about making apps with literally no experience whatsoever. You can go from idea and a prompt to running application. I think this is just really this exciting next new frontier of democratizing how people can get involved in software.
And you lead our engineering teams, and I know you talk to customers a lot, you think a lot about security. What role do you think some of these new technologies might play in how that works out?
Yeah. I mean, so many customers want things that just work, right? Like you just want it to work. Security is hard. We want security to be easy. Sometimes it can be hard to ideate and brainstorm. We want that to be easy too. So I think the idea that we're making everything easier, we're making it more delightful. A lot of the, if we can make security cheaper and easier, if we can make development easier and cheaper, people are going to spend way more time on the things that give them energy, that give them excitement, and it's going to unlock a whole new level of potential for people.
All right, so speaking of excitement, I know you said like everything, you were excited by everything. If you had to pick like one thing that we talked about, like one that has you like the most excited right now, what would it be?
I mean, I'm pretty excited about all the enhancements to Workspace. I mean, that's something that like I've personally had a chance to play around with the last few weeks. I had the classic problem of I need to merge a bunch of iPhoto libraries that my wife and I have had kicking around forever. And it's great. Like I sat down, it took me about 3 minutes. I got back a working script on the first try. And I love it for tasks like that where I know what I want, but I don't want to spend too much time thinking about it. You can get a great output that works the first try. And I hope people will try it out and develop with that if they haven't had a chance to play with the preview yet.
Amazing. Thank you, Mike, so much. I'm going to go find Dohmke, but have a great universe, and we'll see you later. All right, thank you so much. All right, we are now off to look at, we're going to find our friend Damien and see what he's up to. You can see the show floor now. We've got tons and tons of vendors, and we've got all kinds of booths, and everybody's milling around. Everybody's super excited. We're going to go right now to find Damien and Allison. Hello. Happy keynotes.
Thank you. Am I taking this from you? Awesome. Okay. Hi, everyone. I am joined by a special guest, Alison Wines. Now, Alison,
yes.
I need the mic. Alison, last year you were on the keynote stage, right?
Indeed, I was.
But I'm told this year, not only were you not on the keynote stage, you weren't actually looped into any of those announcements. So, how does it feel being in the same position as the audience? Or were these a surprise to you?
Actually, yes. Many of the things that were announced today were a big surprise. I both enjoyed it, but I think next year I might have to lobby to be back in on the secrets because I don't know if I can handle that again.
Yeah, I'm not going to drill you on those secrets because, you just heard them. But one thing that we were talking about as well is Spark, which is, I think, kind of, in my mind, opens up the idea of development, software development, to people who are not traditionally developers. Do you have any ideas of things that you just have not had the time to code that you want to, try it out with?
Yeah, so for a long time I've wanted to build just like a simple book tracking app because I share out books with all my friends and then I can never remember who has them. And so my library dwindles. So for anyone who borrowed one of my books, I'm coming for you after I get this website set up with Spark.
I feel like it's probably safer if you borrowed the book before Spark because now you don't have the tracking for it. Look, one more thing. You've been to Universe how many times now?
This is my third Universe, but I've been a part of 4, I believe, because I was also part of one of our virtual ones.
Oh, of course. So of this one, we're in a new location. What's your favorite thing you've seen so far, having been here for all of 10 minutes?
I think this pavilion is really my favorite because we have so much more space for all our partners. And while GitHub is the home for all developers, development really spans so many more places, right? And this is just a beautiful venue to showcase all of our partnerships for all of the tools that you're using at every step of the way to develop.
Yeah, absolutely. While we're talking about partners, we've got JFrog behind us with mini golf, but I'm going to walk over here because I did see some of the people from the keynote as well. But while we're going, we're just going to have a look at some of the other partners who are here.
Okay, let's see who's here.
The one we're going to walk through pretty early would be one that I think a few people will be surprised to see. We're walking through the Atlassian booth at the moment. You're aware of Atlassian, obviously?
Indeed I am. I, have heard of them once or twice.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a number of partners here. That was JFrog back there. We have Atlassian, we have Octopus Deploy. Others, I don't know. We'll see a few more a little bit later as well. So what we're going to do is hand over. I think we've found Christina back again. Thanks so much for joining me. I'm going to let you go and play with Spark because I feel like a lot of people will be doing that now.
Yes. In between all my customer meetings, I'm going to try and get that book tracking set up. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, of course. Great to see you. And look, I found Christina again, speaking of somebody who was in the keynote, joined by Irini. Irini, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm great. I'm less stressed now. How about you?
Yeah, no, me too. Right now that the keynote is done, I feel like way better. Yep.
Okay, so you do a lot of research, and you were talking about some of that research on stage and some of the things you've been doing with Workspace. Was there anything that you found in your research, like any factoids that really surprised you, that things you weren't expecting?
Yeah, I mean, I was certainly not expecting to see this many pull requests created and merged. So, like already, it's only been 6 months. It's just impressive, and then to see that people create pull requests with Workspace, and then 2 out of 3 get merged. That's yes, I feel really good about that.
Yeah, no, I feel really good about that too. And I mean, a lot of those merges are mine because when I've been using, I don't know the name, but when I've been using Workspace, I'm so impressed by the code that it puts out, and I become like so willing to trust it. Might make some alterations, but play around with it and go, okay, yeah, I will merge this. So that's really cool. That's really cool.
I know that I personally have been using Workspace for so much stuff, and even Copilot in general. I think the last couple of projects, Copilot has written a vast majority of the code that I've written, which is safer for everyone, frankly.
I was going to say same.
And you know what I've seen? Like the way developers now approach these tools, right? It's much more curiosity and excitement than anything else. Just dope, because when developers are excited and curious, I think great things happen. So, yeah.
Well, and has that informed, has your research, has that kind of informed things too by seeing, now that you've had, Workspace has been, used by people for 6 months now, it's gone from that idea to more and more people are getting access. Has that informed, the product direction and the way you're using things in the next team?
Absolutely. Like all the new things that we have added, like the brainstorm that we were talking about and the build, repair, and so on, those came out of all the feedback that we had because we wanted to extend how much people can do on their workflow together with Workspace. So yeah, it's very much directed by what we hear from people and what they need.
And have there been any ways that people have used Workspace that you weren't expecting them to use it? Anything that surprised you?
The thing is, they've used it for everything, right? We've seen school projects, we've seen freelance work, we've seen professional work. Like we've seen maintainers use it to manage things that are coming into projects or contributions that they want to make to other projects. So it's everything in between all the scenarios that we've seen, and that's kind of wild.
That's awesome. No, we got a preview. We got like a look at Spark, right?
Yes.
And that I can't wait to try that out. But what are you, Irini? What are you going to build with Spark?
You know what? Weirdly enough, I have not tried it yet because we were doing all this. I think what I'm going to do is I plan a lot of events around the holidays for friends and family.
Yeah.
And I think this year I'm just going to try this. I'm going to make my own app because I know what I want. It's just that I've never went through the steps of speaking it out so I can make it into an app. But then I'm definitely pumped to do that.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
It's pretty incredible, the stuff that you can do. I don't know whether you saw in the keynote, there was a list of apps that were already there that Thomas had created. Those are real working apps. Some of them were one shot, like the karaoke tracker. Yeah, my favorite. I'll definitely use that. Yeah, so we've been playing with this for a while. They're actually really useful. Like, I'm going to ask a lot of people this as well, but last little thing, what do you think people need to pay attention to as developers to move them to this new age of working with AI? What is the one piece of advice you would give them?
I think being open to their workflows being a little bit different once they incorporate AI is not just the way they were always working just with sprinkles of AI, but it's actually incorporating different steps. And that's what we tried out with Workspace, and it seems to be working really well. So I would say the workflow might look a little different, and that's a good thing.
Amazing.
Fantastic.
All right. We are going to go back to the main stage now. We're going to join you a bit later, but thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And great job on the keynote.
Thank you. Thank you both.
And thank you for Workspace. Thank you for all the hard work on that, too.
Yes, you're very welcome.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks.
We will see you guys back in a little bit.
See you.
Please welcome Mario Rodriguez.
Hola, Universe. What about that keynote? Great announcements. It's all about developer choice and developer experience. My name is Mario Rodriguez, and I'm GitHub Chief Product Officer. I spent my entire career building software products and working in dev tools for over the last 20 years. 6 at GitHub, over 20 years in dev tools. I love what I do for a living. It really gets me excited. I explain it to my kids and my wife as, you know what, humanity already invented the wheel and fire. Everything we're gonna be doing here from this point onward is actually gonna be powered by software. So on my limited time on Earth, if I could give you all the best developer tools in the market, that's what gets me out of bed. So that person that basically, who thought, what would make dev tools better? More dev tools. So let's keep this going, and they're still letting me do it. So I want to take you down memory lane for a minute. Just look at this. Many of you will probably recognize it. This is from GitHub Universe 2016. And it's the GitHub flow. and back then, the core of the GitHub platform. This may look simple to us now, but it has incredible taste, and it was highly innovative for its time. Since 2018, we have been expanding GitHub's ability to support you across the entire end-to-end software development lifecycle. This is the DevSecOps infinity loop. And since 2018, we have been expanding, right? We added GitHub Actions. We bought 2 companies, Dependable and Semo, and we gave you GitHub Advanced Security. And we kept going with workspaces and a small little product called GitHub Copilot. And that brings us to today. Over the last 2 years, we've been transforming that inner loop of the developer into an AI-native platform. You see it there, ideate. You saw brainstorming workspace today, plan with issues and projects, code with workspace multi-edit, how about that? And multi-modal as well, so I probably missed one in there. Workspace, Copilot, Autofix, validate, and then of course all the way to production. By making Copilot ubiquitous throughout the developer lifecycle, we're enabling every developer to build, release, scale, and secure software from an initial idea all the way to production. And we're doing it at a scale of millions of developers, over 100 million developers. So in this session, we're going to share 3 real-life examples on how Copilot-powered platform is fundamentally transforming the way that we build software, the way that you build software. So let's get into it. So I love to code, but these days it's harder and harder to find the time. And when I do have time or free time, I spend it with my family. This is them at Halloween. You can see my little one there is Lexa, that's Tia, that's my wife. This year is a different, we're kind of going to go a different take, but that was last year. And like any good 7 and 9 years old, they love playing games, especially card games. They also love testing the laws of physics when things don't go their way. So if the little one loses, it throws a card to the big ones. So we want to keep them kind of entertained at any point in time. So a few months ago, I decided to teach my game-loving girls how to play poker for a couple of reasons. You know, one, poker is fun. Like, it's a very fun game. But more importantly, I wanted them to learn about probability and luck. I don't know about you, but my girls learn by doing, so I wanted to find an interactive application that was safe for them to play. Unfortunately, this is what happens when I ended up searching for such a thing. It has a bunch of night-inducing ads popping up like this. This is not what I want my girls being exposed to. So what do you do if you're a developer? Well, you create it. So that's what we decided to do. And let me walk you then through what we built together. So the first one, and yes, you can see I'm going to take my glasses for a second. And what you're seeing over here, I'm going to do a prompt, and I'm going to do it to 01 preview. And what I'm asking it to do is, you're an expert web developer, can you please build a fully playable game of 5-card draw? Because that's the first thing that I wanted to explain to them. So this is going to take a little bit to actually go and think. So I am going to go here. And you recognize this. This is GitHub Spark. I love GitHub Spark. So I'll tell you 2 stories then. Number one is I wanted to do one, instead of Minesweeper, I wanted to do Pumpkin Sweeper. But instead of when you hit a mine and it actually explodes, my little one didn't like that. She's like, you have to remix that. So we're going to find pumpkins. OK, you're going to help me out. So it's probably one here, right, team? OK. Oh, no, it's here. Woohoo, we found one. So what's the next one? You think here? Probably. There you go. So, you know, you could play this. It's pretty fun overall. So this is the power of Spark. Like, this doesn't exist out there. Like, you cannot go and get a professional developer to buy this. And it's very easy then for me just to create and have this experience with my daughters. I'll give you another one overall. So let's do, as an example, this is one. So my nephew woke up and it's like, Daddy, I want to watch TV. It was a Sunday morning. And I'm like, no, you're not watching TV the first thing that you wake up. So what about we actually do something instructional first? And she's like, what is it? Well, let's just build a simple math game and try to see what happens. And if you actually get a score of 50, then you can watch TV after that. So I built her this one. So the answer to this is what? 62. There you go. We're doing great, team. What about this one? 8. And then she was just playing this all over. Time and time again, she got to 50, and then she actually went outside and played with some friends. So we avoided the TV altogether. Let's go back into Visual Studio Code. And you can see over here already that it has given me that game. So one thing that I do want to highlight is this. Not only is it giving me the code, but it actually gives me the steps, like create, define, and in JavaScript. So this is very instructional for my daughter as well. As she's, not only does she get in the code, but she's getting the steps to create it. It's kind of like pseudocode, and she could learn more and more as she's learning right now Python and also web. So what are we going to do really quick, because we don't want to spend too much time. So we're going to insert this into a new file. We're going to save this. We're going to name it index demo. We'll go 23. I haven't tried this 23 times, right? So we're going to save that really quick. And then what we're going to do overall is we're going to go and open this in our browser. So let's go back into our browser then. And let's do one that we have done before. So this is just the index demo. And let's go in and put 23 in here. Whoops. We probably did like this. And there you go. So I'm going to go and trade some selected cars. You're probably going to see this better like this. What do you think we should trade? The 5 and the 6? I want to trade that, and there's a computer hand, and there's tied, so we could play again. I want to win. I don't want to tie. Let's see if we can do it again. There you go, computer wins. So a very simple application. So I could also do this in GitHub Spark as well and kind of play it. So what about, they like remixing, so what else can we do for them? And in my opinion, as they went on and over and playing this game, they're like, Daddy, I want to learn a little bit of, what's the next game you usually play? Blackjack, right? But then 21 got a little bit boring for them, so they're like, we're going to play this new game called 31. And I'm like, okay, how do you want to play 31? I don't even know what that is. So they told me the rules, so let me then just kind of show that to you as well, which is this. I just opened Workspace now here, and let me go and regenerate that. So my daughters want to remix this game a bit. Instead of 2 cars to start, let's do 3. And instead of burst at 21, let's do at 31. We need to show some of the cars so it is easy to add the value of them and calculate it. And instead of the probability of winning, we should update it with probability of busting overall, just to kind of give them a little bit more instructional. So here's the brainstorm of generating that code. And one of the things I love about Brainstorm is, again, that whole ability that you get to learn. We're creating this thing that is not about only generating code, but it's about learning. It's about creativity overall. So you can see the proposed solution, and then the files change that it did. So if we go back, bust probability, that is right. Hand value, calculate hand value, that is right as well. And if I go here, one other thing that I wanted to show you is even things like this. So my daughter can now go and say, learn about probability of calculation in card games. So let me go then and show you what that looks like at the end. And this is it. So we're going to hit. Remember, we're playing 31 now. Should I stay or should I hit? Plus probability 99, so I'm going to stand. We won that one. Let's do restart. I'm going to hit. I'm going to hit again. I busted. One more time. And that's it. So you get the idea overall. Now the girls are having fun, and when I'm traveling and I miss them, then I could play these silly games to remind myself of them. Now, more importantly, the other day, Thea was on the balance beam. Let's go back into, okay. The other day, Thea was on the balance beam, and yes, we have one at home. Don't ask me why. I went on a trip, and I came back, and all of a sudden, a big Amazon box was waiting for me, if that has ever happened to you. And Lexa told her, Thea, what is the probability of you falling? To which Thea replied, with any luck, it's very, very close to 0. And that really warmed my heart, because that is what it's all about. It's about the GitHub Copilot platform allowing me to create, build, and deploy a simple personal game that brought us together and gave my daughters a chance to express their creativity. Next, you're going to hear about collaboration at enterprise scale. And we will end with a surprise announcement, so stay with us at the end. And with that, I want to invite the amazing Maya Russ to the stage. Take it away, Maya.
All right. So hi, everybody. I'm Maya. You know, playing cards is a tradition in my family, too. We play it every Christmas. But I just want you all to know that we are not really the gambling types, unlike Mario and his young children. But I'm here today to tell you about an experience that I've had recently with my team. You know, my job at GitHub is to build things that you all love. Well, you know, at least I hope that you do. And sometimes we just nail those out fast, just like Mario just did with that game of poker. But at other times, you know, we've had an idea, we've heard a request from you, and it didn't feel easy to make it happen. It felt hard for some reason. We couldn't see that clear path. And I've had one of those ideas for a little while now, something that's become kind of a little dream of mine, honestly, an obsession. And sitting down with my team a few months ago, we suddenly realized we actually had an easy way to build that idea. We had a technology, and we understood the need. Ooh. We just needed to use that technology in a new way. And before I tell you what that little idea was for me, I want you all to take a few seconds, it's participatory, and think of an idea like that for you, something that you really wanted to make happen that's felt hard. Maybe you found that path, maybe you haven't yet. Take 5. Okay, now hold that project in your mind, please. And my little dream was, drum roll please, policies at enterprise scale. Yes, stay with me, people. I'm a compliance geek, and I'm proud. And we wanted to make it happen for you today. So what do we do as a team? Well, we created it. Now, I was told that I'm not allowed to come up here and just talk about policies and compliance. So I thought instead, well, let me show you how we made my little dream come true. So we build GitHub on GitHub as much as we can GitHub. And here is our project board. So for this project, you can see we had 2 teams, a whole lot of features to build, and about 9 weeks to build it. And at GitHub, we break down all of our work into epics, features, and bugs, just like we have here. And we do that using our new sub-issue and issue-type features that help us show the relationships between the different parts of our work and create a consistent terminology and language in how we track and analyze and plan our work. And that makes it super easy for me as a product manager to add tasks that match just how our teams work. So let's do that. Should we teach kids about, probability? This is kind of an investigation, but I will call that a task. And with a lot of work to do, we're also always looking for ways that we can move faster as a company, particularly now, of course, with the help of Copilot. So let's look at how Copilot is helping speed up our code reviews. This is a PR that our team raised earlier. Full disclosure, this is not actually real GitHub code, but we are talking about building a real GitHub feature. And as you can see, our newest team member, Copilot, has actually already reviewed this for us. Let's see what we've got. So, well, first, actually, advanced security in our CI checks found a vulnerability. This is effectively a cross-site scripting vulnerability. And Copilot has suggested a fix for that. Moving down, let's see what else we've got. OK, our Copilot code review has also found a, let's call this a stylistic issue. Yes, error is not a very useful error message, and we could improve it based on this suggestion. But I'm going to make that even better again and open this now in a workspace where I can just edit this. So let's make this error message could not retrieve rule. Nice. And let's look at our other Copilot suggestions, like this autofix suggestion. Now, this is a pretty simple one, so I'm just going to go ahead and apply Copilot suggestion and then commit my changes back up. So you can see here, we've got both our improved error message and our vulnerability fix in that commit. See, Copilot is helping us speed up our code reviews by finding and fixing necessary changes like that. And it's not just me standing up here on stage who can do things like that more quickly. If you take that example of a cross-site scripting vulnerability, we find that developers who use Copilot Autofix fix those vulnerabilities 7 times faster than those who don't. This is massively taking work and wait time away from our teams. But with all of these changes coming in, some from our team members, some from Copilot, how do we know that all of our code is still good? Well, of course, we have all of our checks running on actions. And while we're here, I want to show you one small but mighty detail of how we at GitHub today have our actions configured. We have them configured to run actions as immutable, fully semantically versioned actions. These are actions that are actually distributed as packages, which means that they can't be subject to injection attacks. This is a huge upgrade to the security of the actions ecosystem, and it's going to be rolling out to everybody over the next few months, starting in the next few weeks with us publishing all of the GitHub authored actions and actions from key partners as immutable actions. And if you have written and maintained an action and would like your action to be included in that first tranche that are published as immutable actions, you can register your interest through that link there. So just speaking of what we're shipping, how do people like Mario keep track of everything that's going on across GitHub? Well, we have portfolio views like this that show us everything we're shipping today, including many of the features we're highlighting right now. And including, of course, the feature of my dreams, enterprise rule sets. Yes, flexible and scalable policies are here, and my dreams can come true, and so can yours. Soon, all of our enterprise customers will be able to target policies across your companies like never before. Stay with me, people. This feature means that companies can set policies based on the attributes of repositories across thousands of organizations and repositories in one enterprise account, targeting those policies based on the custom properties of their repos. And hey, I know you probably think that compliance is boring, but think again about that project that I asked you to think of at the beginning of the talk. Now, wouldn't it suck if you had to wait weeks or months from sign-off from a compliance team just to create a secure repo? Well, with this feature, developers at companies will be able to create repositories that meet all of their company security and compliance requirements out of the box. So when you have an idea, you can just make it happen immediately. So that, honestly, is my little dream come true and how we're using GitHub and Copilot every day. And so I want to leave you with one final parting question, which is, what will your team make? And now, hand over to Robert Moore from Citi to tell you about how his team is creating on GitHub. Thank you very much.
Wow. Good morning, GitHub Universe. Hello, my name is Robert Moore. I lead development at Citi and our efforts around modernizing tools, frameworks that support the development lifecycle. We needed to find and improve our tool sets, our approach, and even our culture. A key part of that transformation and how we aligned ourselves with the selection of GitHub Enterprise as a core service and GitHub as a partner. I am really happy to share that right now at the part of this journey, we are over 26,000 developers that are live in production that are benefiting both from GitHub Copilot, but this wonderful thing we call Copilot. It wasn't easy. What I'm going to do is share a little bit of that journey, why we selected GitHub, and the outcomes we achieved. We also share some of the results and the initial observations. I want to give you a little feel of the experience, how we approached it. So financial institutions are heavily regulated. We're very risk averse. Our approach to bringing in new technologies has to be very deliberate. To make large changes, we need a trusted ecosystem. We wanted a cloud-based offering, something that scaled ferociously, and it's provided by a partner that we could trust all the way through implementation. We knew what we wanted to provide developers: fully automated, repeatable solutions, integrated with CI/CD pipelines. They had to have safety nets, guardrails, the controls for compliance. So after an in-depth assessment, we did select GitHub as that partner. So technically, we knew what we wanted and what we needed to do. How was that question? So we started to establish this, and quickly we needed to internally align. So we established an organization we called the Generative AI Task Force, and we were working under that task force. What we did first is GitHub Enterprise. We were in production with GitHub Enterprise. In December of 2022, something happened, an event, GitHub Copilot. Generative AI took all the oxygen out of the room. So we saw that as a unique opportunity. We stepped back and we wanted to push forward with bringing in a generative AI assistant in our development environment for our users. So as we worked through the generative AI task force and that assessment, we quickly moved to the realization we needed the right sponsorship. So we got that sponsorship at the top of the house. Executive-led decision makers from CTOs, CIOs, developer heads to be members of that task force, hands-on almost daily. We set that our tempo, we started small, we did testing. So as part of that risk oversight, we had to run through our model risk management reviews. We successfully completed 3 rounds, each one getting a little bigger, of A/B testing, so with and without Copilot. Those results confirmed our assumptions. We were seeing 10, 20, in some cases 30% improvement in time to complete the task. So it gave us a bit of a confidence to move forward with this enterprise rollout. We had a core team of about 8 resources. We didn't want to deviate from that, so we took a different approach. We ramped up within the development communities. We built a community of practice, we call it, and we used that community with what we called super users. We wanted to brand them, make them feel a part of it. So they drove adoption, they created best practices, training modules, how-tos, and we established this knowledge base. But in addition to that, we had clinics, really hands-on, driving competition. And when the developers contribute directly, they were a part of the change, a part of the reality of how best to use GitHub in City. It was much more positively received, if you will. This was, and the real game changer is, and it's human nature, we gamified it. So when you start the scorecard, everybody wants to know who's beating who, and that really took off. So everybody was involved. As we expanded this model with the community of practice, we engaged at every levels, every region, every business. City's quite big, so we had that competition drive that motivation. As we worked through this, we went through stages and we consistently measured the impact. Again, developer experience is paramount. Regular surveys, telemetry from productivity around our DORA metrics, reporting, are we getting better? Is this making a difference? How are the developers feeling? Some of the examples and feedback, I mean, there's hundreds of examples, just some of them. Developers felt more in the flow of how they're working. If they're developing code, they're in the IDE. They don't have to go outside of the IDE. They get the answer and they move quicker. They're using it as a teacher. Some developers are actually using languages they've never used before. The junior developers really were excited because they were able to accomplish their task and they're actually getting more efficient from learning with Copilot. Repeatable tasks, and the senior developers actually were the bigger rock to move, a little bit hesitant, but once it was really understood that the mundane, automation, repetitive task, Copilot assistants removed that toil, they came on board. The journey of City continues with GitHub. we're aggressively trying to transform our community, our dev practices, and the experience of our developers. We feel like we're getting more agile. We believe we're in a better position. Based on these announcements this morning, I'm really happy about that because we do feel like we went with this SaaS offering. We're now in a better position to rapidly, responsibly roll out and take the benefit from these new functions at a greatly reduced time to market. We see generative AI as table stakes for our business, for our developers, to attract new talent, to maintain new talent. Developers just won't want to come work there. They are expecting this experience, especially the younger development communities. So this we see as a must for integration going forward for our developers to enable them to move at speed. So I've got to say, I feel very fortunate. At Citi, we have a commitment with executive level sponsorship to drive this vision of modernization across developer tools. They're really excited. There's always naysayers, there's always challenges. Sometimes it's just really hard, especially in a regulatory environment. I think we've demonstrated it is possible to introduce a generative AI in a very responsible, controlled fashion at scale. 26,000 developers actively using it is a fantastic milestone for us. With the right level of commitment, if you have that clear vision, you build your culture, you too can realize the reward and benefits for your organizations as well. I really appreciate your time today. I thank you for spending that time with me, and have a great GitHub Universe.
Thank you, Robert. As you can see, we made a lot of progress in supercharging the GitHub you already know and love with Copilot. But we're not stopping there. Beyond the GitHub platform, Copilot will enable an extended ecosystem of rich partnerships. Generally available in early 2025, Copilot extensions let you combine the power of Copilot with all of the tools that you know and love, as well as build your own for your enterprise. Again, it goes back into developer love and developer experience. We're unlocking the ability for you as developers to be able to stay in the flow as you generate tests in Sentry, get packaging insights with JFrog, or open a Jira ticket in Atlassian. So yes, I did say Jira. They're a sponsor out there, Atlassian, so give them some love too. And now you can also search the web for the latest documentation. So Copilot, does Copilot have a new partner? Yes, it does, and it is Perplexity. That's right. The AI-powered search engine is coming soon to GitHub Copilot Client. To share more about this partnership and what it means for developers, I would like to welcome Arvind, co-founder and CEO of Perplexity, to the stage. Arvind.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here. Perplexity's mission is to cater to the world's curiosity. And when I think about GitHub's mission of accelerating human progress, it's easy to see how our partnership makes sense. With the ability to augment human creativity with the best that the open web has to offer, everything within GitHub's Copilot-powered developer platform, I think software development truly has no limits. Let's take a look at a quick demo. With Perplexity and GitHub, you will be able to stay up to date on all the latest library updates, like what are the latest updates in React? And then you just get an instant answer with web sources. Or you could ask a question like how to build a server-side component. And that's also going to get all the stuff on the web and give you an instant answer. Or you could also ask for API integration assistance, like how would I add a Perplexity API call? And all of this directly within the GitHub Copilot platform. So today we are making this available to all the users of GitHub and Perplexity. And to get you started today, we're also excited to offer all the GitHub Universe attendees here, both in person and virtual, a free year of Consumer Perplexity Pro plan. And all the redemption details will be outlined to you in your Universe Day 1 recap email that will be sent to you later today. With Perplexity Pro, not only will you be able to use this Copilot extension, you'll also gain access to our advanced Pro Search, file analysis tools, all the cutting-edge AI models like Claude, GPT, and multiple AI image generation models. So we really can't wait to see what you will build with Perplexity and GitHub Copilot together. And thanks so much for having me here.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Arvind. This is great. So this is an incredible time to be in the industry, and I want to actually reflect a little bit on that. I mean, what you've seen today, I have never seen in my 20 years. Like the power of innovation coming out with these new AI LLMs and the capabilities, what we could actually do with it. So 8 years ago, the GitHub Flow was the cutting edge to collaborate and build. We didn't have code reviews yet. You had to comment line by line on files, and AI was still science fiction. So now, look at us. We're not just merging PRs, we're changing the way developers bring ideas to life, make it impossible possible, and help their companies innovate at scale. I do want to end kind of with a provocative thought to you all. And that is that the status quo is that coding today is in procedures, it's still in text files, and it's in a sequential programming model. Still in procedures, text files, and sequential programming model. That has not changed for a while. Now, our mission at GitHub is to accelerate human progress with the aim of creating 1 billion developers. That's 10% of the world population if you count by 2030. And to get there, we're going to have to challenge that status quo. We believe the industry will see a paradigm shift in how we think about code. And in the not-too-distant future, developers will rely more and more on specialized agents to complete different tasks and workflows. And natural language, which is the beauty of what we are today, and what can actually propel us to those next billion developers to create software. I mean, you saw me create something really quick for my girls. I did that in Spark, I did that in VS Code, and I did that in Copilot Workspace. You saw Maya kind of rounded up with all the power of the GitHub platform. Now you see this very rich extensibility model that we have today and the powerful network effects that that can create. So it's our commitment. Things won't change if we actually don't keep innovating. And we need to keep, again, developer choice and developer experience at the heart, because that's how we enable these creators, these innovators, to stay in control. I want to thank you for being with us this morning. There's a landscape of opportunity in front of us right now, and I'm looking forward to shaping that and the future with all of you. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. I'm Amy Lewis. Welcome to an insider's perspective on GitHub Universe. Not just an insider's perspective, the ultimate insider's perspective. I'm here with Adam. Tell them who you are and why it makes it the ultimate insider guide.
Thanks, Amy. Hi, I'm Adam Walden. I'm our Vice President of Brand and Corporate Marketing. I guess it's the ultimate insider guide is because I've been executive producing Universe for the past 6 years. So while this is our 10th annual, I've been at the helm here for 10 years. Super excited. This is our biggest and best one yet. For our 10th year, we've taken on the theme of the World's Fair of Software, and I really believe this is core to both GitHub and to where we are at this moment in time. GitHub really is the center of the software development ecosystem. With our customers, our partners, the open source community, we're all working together to accelerate the rate of human progress through developer collaboration. And as we're looking to do that, everyone coming together to do their part and to make something that hasn't been done before, to make something that's better than bigger than ever.
I love that. I just love the World's Fair theme. I'm so excited about that. Tell me a little bit about how you think about keynotes. I know this sounds funny. We've just had our keynotes. What are we looking for? What should we listeners and viewers be thinking about?
So much is changing with our industry, with our customers, with our partners, with the open source community. The rate of change obviously accelerating like never before. And as we think about the World's Fair of Software, really thinking about, we're just a part of this, but really what's happening around the world, what's happening with our community, affecting everything on a day-to-day basis and how that change is happening is so exciting. And it's all happening here. So as the World's Fair of Software, as we think about all the programming we have, the partners that are on stage, the sessions that we're doing, the workshops that we have hands-on people participating in, all of it's really to celebrate and take advantage of this change that's happening within the world. We spend a lot of time, disproportionate amount of time thinking about those keynotes, thinking about not only the message we want to have, but how we tell it. It really sets the stage for everything that happens afterwards. So as Thomas comes on the stage and really announces both our intentions and what we're doing and how the world is changing and how his view about what we're going to be doing over the next few years, that becomes really exciting. Obviously, some of those partner announcements that we made, all of that together really sets the stage for what's going to happen now over the next couple of days. Mario coming in afterwards as our new Chief Product Officer and talking about how the product supports that vision and puts it all together. And so as we think about architecting all of the content that goes into Universe and how we want to help all of our customers, our attendees, the developers, our partners digest that information and navigate through to get the content that they want in a way that's going to support them, we think about that from what are those big key moments that are happening within each of our software development pillars that we have and how we're supporting that. We think about that for then all of the breakout stages that come out and what are those sessions doing? What's happening here within the environment at GitHub Universe and how we have our different stages and we have different installations and activations and experiences, let people get up close and personal. We think about that for the workshops and certifications and our sandbox sessions. All of that comes through. But it really starts at the moment of the keynote, starts with those key messages and how we think about what we want to make sure that we're capturing at this specific moment in time.
That's great. And I certainly feel your energy for it. I know we're all energized from those keynotes. Let's dig in a little bit to some of those pillars that you were referencing. I know we have 3 key pillars here this year at Universe: AI, security, and developer experience.
Yeah.
Do you want to walk us through, again, Ultimate Insider, give us a little insight into what we have here?
Sure. So right after we leave the stream, Todd's going to be taking the main stage and he's going to be leading us through our whole platform story, digging into DevX and why the GitHub platform it makes such a flow state and accelerates that whole developer experience. After Todd, it's going to be Shuyin and Samina, and they're going to be talking about AI and really how generative AI is impacting the entire software development ecosystem, what's happening with GitHub and beyond. And then right after that, Brittany and Brian are coming in, and they're going to be talking about security, everything that we're doing with unbundling gas and all the other found means fixed features that we have. We take security, as you know, very seriously here at GitHub, and it's the entire software development lifecycle and really all the aspects of it. Obviously, AI and Copilot coming in to infuse that message and accelerate everything we're doing as well. But Brittany and Brian are going to be here and go even deeper on that.
That's amazing. Who's on the security team, Adam?
Oh, I'm on the security team.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. We're all on the security team here at GitHub, and I really love this found means fixed. That's definitely something you're not going to want to miss. These sessions are amazing, and I know we've got curated sessions that for anybody based on different interest areas, if they are interested in a particular topic, that can be a great way to follow along with the curated agendas as well.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got these 3 main sessions, and after those, throughout both today and tomorrow, both here on the main stage, which will be streaming live, as well as sessions on multiple other theaters that we have. We have 2 other main theaters here, plus a demo stage. In the past years, we never actually recorded what was happening on the demo stages. This year we are. We've got a camera set up. We're going to be recording some amazing demos. All of that content, after we're done here, within a few hours, is going to be packaged up and put on demand. So everyone at home can have access to over 50 sessions on demand. It's a lot of content. It's a lot of sessions. Again, it's through those 3 pillars. We also think about different levels. Some people are just coming in, just getting started. Maybe you're in a 100, 200 level. So we start there, but we go all the way up to 300 and 400. We go deep, we go technical. We really want to make sure that wherever you are, we give you that level of ability. And whether you're an independent developer, you're sitting on the open source, you're more of a decision maker trying to make decisions. So it's a very matrix model. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. How do I get through that? Like you said, one great way is we do have these amazing curated agendas. They're put together by different people in the industry. They're put together thinking about who an end user might be that wants to come in and navigate through here. So those are great ways to get content. We've got incredible filtering that's already set up on universe.com. Great way to come in and figure out what sessions you might be interested in and give you your own ad hoc agenda. So there's so many great ways to come in and help navigate through the system.
And speaking of keynotes and thinking about a point you had about everybody comes into this at a different point, I'm thinking about the keynote we've got coming up tomorrow with Kyle talking about 1 billion developers, which I can't wait to hear more about that.
Yeah.
And it makes me think about career growth. To get to 1 billion developers, we're going to need to have lots of people join this party, this amazing place to build and develop and grow. What are we doing for career pathing in terms of what can people attending live or virtually look forward to for career path?
We have a curated agenda specifically for people looking for their career growth. So that's a great for those that are joining us remotely. For those that are here or that can get here, we've got, for the first time ever, we've got a career corner. We're staffing that up and we're thinking about ways that we can help people within their career growth, wherever they are. So there's networking opportunities, there's advice, there's resume reviews, all sorts of fun things to really help in that whole process. And obviously, look, the GitHub ecosystem in a whole, the community that we have is an amazing way for career growth, amazing way to level up, whether that's just jumping into an open source project, whether that's looking for your next big collaboration. There's all sorts of ways within the GitHub community to really network and connect with people. That's really the benefit of GitHub Universe. Whether you're here live with us and able to meet people face to face, we do have the whole virtual discussion, so that's available for everyone as well. There's lots of ways for people to connect.
That's fantastic. And I know for those who are going to be with us on site, whether it's your first or your 100th contribution, another thing I'm really excited about, I think there's some postcards that you can send back to folks who haven't had the opportunity to come yet. Is this true?
It's true, Amy. We're living the dream. For those people that are here this week, there's some incredible on-site installations. There's a bug bash activation that's sort of a game. You get to come in and get to really try to take your own hand at squashing bugs. We've got Pixel Pilot, which is a Copilot assisted game to come in and actually use Copilot to help create an image as fast as you can. We've got all these different kind of really fun installations for those people here. Also here, for the first time, we've got a brand new session called a sandbox session, which is kind of the magical love child between a breakout session and a workshop.
You mentioned that. Do I actually get to play in a sandbox? Tell me more, Adam.
Yes. Yes.
But without the grit.
Without the grit. It's not like a sandbox, but it's a developer sandbox, Amy. Pshaw. So the idea then is we're going to be teaching different topics on all sorts of things, from open source to CI/CD to actions and other things. Give you a quick primer, and then it's time to roll up your sleeves, get on a computer, and try out those new things. We're also bringing back certifications. Certifications can be done here on site. There's also a program, if you look at githubuniverse.com, where certifications can be done remotely as well. So we're offering a chance for people remotely to get certified in a number of different topic areas. So all sorts of ways to increase those skills and go deeper with your learning of GitHub.
And I know you mentioned that for the first time, for those who aren't able to join us in person, but are joining us on the live stream, are going to be able to see those demos. Do they get a donut if they watch? Is there a virtual donut?
That's true. So a little bit of backstory. For the last couple of years, we've had demo stages on site, and demos are great. But what's better than a demo by itself? Demos and donuts. So if you're here with us live, we have our demos and donut stage. You can grab a donut, you can grab a cup of coffee or tea, and you can watch a demo. GitHub is doing demos, our partners are doing demos, we have some customer demos, really awesome demos that are going on. We're also recording many of those, and those are going to be available on demand. Obviously, we can't ship everyone a donut, but if you're watching at home, we encourage you, grab a donut, watch a demo. It'll feel like you're right with us. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so as we're wrapping up, I would love if you could give us 3 key takeaways, tips for the folks listening.
So one, I think, check out those curated agendas. The curated agendas, we put a lot of thought and attention to them. It's not one size fits all. They're really great ways to just jumpstart and dive into everything. 2, join us live, watch here. This stream is a great place to kick back and to see everything that's going to be happening. Like the most important stuff is curated right here on this stream, so you don't have to go anywhere. And 3, join us. Come back here and join us. Join us live tomorrow, next year. Tell your friends. I guess that's 4 things too. We just love having everyone come here and being part of the whole GitHub experience. So however you can come and be part of it, we're just so glad that they're here with us in spirit, in watching, or even live.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank the listeners. Thank you so much for participating. And again, whether you're going to stay with us live on this stream or if you're going to be here in person, we really appreciate your engaging. And you are what makes GitHub GitHub. The community is everything. And thank you, Adam, for just giving us that insider's look of what it's like to architect this unbelievable experience for our customers and partners.
Thanks, Amy.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community-driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row. But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
seats and silence all devices. Our program will begin soon. Please welcome Todd Mannion.
All right. Good morning, universe. How are y'all doing today? Good, good. Hey, quick show of hands. How many of you, this is your very first universe? Wow, that is amazing. What's way more hands than I actually was anticipating, to be honest with you. This is my first universe as well. And so I just would love to take a second to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Todd, and I'm a developer. And like all of you, I love GitHub. I've used GitHub for about a decade now, and I now get to be part of the GitHub team, and I'm just so proud to be a part of this incredible community. At GitHub, I have the privilege of stewarding the product that we create for enterprises and enterprise developers, GitHub Enterprise. And let me tell you, GitHub Enterprise has come a long way. How many of you use GitHub Enterprise Server? All right, yeah, well, we started with GitHub Enterprise Server in 2011, and then we brought in then Enterprise Cloud 2017. How many people use Enterprise Cloud? Yep, all right. And then most recently, we introduced support for enterprise managed users in 2021. So last one here, how many of you use enterprise managed users? All right, great. Each step in that journey has really leveled up GitHub's enterprise readiness. And today, we are going to take it to 11. First, we're going to talk about the next evolution of GitHub Enterprise Cloud. Then, we're going to hear from a customer that's been using that evolution as one of their first steps on their AI transformation journey. And then finally, my administrator friends, today is the day you all been waiting for. We are going to talk a ton about administration and our administration features and how we're making your lives a delight. So let's go ahead and start with a demo. Now, I want you to remember throughout the demo that it is just GitHub. As you can see, we have repos, issues, projects, and even the exciting Copilot for Enterprise. But for me and some enterprises, this will be the most exciting demo that you might see at Universe. Because under the covers, this is no ordinary GitHub. It is GitHub with data residency. It is GitHub running in the EU. It is GitHub that you can make yours. It is GitHub with continually up-to-date features with no downtime upgrades. It is the next evolution of GitHub Enterprise Cloud. And it is an evolution that makes GitHub Enterprise Cloud available to all developers around the globe. Let's go ahead and explore how we've built this so that you can go back to your team and describe how, for many of you that need data residency, GitHub is unlocking your next step in your AI transformation. First, let's start with a global view. At the lowest level, each GitHub Enterprise Cloud region is hosted in an Azure data center. This provides two big benefits to enterprises with data residency requirements. First, it is distinct from the traditional .com and open source cloud, and each region is separate from the others. An enterprise's code, issues, projects, and even actions are all stored and run in the chosen region, and each region adheres to Microsoft's Phase 1 EU boundary commitments. Save for what GitHub needs to operate the product, your code stays in the region it's hosted in. The second big advantage is that Azure provides a global footprint for GitHub expansion. GitHub can take advantage of one of the largest cloud providers on the planet to bring the next evolution of GitHub Enterprise Cloud to all developers around the world. Zooming in on a region, each GitHub Enterprise Cloud region is composed of what we call stamps. Think of a stamp as like an office park where many enterprises operate separate but side by side. Each stamp is comprised of 3 sites, with each site hosted in an Azure availability zone. These sites are constantly communicating and having encrypted communications with each other to provide business continuity and disaster recovery capabilities. Your issues, PRs, and more are continually synced. If 1 or 2 sites were to go down, your GitHub home would continue operating. Finally, a stamp is also continually backed up into another regional Azure data center. If the worst happens and all 3 sites in a stamp go down, GitHub will be able to restore your data from that in-region backup, giving you the peace of mind that GitHub has your back in the good times and the bad. Zooming in one final time, within the context of a stamp, each enterprise gets its own unique GitHub home on the internet. The first unique part of your home is your URL. Upon provisioning, each enterprise will get its own unique namespace on ghe.com. For example, contoso.ghe.com. Next, within the context of that URL namespace, you can organize and use whatever organization names or usernames you want. With this improvement, every enterprise on the planet can have an engineering organization, and a user like Todd Mannion can exist in 2 enterprises, like in GitHub and Contoso. This is your enterprise. It's your home, and now you can truly personalize and customize it to you and your organization's needs. All right, yeah, that's great. Now, going back to our demo, like I said, I just want you to remember that, this is just GitHub. Though we've talked a lot about a lot of changes underneath the covers, right? Really, under the surface, .com and each region share the same code base. Due to some incredible work on our deployment pipeline, a change to GitHub.com is a change to all GitHub Enterprise Cloud regions. In other words, regions are continually up to date relative to .com. The GitHub experience in a region is the GitHub experience on .com. New features, whether they be GitHub Copilot features, Actions features, Projects features, will be available shortly after they are available on .com, with no upgrade operations and no downtime, ensuring that you can focus on building without interruption. This is a GitHub with all the features that you care about and is available to all developers in the most demanding of regions. It is truly our next evolution and why it is, in my opinion, one of the most exciting demos you might see here at Universe today. But it's not just a demo. I am pleased to announce that this evolution of GitHub Enterprise Cloud that will enable every organization to embark on their AI transformation journey with the data residency they need is available today, starting in the EU. Today, we are opening the EU region for all enterprises, and we'll soon open more on a rolling basis around the globe in regions like Australia, Asia, Latin America. And we'll also be adding new authorizations like FedRAMP Moderate. And we are going to do this with no increase to the price of GitHub Enterprise. Deploying to a region is just another deployment cloud option for our GitHub Enterprise licenses. We are very excited for this evolution, and our customers are too. In fact, I'd like to invite one who's been using the product for about a year to the stage with me. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Holger Kassinger, Head of Digital Experience Platforms at Carl Zeiss.
Thank you, Josh. Thanks. Thanks for having me at Universe, and good morning, Universe, also from my side. I'm really delighted to have the opportunity to tell you more about the meaning of this evolution of GitHub Enterprise Cloud for us and how it helps us as SAIS in our digital and AI transformation. But before we get started, I want you to ask two questions. So first, as this is also my first Universe, how many of you have ever heard of SAIS before? Roughly a third, I would say. And the second question, how many of you think you use or own a product made with SAIS technology inside? Oh boy. If I were to tell my marketing department, that's not so good. All right, thank you very much. You will be surprised. To put everything into perspective, let me briefly look back at history, how it all began for SAIS. So SAIS was founded 178 years ago. So for a long time, we were a typical, traditional European hardware company, as there are many, many others. And because this makes us as old as Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and Larry Page together, this is usually not the best starting point for transforming into a really successful software company, right? But anyway, when our founder, Carl Zeiss, launched his first product in the mid of the 19th century, it was the first microscope in the world. At that time, no one really would have thought about software or digitization, of course. So over the years, many hardware innovations were added, not only in microscopy, but also in medical technology, for instance. So here you can see the world's first industrially produced slit lamp. Zeiss has also made a big step for mankind with its lenses by filming the first lunar landing in 1969 and enabling Buzz Aldrin to shoot pictures from Earth for the first time. But also for you as developers, Zeiss has made big steps. For example, we made 193 nanometers wavelengths possible in microchip production for the first time in 1998. So I could list dozens more innovations, but as you can probably already see, Zeiss has been a pioneer in optics and optoelectronics since the beginning of its time, and has continuously produced technological hardware innovation for its customers over the years. It's not without reason that more than 20 research teams have won Nobel Prizes with Zeiss instruments. However, over the last decades, our customers have come up with increasingly challenging requirements. And as these could no longer be implemented in hardware alone, Zeiss has gradually begun to transform itself from a pure hardware company into a hardware and software company. Thus, today, we're no longer talking about pure lenses on the moon, but about nano-prime lenses in cinema cameras with integrated electronic interfaces for transmitting real-time metadata, facilitating easier post-production. So, for instance, the Lord of the Rings trilogy or James Bond movies have been filmed with Zeiss cameras. But also the optical inserts for the Apple Vision Pro device are produced by Zeiss, precisely adjusted to compensate for the individual user's visual impairment and to improve the same experience for these users. Today, we're no longer talking about compound microscopes, but about AI-based microscopy, which enables, for instance, universities to revolutionize the way they acquire images and manage the performance of their microscopes. Today, we are no longer talking about pure slit lamps, but about digital hybrid visualization, which enables surgeons to conduct complex surgeries in the brain and in spine and to visualize anatomical landmarks with even more confidence in 4D. And today we're talking about multifunctional smart glass, which enables our customers to integrate and combine various functionalities such as lighting, projection, filters, and detection using holographic optical elements. This makes floating switches, video telephony on window or mirror surfaces or augmented reality head-up displays for aircraft cockpits or cars possible very, very soon. And today, we're no longer talking about 193 nanometer wavelengths, but about high-NA EUV lithography, which enables our customers to produce microchips with structures way below 10 nanometers. And because we are the only company in the world enabling this technology, already today, 80% of all microchips worldwide are produced with Zeiss technology. So I'm very sure all of you will have a microchip with Zeiss technology inside, even if you did not know that before. So the equation is very easy. Without Zeiss, no iPhone under the Christmas tree, or without Zeiss, no GitHub. So if I now would ask you again, how many of you think you own or use a product made with Zeiss technology inside? Great, thank you. As you can see from these examples, Zeiss is the market or technology leader in many areas. Thus, today, we're no longer talking about a typical traditional European hardware company, but about a global hardware and software company employing almost 46,000 people in over 100 locations in 50 countries around the world. We generate a revenue of more than $11 billion a year, primarily in these four segments you see here. And our customers today range from manufacturing industries such as automotive, aerospace, electronics, power and energy, and so on, over universities and research institutes to the highly regulated medical industry, and of course, the biggest semiconductor manufacturers. All of these customers have one thing in common. They expect the latest technological innovations in our products in order to be successful themselves. And for us, this means that in future, even more software will be required, be it hardware-related, in front-end and back-end systems, or in separate digital products. And this is why today we now have a total of more than 12,500 developers at Zeiss that are actively committing code. Although for us, this is an impressive number, our digital and AI transformation is far from over. And that's the point where GitHub comes in as a partner. In order to further expand our strong competitive position in all markets and all technologies, And in order to be able to supply our customers with the latest innovations, we need one single development platform which optimally fits all our needs. So this includes enhancing collaboration across our global distributed teams, reducing operational costs for managing on-premise servers, quick access to innovative features, speeding up innovation and iterate more rapidly, ensuring code quality and security right from the beginning, leverage the potential of AI to write better code faster, and of course, data residency to ensure confidential data and code stays within a specific region. If you compare these needs to the development platforms we are currently using, you can easily see why this evolution of GitHub Enterprise Cloud, which Todd introduced today, is a game changer for SAIS. It allows our developers to leverage the full power of the cloud together with GitHub Copilot Enterprise while ensuring that sensitive data stays within a specific region they trust. This evolution will also help us to consolidate our currently fragmented tool landscape. While our developers still predominantly use Azure DevOps today, this picture will change drastically over the coming months and years and move very strongly in the direction of GitHub Enterprise Cloud, in particular for confidential code. And only for secret code, we might stay in our on-prem data centers, but that will be a decision that may change in future as well. If you want to know more about details and about the experience with GitHub Enterprise Cloud, I can warmly recommend the demo by my colleague Henrik, which will take place this afternoon. He will give you a deeper insight into our transition approach to GitHub Enterprise and into the medical technology project we had together with GitHub in the last month to evaluate the evolution already in practice. And this brings me to the end. So thank you, Todd, once again for this evolution and for partnering with us. And thank you all for joining.
Thanks very much. That was excellent. Appreciate it. Whew. Thank you, Holga and Zeiss, for being incredible partners on this journey with us. Customers and companies like Zeiss are essential partners in helping to define the next evolution of GitHub Enterprise. And we continually hear from our customers that an effective, empowered administration experience is essential. So now I'd like to talk to all of my administrator friends. How many of you are GitHub administrators here today? All right, this section is for you. We're going to be talking about some of the major ways that we are going to give you more control over the security of your enterprise, over the application ecosystem that surrounds your enterprise, and effectively how you manage costs for your enterprise. First, we're going to give you a ton of new ways to secure your enterprise, starting with how you organize people. Soon, we'll be introducing support for enterprise teams. We know that every organization is different and that you want to better mirror your existing teams in GitHub. With enterprise teams, you can define a team at the enterprise level and make it available to all organizations in your enterprise. You'll be able to assign a role to that team, use it in an org, and even give it access to repos. We also know that each team is unique and needs different permissions, which is why we are investing in expanded roles and permissions. Soon, GitHub will support custom roles for both enterprises and organizations. You'll be able to assign them to users, apps, and teams. And when you combine them with a ton of new granular permissions coming over the next few months, you'll be able to mix and match to your heart's content to define the specific roles your business needs. Oh, all right, yeah, okay, there we go. Thanks. We've also heard that you wanted fine-grained permissions to extend to personal access tokens and also to be able to limit how long those access tokens can be used. That's why we're investing in fine-grained personal access tokens with expiration. Fine-grained PATs lock down access at a deep level, helping you meet your compliance and security mandates. Compared to the original coarse-grained PATs, they're a monumental improvement in security posture. We're also adding rotation policies for all PATs, allowing you to control how long they're valid for. This allows you to give someone only the permissions they need for the amount of time that they need them. We're also introducing support for enterprise repository policies and custom enterprise properties. Enterprise repository policies, try saying that 10 times fast, that will enable granular governance of a repository's lifecycle across all of your organizations, including enterprise managed username repositories. Couple this with enterprise custom properties, and you'll be able to create new repositories that always meet your organization's standards. All right, yeah. The second big area that we are investing in is your ecosystem surrounding your enterprise. We know that GitHub doesn't operate alone. You have many different tools like identity providers and GitHub applications. And today, I'm pleased to announce that we have made generally available support for both SAML 2.0 and SCIM standards that GitHub now supports all identity providers that supports those standards. That's a lot of new identity providers, including custom ones. So as long as you support the standards, and we'll support it too. With this capability, you can bring your identity provider of choice to GitHub, giving you greater flexibility with regards to tooling and team management systems. We also know that you're spending a ton of time managing applications across your organizations. We want to save you that time. So we're introducing enterprise support for GitHub apps. With this, you'll be able to manage, all right. There you go, that's great. All my administrator friends, they're having a good time today. It's so many features. With enterprise support for GitHub apps, you'll be able to manage app installations in every organization from one place. And we're not just saving you time. With enterprise apps, you can streamline how you set policies, create standardized organizations, and more. Beyond identity providers and GitHub apps, we also know that your tool sets often use our APIs to facilitate seamless operations and enhance productivity. However, frequent or excessive API calls can impact the stability of GitHub's infrastructure, and as such, are subject to rate limits. But understanding why or what the cause was of the rate limit has been a consistent request. To help with this, we are launching a brand new API Insights dashboard. With this dashboard, administrators will be able to see what APIs are being used, by whom, and how many API calls are being made, giving you unprecedented insight into platform usage. With this dashboard, you'll be able to figure out who's doing what in your enterprise and go and help fix the problem. Yes. All right, our final major area of investment is in our enhanced billing system. A couple of months ago, we introduced an easier way for GitHub customers to only pay for what they use. Now, our goal is to make it easy for you to easily manage costs and understand your usage. First, we've added budgets and alerts to help keep your cost centers within spending limits. No longer will you be surprised by a high bill from a given cost center. You'll be able to set budgets and alerts for your enterprise, organizations, or repos, helping to control costs and staying informed of your budget utilization. Next, we've extended cost centers so that you can allocate spend to different Azure subscriptions, enabling you to track charges at different levels. If this team needs to be charged one way and this team needs to be charged by another one, we'll be able to support that through these cost center upgrades. And finally, we are giving you usage details at an extremely granular level. With usage reporting, you'll be able to fully see who or what is consuming enterprise licenses, Copilot licenses, actions minutes, code spaces minutes, in every slice and dice that you can imagine. With this level of granularity, you'll be able to tell exactly where your spend is going and who or what is spending it. Yeah. We are so excited for all of these features, and we hope that these will really delight you, my enterprise administrator friends. Many are available today, but keep an eye out for others over the coming months. Okay, that was a lot, and I know that many of you might have more questions. So please make sure that you're joining me and my fellow Hubbers at these sessions. Also, if you want to hear more about GitHub Enterprise Cloud with data residency from Holger and Zeiss, please go check out their talk. And if you have any follow-up questions specifically after this, we'd love to answer them. Holger and I will be at the Meet the Speaker space here in a few minutes to answer any other specific follow-up questions that you might have. Thanks for your time today, and I hope that you have a great universe.
Hi, my name is Ali Kanda. I lead the public certification program for GitHub. I'm joined by my colleagues from KPMG. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Christina Liberto. I'm an associate in KPMG's cyber threat management practice. I primarily help clients in the application security space, but I also help to lead our global GitHub certification effort. I'll pass it over to Jackie.
Hi, my name is Jackie Mack. I'm a manager in KPMG cybersecurity consulting practice. Most of my day is spent helping our largest clients secure the way they develop software. And so a lot of that these days is on the GitHub platform. And I'm excited to be here with you today, Ali.
All right. Well, thank you for joining me in this conversation. So as an organization, KPMG has made an investment into getting your professional services folks certified. So can you tell us why you undertook this initiative?
I think as a whole, KPMG's been on a pretty long journey of, GitHub as a platform and helping our clients with GitHub. And that investment came naturally over time. We had kind of an ad hoc program that started off because we started getting questions and challenges from clients about how they should adopt and implement the right features and the right services inside GitHub. We naturally found that this was an area that was growing and a very specific need that we need to get our professionals trained up on. We dived in, found a lot of the training and certification processes from GitHub very valuable, and went down this path of expanding that out from just a handful of professionals to broader teams now, because we found so much value in getting them certified and speaking the same language about what the best practices are inside GitHub as a platform, whether it's for foundations, administration, advanced security. And so now we have a lot of top-down buy-in and a lot of our leadership that's invested in this because they recognize the value of getting our team and professionals that are out there in the field trained up and speaking the same language about what the right thing is for the clients as they're migrating to or adopting and enhancing the way they use the GitHub platform.
All right. What steps did you take as an organization to get people trained and certified?
Yeah, so when we started, it was definitely more of an ad hoc kind of process like Jackie alluded to, where we would kind of pick people to get certified based on the need that we saw at the clients. But then as interest started to grow and people wanted to get certified in the GitHub space, we realized that we had to expand that and make it more accessible for more people. So we started then hosting boot camps in collaboration with our partners at GitHub, like you. And then from that point, anyone who attended the boot camps would get certified. And so we started to host boot camps throughout the year, maybe 1 or 2. And now, in present day, we're starting more of a global GitHub certification effort where we're expanding this to other countries, not just within the US. We've noticed there's a lot of interest and a lot of need for these folks to get certified just because they're at clients delivering this work. And so in collaboration with some of our partners in KPMG that oversee more broadly Microsoft, we're expanding this out. We're getting resources set up to get people the self-learning paths available, and then also working with people like you to get these global boot camps set up as well. And that's kind of the steps that we've taken, but it's definitely not one size fits all, I think, for every organization. That's going to look a little different.
All right. As someone who sees the feedback about certification, in my own experience, I know that there's no one size fits all when it comes to preparing for certification or learning. And you just mentioned some of the boot camps. So you're curious to get a sense within your organization, does it lean one way? Do you find some people like more hands-on, self-paced, some combination?
I'd say having, honestly, a variety of opportunities to learn, all of it's valuable to different people. Most of our folks are deployed out there in the field, and so they may not have the time to sit in a dedicated boot camp. So having the self-paced learning paths helps a lot, getting them exposure to and access to learning that they can take on their own time. And so that's been great for those folks. But then those dedicated sessions where they might be working with an instructor and have hands-on lab time, that's been incredibly helpful as well to have that feedback directly, be able to ask questions and get more hands-on context of whatever they're working on, whether it's foundations, actions, gas. That's been kind of our approach, making sure that it's available no matter what the avenue is to our folks, and we offer that as much as we can. So there's flexibility as they're trying to get upskilled and learn about how they can best take their path forward on learning with GitHub.
I'd be curious to get a sense. You've went down this effort, you have a formalized certification program. How is this benefiting your organization more broadly or your customers?
Internally, it's been fantastic in that it gives our folks a common language as they're working with clients. One of the challenges was that, we didn't have a lot of folks that could work with clients and speak the same language in terms of what the right thing is for the right client at the right time. And so what the formalized certification process has helped with is making sure that when we're deploying our folks out in the field and helping the client organizations out there, it's giving them the same tool set to work from. So we can expect the same quality of delivery at all these different clients. And then on the client side as well, these customer organizations, they now have an expert advisor in their back pocket that they can turn to. We are embedded with GitHub as a whole, and so we know what the latest and greatest is. We know what the leading practices are, and so that we can help them to the best of our ability. This program overall has just made sure that we can formalize and scale out how we deliver these services to the best of our ability. It's not just, hey, we have somebody that has some GitHub experience now. It's we have this pool of talent we can pull from to make sure that every time we're talking to a new client, helping them out for their unique situation or their unique challenge, we know what quality we're delivering to them, and we have the right talent to be able to help them out with that challenge.
So as individuals who have multiple certifications, what advice would you give to someone in the general public who's looking to obtain a GitHub certification?
Yeah, so I can speak from experience. I didn't go through any of the boot camps before I got certified, so I did a very self-learn path. The advice I would give to start out with the Microsoft Learn paths, I think those were super helpful for me just to hit on all the points that you would really need, especially for GitHub Advanced Security. That's the one that's coming to mind. Definitely, they have labs included in that Learn path, which I think were so beneficial because a lot of times you can't get that hands-on experience with the tool before maybe getting certified if you're not actively at a client or you're not using that tool every day. So I thought the labs in that Learn path was super helpful. And then also I used the GitHub documentation actually as kind of a secondary method after I'd gone through the modules. Looking at the documentation, I think there were a lot more specifics, about some of the tools. There's specifics about the configurations, what you can do. You can get a lot more into the weeds with it. And then from there, I honestly felt very prepared and the exam was very smooth sailing. I think both of those prepared me super well. Mm-hmm. I think if you do go through a boot camp though, that is also helpful kind of to what Jackie alluded to and how that prepares. So if you have access to it, I would say, start with the self-learn path, go through some of the documentation, and then if you can get in a boot camp, I would suggest that as well. But I'd love to hear what you would say on that, Jackie.
Yeah. I mean, I've also gone on the journey and gotten a couple of certifications myself. And the two bits of advice I would give is, number one, getting hands-on experience is so valuable. These certification and the learning that you have to do to be familiar with the concepts that they're teaching isn't something you can really just read up on and be an expert in. You really have to be familiar with the platform, the tooling, and all the different services that GitHub offers to make sure that you're getting the most out of the certification. It's not just a multiple choice test that you take once and you're an expert at. And so it's being hands-on, whether it's practicing some of it on your own time or using some of the provided lab material to make sure that you're getting the best experience. I'd say just getting some of that hands-on experience, for me, was very valuable. The other recommendation I'd give as well is to not go down the path on your own. There's so many resources out there and so many folks that can offer help, whether you're in a group setting like a boot camp, or just if you have a question as someone that's out there on your own trying to get a certification, there's open source communities and experts across the field that are out there willing to help. And so I'd say you can very easily get stuck on a question or not understand a concept. And so working with other folks that can give you some of that prior experience, some of those lessons learned as well, and hearing from people that are maybe out there already in the field doing stuff with GitHub, that's something that's been valuable for me as well.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking about our experience going down this path of certifications. We even work with partners like Zebia, InfoMagnus, Canaris, to do some of these boot camps. I'd be curious to get a sense from both of you. What advice would you give to organizations that may be just moving to GitHub, or maybe they've been on GitHub for a while? What advice would you give to them if they're trying to go through a path that you all went through of getting a lot of people certified and speaking that common language?
The advice that I would give would be to evaluate the need. Maybe not start super large and say, I want to get 100 of my employees skilled up on every single GitHub certification that they offer. Evaluate your business's needs and figure out, is there one that is most applicable to what we're doing on a day-to-day? I think you can get a good idea, get people interested, especially if it's something that's applicable to their everyday. That's what we found to be super helpful, like starting with GAS, especially in our cyber practice. And then from there, expanding it out to foundations and Copilot now and admin actions, whatever it might be. Don't overburden yourself with trying to get every single certification right out of the gate.
Yeah, I've definitely got a similar thought. Find the ones that are most impactful first. It may not make the most sense to get an application security engineer trained on actions to start off the gate, but maybe they take the advanced security certification first. The developers, maybe getting them trained up on foundations, administration, all those other certifications, and making sure that the path of going down is tailor-made for them and is actionable, something they can actually get value from. And then over time, I'd say getting buy-in from leadership. Once you prove out the value of, hey, we've got a couple of folks here that we've certified, and we've gotten a ton of value from that. The return has been immense. Now that they're better qualified to speak to and know the leading practices of how to use GitHub as a platform, we can show to leadership, hey, this is something that we should invest in. And then that's how you get buy-in to scale that across, maybe different business units, different practices, to actually get that holistic organizational approach. You can't really start from the top and say, hey, we haven't done any of these yet, but we need your buy-in as a leader. That conversation usually, doesn't go as well.
So you talked about buy-in and ROI. I'd be curious to know if either one of you could speak to a customer story or engagement in which going through this certification and training effort helped with that engagement.
We've been working with a client of ours for a very long time, many years now, and we've been helping them provide application security services. And over time, they've pivoted to GitHub as a platform and adopted a lot of the GitHub Advanced Security services and products as part of that. As they started implementing, turning on more of the features, we can be there on their side saying, hey, here's what we've seen at other clients, here's what works the best, and for that client specifically, we saw a drastic reduction of vulnerabilities, of risks, things like secrets that were detected. Initially, when they first started on the journey with GitHub Advanced Security, there were tens of thousands of findings of active secrets. By training our team up and giving them an understanding of what it means to secure software through GitHub as a platform, they were empowered to go out there and work with their clients, implement some of those leading practices, and get that number down significantly. fleshing that out and making sure that each of our professionals, as they're working with those clients, whether it's in security or another part of the GitHub platform, it's been incredibly helpful and has been impactful for improving the way we deliver it to our clients, because they are on GitHub as a platform, all the developers are, and so now we can help them where they're at.
I'm thinking of another client that we helped out, specifically on GitHub Advanced Security, and our entire team at that point was trained up. We all had our GAS certifications, and when we went in, we did a survey, and I think all the developers at that client specifically did not know what the tool was, did not know how to use it. So our goal when we went in there was to increase their maturity of adoption of GAS. And by being GAS certified, we were able to go in and say, well, there's all these features that you could turn on, but which features are going to make the most sense for this organization, which are going to be the least amount of effort for you to do and reduce the most amount of risk in your environment. I think that was the biggest value add, was having those features top of mind, being able to go in and diagnose basically their environment and say, this is what you need to do. Here's a roadmap for when and how you should do this. And I think without being certified, we really wouldn't have that top of mind and be able to speak to that so readily. So I definitely think that was the biggest value add to being certified.
We've all been engaging in some very cool conversations around well-architected framework and AI. I'd be curious to get a sense, as some of you are going through the Copilot beta certification now, which will be publicly released soon. Be curious to get a sense of how well-architected framework, Copilot, these AI initiatives, how this will play into your organization's strategy going forward as you look to educate your workforce on some of these cool initiatives that we have going.
I think it's inevitable that whether it's in cyber or any other space, that AI is going to be a part of our work and how we deliver to clients. So I think the biggest value add for these certifications, like for Copilot, and it's kind of to what Jackie has alluded to previously, it's making sure that our professionals are able to speak the language, use the tool, and be prepared to go deliver this kind of work, or even use the tool in a client environment and better able to guide the clients. And I think with certifications like Copilot, it evaluates our readiness to do so, and having a whole bucket of certified folks to go to the client and deliver that work. I think the certifications are so valuable with that.
Yeah, obviously the conversation changes each and every day with AI and artificial intelligence. It's growing. The great thing about the Copilot certification and the training and education that we're able to do there is that it's not siloed. AI as a concept in that conversation goes across different areas. And so as security professionals, we're talking about AI. We're working with our clients about how to leverage Copilot and some of the new features that are coming out to, at scale, automate the reduction of risk, generate some auto fixes for their vulnerabilities. It's not like Copilot is a platform, a tool that is specific to another team. We're talking to our security folks, our cybersecurity consultants, about how we can make sure that they're trained upon that as they're working with clients, making sure that they have that language, to Christina's point, that they can speak, to make sure that they're best qualified to work with them to implement these new features that are coming out, because it's inevitable. It is coming at a very fast pace, and so getting trained up on it, and especially getting certified in it, shows to our clients, hey, we are experts in this area, we are there as your advisor, and we know what we can help you with. That's been incredibly valuable, and very excited for more folks to get hands-on with the Copilot certification.
All right. You both have gotten certified, you went through the training, you MS Learn, Docs. What would you say is something that you didn't expect in the learning process that you found interesting or you were surprised to see as you went through that journey?
I think for me, the biggest thing that I wasn't, expecting was how much having experience with GitHub really helped. Not to get into another recommendation, but really starting with foundations and getting familiar with the entire platform as a whole before you're kind of delving into these specific features. I think that's something that I wasn't expecting, but that I definitely found helped my learning journey, because I had experience working with GitHub before, coming from more of a developer background and being able to know my way around first. I thought that was super helpful and I wasn't expecting it. So I think familiarizing yourself again with GitHub as a platform first is something that I would recommend, really.
I think for me, what surprised me was how valuable the entire suite of training and certification was. My background is in application security and cybersecurity, and so I thought the only valuable certification for me was the advanced security one. And it was incredibly valuable. But I looked left and looked right, and I saw there's foundations, admin, Actions, all these other certifications out there, there was a lot of value in taking those as well to familiarize myself with, okay, now that I've deep dived into security and the features of advanced security from GitHub, let me look at the platform as a whole. And I found a lot of things that I didn't know were there inside the platform. And going through some of that training, going through some of those certifications has helped me be better well-spoken about those concepts now. I can go to clients, and even though I'm not maybe the experts in some of those areas, I know the language, and I can direct them in the right place. It really rounded out my skill set. So that was incredibly valuable to me.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank both Jackie and Christina for joining me in this conversation. It's been a pleasure working with you through your certification effort. And for those of you who would like to learn more about the GitHub certification program, you can go to github.com/resources. Thank you both again. I'm looking forward to working with you on the next certification effort.
Thank you.
I'm so happy that you want to know more about open source funding. There is so much power and promise in the hands of maintainers who run OSS projects. Funding can unlock the innovations of tomorrow that are being written today. I'm Anwan Simmons, an engineering manager at GitHub. So why should we care about open source funding? Well, funding open source supports an ecosystem of developers who can make code contributions no matter where they live in the world. Now, these projects incur various costs, and funding can help them keep going. And by continuing to exist, open source can grow in a secure and scalable way. With ongoing funding, these projects can expand the impact they have on the world. Despite the power of open source software, there are common challenges in gaining funding. First, it can be hard to be seen in the sea of projects and repositories that are available to funders. And if you do manage to break through, communicating the value of your work can be tough. There's also a large number of other projects that are going after the same financial support that you're seeking. Despite these challenges, there have been some inspirational success stories about open source funding. I want to highlight 3 open source maintainers who have found this success. First, there's Evan Yu, the developer of Vue.js, Kelvin Tegler, the founder of Lime Networks, and Caleb Porzio, the creator of Laravel Livewire. They have all earned more than $1 million on GitHub sponsors. I asked each of them to share insights into their success. Let's hear what they have to say.
Hey everyone at GitHub Universe. I'm here to answer some questions today about my GitHub sponsors profile. One of the questions was if I could pick one thing that has contributed to my open source funding, to my success gaining funding, what would it be? And I like answering that question because I got it before at a couple of events that I spoke at. I think the most important thing that everyone that's watching right now has to remember is that there's a lot of value in what you do, even if it's open source contributions. And you should value yourself enough to ask for money, to ask for financial compensation in some way. There's a barrier where a lot of people, especially when they think about sponsorships, kind of feel like it's some form of digital panhandling. That's a feeling I had at the very start too. I think it's important to get over that. I think it's important to step over that first barrier of thinking of it as digital panhandling and thinking of it much more as I am providing value to people and people are very willing to pay for the value that I am bringing to them. Another question was what advice I would give to people who are just starting and looking for funding. Ask your community, get involved in your community as much as possible. My first thing that I did with my GitHub sponsors profile was setting up a small link on my Twitter profile, back when Twitter was still very popular. And it just said like, hey, get me a cup of coffee if you enjoyed any of my content. Get me a cup of coffee if you used my PowerShell scripts or one of the tools I created or these kind of things. And that's kind of how my sponsorship got started. It was very small amounts over a pretty long period of time. So, and the last question was what my plans would be for future funding and how do I plan to grow or maintain my current level of funding. And that's always a difficult question for a dev, because honestly, I'm not truly a dev. I am a scripter. I am a scripter that tends to also dabble in a little bit of JavaScript and a little bit of PowerShell and these kind of things. So calling myself a dev fully is a bit of a stretch. But if I would be thinking as a dev, I would say that the only way to grow and maintain the current level of funding that I already achieved, or just in general, like plan for the future, is to make sure I keep producing content that I actually enjoy making. The moment you're not enjoying what you're doing, people notice and people are less prone to want to help you grow. And that's not just in the financial sense. A lot of the sponsors that I've achieved on my GitHub sponsors profile actually are also contributors to the software that I make. They just go like, okay, I want to financially compensate you for the help you've given me next to helping you out with other stuff. So I think my plan for the future, my personal plan, is to make sure I keep doing what I love and by that automatically grow. I'm not chasing some SaaS growth like, oh, we need to grow 1,000% by end of the year. I just really want to keep doing what I like doing. And I hope that everyone that's watching this presentation understand that, especially in sponsorships, it's all about our community as developers. It's all about the people. And as long as you're enjoying what you're doing, and as long as you feel like you're bringing value to people, growth will follow on its own. I think that were all the questions. And if you have any questions to me directly, hit me up on Twitter or send me an email, talk to me on GitHub, and I hope to see you all soon. Bye.
Hey, GitHub Universe, Caleb Porzio here. Couple quick things. What is the thing that has most contributed to my success in open source funding? And it's basically finding this balance between building up goodwill in the community by providing things of value, software, help to people in the community, and then cashing in on some of that goodwill by selling people products. And this is the sort of two-step equation to funding my open source or becoming an independent open source funded person. This is the businessy stuff, sales, marketing, and whatever. Fortunate for me, I like that just as much as I like programming, so it works. It's all kind of an adventure to me. But if you don't like the business stuff, that avenue's probably not for you. So if you're looking to fund your open source, I think the biggest thing is to evaluate, do you like businessy stuff? Do you have entrepreneurial ambitions? If you do, great. You have a big opportunity. If you don't, then I'd say go find a job at a company who's willing to pay you to work on your open source. So many companies are willing to do this, either half-time or even full-time. So it's really important to have relationships with the companies using your tools. And you do that on Discord, you do that on GitHub, you do that at conferences. It's hugely important, and that's a totally other valid path that if you're not into the business stuff, take that path. So those are kind of the two paths that I see it. So it's important to evaluate what life you want to live and what challenges you want to undertake. And if you want to undertake the business stuff, create a business around your open source by charging for stuff. So what are my plans for the future funding? Am I trying to grow my funding? Of course. I took the business path. I love the open source side. I love programming. I love helping people. I love building cool things and putting it out into the universe. I also get jazzed up by product development, product marketing, branding, things like that. So my plan is to just keep doing that. I'm just going to keep doing what I've always done, which is building things and I don't know, seeing where it takes me. So hope that helped. Hope there's a nugget in there for you. I'll be seeing you.
Thanks, Evan, Kelvin, and Caleb. Let's take a closer look at their funding profiles and see the common elements they share. Here's Evan's funding profile. Notice that he tells potential sponsors exactly who they're supporting. He also provides multiple tiers so that sponsors can get in at the level that works for them. He also provides a link to his own project sites. Now, GitHub is amazing, but you want to provide a way for sponsors to get to your project site so that you can fully explain its value. Here's Kelvin's profile. Notice that he clearly defines who's being funded. He offers multiple tiers. Are we seeing a pattern? There's links to Kelvin's project site, which lets people know where to go to get more information. And here's Caleb's site. Again, clear definition of who's being funded, multiple tiers, links to the project site, but there's one thing that Caleb does that you don't see in Evan and Kelvin's profiles, and that is the ability to actually purchase digital assets. And that is a key part of Caleb's success in open source funding. Thanks for coming to this sandbox session. Please leave feedback so that we can learn how to make Universe even better. Thank you.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
In India, if you leave the urban region, a lot of these areas are extremely remote, over broken roads and very hilly areas. It's very difficult for anybody to get quality healthcare. OHC stands for Open Healthcare Network. We're a team of enthusiastic developers and contributors committed to building open technology, especially in the healthcare domain. When we started out, Open Healthcare Network was a small effort catering to one district within a state. And today we are covering 23% of the districts in the country.
The ratio of number of doctors and nurses in India is not comparable to the actual number of people who's required. The more time we are able to save, that's the time they can spend with the patient.
We solve for the dearth of specialists by providing tele-ICU service along with a digitized mechanism to refer the patient if needed to the urban centers. Today, they are able to access services that was never available to them before. OHC built Care, which is our open source flagship product. It provides a very easy to use, easy to deploy capacity and patient management module. Then on top of that, we have layered more advanced functionalities like telemedicine, tele-ICU. So that allows for improving access across geographies.
This is the only solution that is out there right now to cater to these remote places. That brings healthcare to their doorstep.
We identify hospitals and connect them to the closest care center. Once the patient is admitted, their digital patient records will be maintained by the hospital in the care software. We also have camera integration, which means there are high-resolution cameras in the ICUs that are linked to the software. We've also worked on medical device integration. And we also have a module that allows doctors and nurses to communicate and collaborate. The doctors or the specialists get a complete picture of how the patient is doing. And if the doctors feel that they need to be moved to the hub, then they have a referral system through the software that tracks the journey of the patient. Early on, we were very fortunate to have active participation from healthcare professionals. They're the ones telling us what to build, how to build, and that is built into the foundation of care.
Now you see that code being translated into touching a patient's life, touching a family's life.
Technology assisting physicians, not replacing, lessen the overburdened physicians. In a vast country like India, we work together and we excel together.
The engineer showed me how I can contribute on GitHub. I am writing the special issue of I need this button there so that I can have better accessibility of shifting a patient. I see another engineer taking it up. Within 1 week, I see a link to the finished product. That is when I really saw the magic.
We have more than 400 people contribute from around the world, and they actually understand the value of open source. The developers were very interested. They were like, okay, there is a request from a doctor. We have to go solve it for him. Then they go pick up the issue. They actually go and build it.
We have seen the quality of code improve immensely with Copilot. So it's almost like everybody's gotten their own personal assistant.
I just have to say what I want in a few comments, and it's able to write out the entire thing for me. It's like another human helping me out. Having everything in open source from day one actually improved the trust.
When OHC came in, suddenly I realized that the small decision I make, the small issue that I file, now it's impacting millions. Every time I think about it, I get goosebumps, like my hair stands up.
I'm not doing the miracles, but I'm just giving some tips of life-sustaining techniques that's driving me and our team more and more. This healthcare transformation created a very significant positive impact to every citizen of India.
Having trouble with your latest invention? Tentacles tied up with tedious tasks? Well, then let me introduce you to Hubot, your very own customizable robot assistant. Move over, Britannica. There's no greater encyclopedia than Hubot, who comes preloaded with all known scientific data. And for things not yet known, Hubot's space-age learning algorithms adapt on the fly, sharing new solutions across the entire Hubot platform, giving you that extra something to get your projects polished and your issues ironed out. Become your best you by taking your one and making it two with Hubot.
Welcome back, Mona. Hug acknowledged.
Welcome to Buenos Aires, Argentina, a land of mate, great steak, and a side kiss hello. I'm into it. A digital revolution has occurred here in South America over the last decade, bringing convenience powered by technical innovation to daily life. And Mercado Libre has been leading the charge. Mercado Libre hosts the largest online commerce and payments ecosystem in Latin America. From fast home delivery and online marketplaces to secure payment tools for small businesses and individuals, Mercado Libre touches the lives of nearly 200 million Latin Americans every day. With 10,000 developers building the software that powers all of these customer experiences, GitHub's platform is a critical part of Mercado Libre's operations. And now, with GitHub Copilot, their developers can work faster and smarter than ever. Okay, let's grab an empanada and learn how GitHub makes this all possible.
Hola, I'm Sebastian Barrios. I'm Vice President of Technology at Mercado Libre. Mercado Libre operates in 18 different countries. We have hundreds of millions of users served by one of the largest tech teams on the planet, 14,000 technology experts, 10,000 of which are active developers writing code using GitHub every day. Mercado Libre's mission is to democratize commerce and access to financial systems. And we do this through our entire development of advanced technologies, helping our users live better lives. Latin America has a lot of different challenges to the rest of the world. So as Mercado Libre was growing its marketplace and e-commerce operations, one of the great barriers to growing the business was that people didn't have bank accounts, they didn't have credit cards or any way to transact electronically. And that's how Mercado Pago was born, in order to fulfill that need and to help a lot of Latin Americans get their first accounts, to be able to move money online, to start saving and paying for services and paying each other, to people that are sending money between family members whenever they're not able to do it in person, and has been very transformational for a lot of people. The way our platform is built and operated starts with GitHub. All the code lives there. All the interactions between our developers happens inside GitHub. So it's an amazing tool for us to really propel our teams forward.
Hola, my name is Lucia Brizuela. I'm a Senior Technical Director at Mercado Libre. In Mercado Libre, we build our own platform that is built on top of GitHub. The user interface is really friendly for our developers to share code, and also using GitHub Advanced Security, we make sure that every line of code is secure and ready to go to production. You don't need a degree to start a career as a technical developer in Mercado Libre. We invest the first 2 months making sure that they learn how to use technology and how to solve problems in a Mercado Libre way.
Mercado Libre is always looking for innovative tools to bring new solutions to its customers. One of these tools gaining interest from the team is GitHub Copilot. But what is GitHub Copilot? Well, great question, because this has us pretty excited.
I've been using GitHub Copilot on my personal projects, and I have definitely felt improvements of around 50% in iteration time. And we're excited when I think of how we could scale this up to the entire team. The process of getting started with GitHub Copilot is extremely simple. Just one checkbox on your IDE. After that, writing your first comment and then having the autocomplete system write the entire script for me was quite an amazing experience.
To show how much time it can save developers, we wanted to let a few of Mercado Libre's developers try it for the first time and capture it on camera.
It's actually completing the code that I'm writing right now.
It's so fast, it's so clear and so easy to use.
Good code.
Mira, la completa acá.
Acá también está el método completo. It takes all the parameters that it already requires.
Oh, really? Yes.
Yeah. It even takes the code that exists from other methods.
Wow.
Yeah, it's quite awesome, this.
Okay, it inferred the parameter function just from the comments reading. Yeah, nice.
It's really fast. It's like reading my mind.
It even recommends the variable names. I don't have to think that.
It's magical.
It's not magic, it's more like a large language model trained on a gazillion lines of code that understands and generates suggestions based on what developers want to do. But hey, we like that. GitHub Copilot. It's magic.
Myself and the entire team are extremely passionate about the work we do because we see it impacting the lives of the people around us. It really drives home the notion that we're not just working on random technology, but we're working on exciting problems that are having real impacts in people's lives. That's something that we really care about.
One of those small businesses that's made possible thanks to Mercado Libre's payment tools is Coffee Bike Rufus, a twist on the local coffee shop.
Soy adicto al café y soy fanático de las bicis. Así que hace unos 2 años atrás comencé con la idea de poder vender este café especial en la calle en una bicicleta. Después de la pandemia, la gente se acostumbró a no usar tanto dinero en efectivo. Entonces, hoy el 70% de las ventas que tengo son por medios digitales. Si no fuera Mercado Pago, las perdería.
Thanks in part to GitHub, Mercado Libre will continue their mission of delivering compelling technological and commercial solutions to consumers and businesses in Latin America. And this makes us really proud. Thanks, Mercado Libre, for your warm hospitality. Oh, right, sorry, forgot about the side kiss. Okay, see you next time.
Please welcome Shuyin Zhao.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so excited to be here today to share the latest of GitHub Copilot and to show you how it's revolutionizing the software development and paving the way for a future with 1 billion developers. Whether you are a team lead, a developer, or someone steering a ship at a big enterprise, you are going to walk away from today's session knowing there is so much more to Copilot than you might realize, and why GitHub Copilot is the developer tool of choices for many years to come. Today, AI Assistant has already become a must-have in every developer's toolkit. So much like how today's youth cannot imagine life without smartphones, developer is finding AI Assistant as indispensable as their keyboard. Proficiency in AI tools will become a core competency, as natural as mastering a programming languages. And the GitHub Copilot has much to do with this industry-wide shift. In just a little over 2 years since our initial launch, we become the most widely adopted AI coding assistant, used by millions of developers and over 77,000 organizations, including more than 1 in 3 Fortune 500 companies, up 180% year over year. In Gartner's first Magic Quadrant for AI Coding Assistant, published just this August, we are being placed at the very top of Leaders Quadrant, rated the highest for our product vision and ability to execute. And our team are super proud of this recognition and achievement. And here, I want to thank you, our users and customers, for your trust and support, and for being with us on this journey. Well, being named a leader also brings with it greater responsibility for us to continue innovating, advancing even faster than before. So as a product leaders behind Copilot, we constantly ask ourselves, what's the next generation of coding system be like? How do we evolve Copilot to serve the need of AI native developers? We are approaching this from 3 dimensions. Number 1, top quality of assistance and exceptional editor experiences for every developers. Number 2, customized and trusted experiences for our organization customers. Number 3, integrate with GitHub to extend Copilot Assistant to the entire software development lifecycle. Let's dive in the first dimension. GitHub Copilot starts with the ghost tags auto-completion, and that is our bread and butter experiences. Providing consistent top quality suggestions is why developers love us. And this is something the team here is constantly pushing for advancement, small and big. On the modeling side, instead of using a generalist large language models, we're fine-tuning code-specific one, focusing on developer scenarios and coding tasks. So with this code-specific model, we aim to provide higher quality of suggestions across a wider range of programming languages, most up-to-date software framework, and even specialized domains like gaming development. In the coming month, we will be launching these models into Copilot, starting with the .NET improvement. So as shown in the screen, the Copilot suggests a modern .NET patterns for an Aspire app instead of an older pattern. We have also been improving prompt engineering to make a Copilot more context-aware, extending beyond just your neighboring tab to encompass a more holistic view of your entire project and code base. One of our recent improvements is to integrate with C++ language services in VS and VS Code. So as shown in the video, even though the header file is not opened in the editor, but Copilot is still able to suggest accurate existing utility function because the header file is automatically included in the context. So alongside of providing the top quality of suggestions, the team here is also building new features to up-level the overall editor experiences, helping developers navigate more efficiently and make the most out of it. So let's welcome Harold on the stage to share what's new in Copilot for VS Code.
Hello, Universe, and thank you, Shoyin. Welcome to my exclusive insider's tour of the brand new GitHub Copilot features in VS Code. I've been using them for my daily development, and I can't wait for you to try them out. First, I wanted to talk about models. We have this new model picker, and this Copilot always had multiple models under the hood. When would you want to pick a different model? When your task demands it. O1, for example, is our most advanced model. It should be your pick for complicated tasks. Let's give it a complicated task then. Let's build a working chess game from scratch, rendered in 3D. When writing prompts for O1, be specific and clear to help its planning. Now O1 reasons through my requirements, taking its sweet time, but then it generates the full game in one go. And remarkably, once we run this, the game works. With a nice take on artistic rendering, let's add some polish. The board and pieces look a bit too flat and need some shadows. This time, I will use the default model, GPT-4o. While O1 could do this task, quick code iterations are for GPT-4 and it handles it with ease. And my updated code streams in, it's a few lines of change to enable shadows, and we're done. A beautiful working game in minutes, thanks to Copilot. Building a game from scratch is a fun demo, and 3D chess is a big step up from a snake game. But let's step out of demo land into the familiar world of day-to-day development. My project is a community website for tracking marathon results. It started as a boilerplate swell kit project, but like most development work, it has evolved into something distinct with its own particular style and conventions. Copilot has always been fantastic at handling boilerplate code, but now, with custom instructions, I can tailor to my specific code bases. The instructions file in this repo give Copilot guidance in every chat conversation, helping it deliver more relevant results on the first try. And this minimizes the need for corrections and keeps me productive and focused on development. And as expected with VS Code, I can further personalize instructions with fine-grained settings. This is a great starting point to tweak my own Copilot experience across projects. So, with instructions in place, let's implement a leaderboard to show the fastest marathon runners. And Copilot Edits is our new tool for large changes across multiple files. I give it the code it needs, my open files, and tell it what I want. A leaderboard, page, and a link. Now, Copilot plans out all required changes including the 2 new files for the page. Meanwhile, I can start reviewing a stiff stream into my editor, but only when I hit save, Copilot touches the actual files. And allowing Copilot to save changes automatically is my choice, as I love to verify results in live updated previews. And that worked like charm. Just one prompt to get a working leaderboard that I can keep iterating on. Let's see. The distance needs some fixing, and I'm curious if adding the race count makes this feel more like a leaderboard. And if this edit doesn't look right, I can easily go back. Changes are limited to files in the working set and tracked for each turn until I accept them. This keeps me in control, and I can iterate on changes with confidence. Now that's the leaderboard I wanted. Accept and done. Copilot Edits is ready for you to try out now in VS Code. So give it a spin for your next big coding task. Now that we've seen how to make the different edits, let's quickly tidy up with Copilot commands. Developers love them for solving common tasks like fixing errors, writing tests, or drafting commit messages in one click or one prompt. I want to demo a new command that can fix my failing test case, which prevents me from updating a new sponsoring form. VS Code's Test Explorer shows it as a quick Sparkle action, and watch it working step by step. It analyzes the code to pinpoint the root cause. It applies a fix in my mock data afterwards, and then I can rerun the tests to verify just how I would have done it, but a lot faster and easier. But what if I want to go beyond our built-in commands? VS Code's powerful extension ecosystem is what makes it truly adaptable. And now, here's a glance at the first extensions in VS Code's marketplace that integrate with Copilot. Let's try one of my team's explorations, an AI-generated diagram system powered by Mermaid.js and Copilot. When I run its chat command on my database schema, it's using VS Code's tools to gather code and then generate a diagram of database relationships, which I find much easier to understand than the schema. And because it's a VS Code extension, it can contribute new views like this visual outline. This makes me excited to see more Copilot-powered features coming to the existing Mermaid chart VS Code extension. And I'd love to see how you extend Copilot on your own, into your own or your team's workflows. And as you will see in a minute, this is just one of many customization layers in the GitHub Copilot platform. And that wraps up my insider's tour of new Copilot workflows in VS Code. And everything is available now in today's release. Powerful model choices to iterate from, iterate fast and seamless with multi-file editing, and speed up more tasks with slash commands, and add new ones with Copilot-powered VS Code extension. For a deeper dive on our many new features, improvements, experiments, and more, we got some more sessions coming up. Happy, smarter coding.
Wow, thank you, Harold. Such amazing lineup of features, choosing from multimodal, OpenAI, Anthropic, and Gemini, and Copilot Edit with multi-file. So exciting. And there is more. For the first time since the initial Copilot launch, we're adding a new IDE extension to the Copilot family. I'm thrilled to announce the public preview of Copilot for Xcode. Bring the power of Copilot to millions of developers building applications across Apple ecosystem. All Copilot users, individual, business, and enterprise can get access to it today. Just follow the Getting Started guide in this public repo. We cannot wait to hear from your feedback. While we strive to provide every developers with top quality assistant and exceptional IDE experiences, for organizations looking at leveraging AI to accelerate business outcome and innovations, we're also dedicated to helping you to solving unique set of challenges and expanding Copilot assistance for your development teams. Each organization has its own unique context, knowledge, and code base. Having the flexibility to tailor Copilot to this specific organization need is very crucial. And one way of doing that is through the fine-tuned models, where Copilot suggestions is tailored to your code base. Last month, we announced the public preview of fine-tuned models. Today, there is already a diverse range of customers across multiple industries benefiting from it. So let's see how it works in action. As an org admin, you simply choose the set of repos and files to kick off the training process. Behind the scenes, we're leveraging the state-of-the-art LoRa fine-tuning method to only adjust the most critical parameter of the model to keep the whole process faster, affordable, and highly effective. So this means you, the customers, don't have to be a machine learning expert to use this feature. You simply point us to your directories, and we take care of the rest. So as users, we automatically connect you to the fine-tuned model. So the code suggestion you get, it will be tailored to your code-based internal API, libraries, even coding guidelines, and specialized languages. So the fine-tuned models is already available in public preview for Copilot Enterprise customers. So you can talk to your sales representative or join the waitlist. The fine-tuned models is one way for us to customize the Copilot experiences. Another way is through the Copilot extensions. So last month, we announced the public preview of Copilot extensions. And today, at the GitHub Marketplace, we have over 20 Copilot extensions from your favorite third-party developer tools and services like JFrog, Atlassian, DataStax, and many more. So let's walk through a few Copilot extensions examples to show you how seamlessly the Copilot extension integrate with Copilot to keep developers in the flow. So many of our customers, they are using Atlassian. So the Atlassian Bravo extensions enable developers to directly query your Jira issues and pulling the best practice and documentations from Confluence without ever leaving the IDE, keeping developers in the flow, meaning productivity boost. The DataStax extensions enable developers to manage your database with natural language. No more memorizing the hard query syntax. Not only you could retrieve information using natural language, but you can also use natural language to update, write, create tables or databases right from the Copilot chat. So these examples are all public extensions available today at the GitHub Marketplace across VS, VS Code, JetBrains, Dohmke, GitHub Mobile for everyone to use. For organizations who has your internal workflow, internal tooling system, you can always develop private extensions that's only visible and available to your own development teams. So let's welcome GP from Adobe to share their experiences with private extensions.
Hello, everyone. My name is GP, and I work on our developer platform team at Adobe. So who are we? I don't think I need to tell anyone about Adobe. Adobe has been shipping world-changing products since even before I was born. Our developer platform team, though, slightly less known than some of our products. So what we do is we build the platform that you don't see. that helps make all of the products you see possible. So we do all the compute, CI/CD, observability, AI coding assistance, developer insights, developer culture, all of that good stuff. So as the developer platform team, we obviously care very, very deeply about our developers' happiness and productivity. And we think about it along 3 different dimensions. The first one is cognitive load. We want to make sure that our developers have very little extraneous cognitive load so that they can use their entire mental capacity on solving meaningful problems and not dealing with uninteresting complexity. The second piece is flow state. We want to get our developers in flow state and keep them in flow state for a very long time. And the third one is feedback loops. We want to create really fast, tight feedback loops so that our developers can get more iterations in the same amount of time. So I don't know if anyone has mentioned this at this conference yet, but there's this AI thing called GitHub Copilot. And it turns out AI coding assistants like Copilot really help with all 3 of these things. So our team at Adobe started rolling this out last year, long before I joined, and our developers really seem to like it. So we have a 34 NPS, which is in that great category. We don't force our developers to use any of these tools, and we've gotten to 55% adoption rate for our 13,000 developers. And just to get a sense of the volume, we accept around 70,000 lines of code per day from GitHub Copilot now. So for those of you who have worked with this, you know that these AI coding assistants are great at public data because they are powered by large language models that are trained on public data. So if you ask it questions about like generic Python or Java or Docker, they're really helpful. However, when you start to ask it questions about things that are private, whether it's proprietary technology, internal SDKs, internal policies like your data classification and handling standards and all those things, they don't really perform too well. So in addition to having these AI coding assistants, you need an augmentation strategy. And our augmentation strategy at Adobe is called Adobe Developer Assistant, or ADA. We actually named it after Ada Lovelace. We thought it'd be really poetic to have like an AI assistant that developers use that's named after the first programmer. So this is what we're trying to do with Ada. On the left-hand side, we have our developers. And the GitHub design team assured me that that icon represents developers. And on the right-hand side, we have all this complexity of the Adobeverse that our developers have to navigate. So what we're trying to do with Ada is take all this uninteresting complexity and provide this really simple natural language AI interface around it so that our developers can spend their time and energy on doing the most meaningful things. And we have a demo next. Oh, here it is. So I'm asking GitHub Copilot a very Adobe-specific question. How do I set up east-west communication in Ethos? Ethos is our compute platform, and it says, sorry, I can't assist with that. And then I just mention Ada and say, ask the same question. And then the request goes to Ada. It's set up as an AI agent, and it invokes the right kind of tool, and it gives you the information right in your IDE on how to set up east-west communication. The second example is IMSlib. So IMSlib is our SDK for integrating with our identity system. So over here, it gives you all the different steps to how to install the package, how to run the code, and all the same like insertions and everything, the same thing just works. And the last piece over here, it doesn't have to be like super complex and like just related to coding. Even simple things like, hey, I'm new here, like how do I get started? You can start to really create these experiences for your developers right in the IDE so that they can stay in flow state. You give them these fast feedback loops, and you minimize this extraneous cognitive load. So thank you, everyone. I will hand it back to Shuai-Jin.
Thank you, JP, for sharing Adobe's experiences. So for builders who are looking to build Copilot extensions, whether it's private or public. We hope today's example could inspire what you could do. So to get started, going to this website to access the Builder's Toolkit, including samples, tutorials, and documentations. We cannot wait to see what you create as we're approaching our GA in early 2025. And be sure to check out our 3:30 workshop sessions on building Copilot extension. Where we're building capabilities to help organizations to customize the Copilot experiences. Copilot is also here to help with tedious but mission-critical tasks, like modernizing your code base to stay competitive. If you have gone through a similar project like this before, you know it could be very time-consuming and expensive. So today, we are announcing the technical preview of Copilot Upgrade Assistant for Java. This assistant uses a multi-agent agentic framework to upgrade your Java applications. It analyzes your project, propose an upgrade plan, including dealing with the dependency like Spring Boot and JUnit. And through this upgrade process, it automatically transforms your code and fixes the issues using a build, fix, iterate dynamic loop. It also has the human-in-the-loop approach for developers to address errors and making fixes. And best yet, Copilot is learning from these fixes on the fly and apply them to the remainder upgrade task. So at every step, you stay in control. You can review the file changes, commit the diffs, the logs, the output, or even a summary of file changes, dependency changes. And once you have validated all these changes, Copilot can also help you to create a pull request. And this is really an early preview for Copilot using an agentic workflow framework to help with long-running and more complicated tasks. And there is more to come, so stay tuned. For every organization, safety, security, and privacy are paramount. And we have made it central to our approach with building Copilot. Since our very first initial launch, we implemented the built-in filters to protect the Copilot suggestions from security vulnerability, harmful content, or personal information leaking. And since then, we have been making constant improvement. To further strengthen our offering for security and security-conscious organizations, we have recently implemented the content exclusion features to exclude sensitive files from being accessed by Copilot. So admins can set it up with just a few simple steps, and users will get an in-editor notification whenever it's being triggered. To better protect the IP, last month, we announced the general availability of code referencing features for both chat and code completion. So when Copilot suggests more than 150 characters of matching public code, you will get an in-editor notification and shows you the matching code, the file URL where it's being found, and also the licensing information from relevant repos, if there is any. So this added layer of transparency is helping developers making more informed decisions and helping organizations to innovate more responsibly with the help of Copilot. While developing Copilot functionality, solving organizations' customer challenge is crucial. It's equally important for us to help our customers to better adopt Copilot and maximize its benefit. For that, we're taking a multi-pronged approach. First is with the Copilot Metrics API. Not only we enhance that with more feature coverage, but also we'll be introducing individual user-level engagement metrics to help you quickly identify your champion power users and doing more targeted push for your organization. And second, we're going to be releasing an in-product Copilot engagement dashboard to help customers to quickly visualize how your development teams is using and engaging with Copilot. And the third is the direct access to event level of Copilot usage data set. So for those customers wanting full flexibility and customization, you can even combine that with your existing DevOps metrics for you to quickly develop insight that matters to you and your organization. Last but not least, we're also going to increase our guidance on how to use Copilot to improve engineering system-level outcomes, developer happiness, velocity, code quality, and business outcome. So stay tuned as we share more details in the coming month. In our quest to evolve Copilot to serve the need of AI-native developers, we firmly believe AI should benefit the entire software development lifecycle. For that, we have extended Copilot from the inner loop inside the editor only to outer loop with key workflows on GitHub, the platform loved by over 100 million developers to build, secure, and deploy software. So let's welcome Samina on the stage to talk about what's new with Copilot in GitHub.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Shuyin. My name is Simina, and I'm a Senior Director of Product here at GitHub. And I'm so excited to show you today how you can supercharge your existing workflows on GitHub using Copilot. Last year at Universe, we brought Copilot right into the GitHub platform. This not only gave access users to Copilot chat in github.com, but it also infused Copilot with a deep understanding of your repositories and organizational knowledge. That was only the beginning, the first step of helping developers with Copilot across the SDLC. Since then, GitHub Copilot has improved to understand the essential context that you and your teams use, from pull requests to commits, issues, discussion, releases, files, repositories, and even common support scenarios and GitHub's documentation. This context only lives on GitHub, and only Copilot has it at its fingertips. So if you are a Copilot user, regardless of your plan, you can use this rich context, whether you're chatting with Copilot in VS Code, Visual Studio, or on GitHub, and even in the GitHub mobile app. And in case you missed it, Copilot chat on github.com, and most of the new capabilities you are about to see are also available to Copilot individual and Copilot business users today. Today, I will show you how your core workflows can get even better with GitHub Copilot, empowering you to ship better quality code, faster, and focus on what matters most for you, delivering value to your customers. So let's start from the beginning. Have you had one of those long issues or long discussions with tens of comments that takes 1 hour to catch up on? I've been at GitHub for 6 years, and it happens to me all the time. With inline discussions and issue summaries coming soon, you can now get ahead and catch up quickly with a TLDR on an issue or a discussion and get straight to work. Once you have a good idea of what's going on, you can use your favorite editor or Copilot workspace to get quickly from idea to PR. Now that I have a PR open, I need to make sure that it passes CI/CD. Copilot is now deeply integrated with GitHub Actions. Here at the bottom of the PR, I click on the details to understand why the job has failed. Then, on the job overview page, with a single click, Copilot comes to the rescue. So if you have one of those long failing jobs with a never-ending log, Copilot can help analyze, and suggest fixes for the failing job directly in the Actions UI. Phew, getting to an initial PR was quick and painless. 16 years ago, in 2008, GitHub introduced the pull request, marking a new way to collaborate on code. Over the years, pull requests became a convergence point for developers to get feedback from CI/CD integrators, linters, or colleagues. Now, in the age of AI, pull requests are increasingly important, with AI workflows coming straight into the PR process, and even Copilot extensions like Sentry. Today, I am excited to introduce a new reviewer into the mix, GitHub Copilot. With Copilot by your side, you can get a quick review on your code in 30 seconds or less. Instead of spinning your wheels for hours or days, you can start iterating and move towards ready for merge, while you wait for a human review. Copilot can spot hidden bugs, tidy up your spelling and grammar mistakes, level up your error handling, and more. So let's see it in action. Here in my pull request, I can simply ask Copilot for a review in the same way I would ask one of my teammates for a review. Organization can also turn on automatic code reviews for every new PR using rule sets. I wait about 30 seconds, and then Copilot comes back with feedback. As you can see, it spotted a few issues. I can review and accept Copilot suggestions in one click and get my code a little bit closer to ready to merge. Of course, I will still wait for my teammates to jump in and review, but thanks to Copilot, I feel pretty good about my code. The human reviewers can now spend their time on what matters most and provide faster reviews. And if you're thinking, this is great, but can I get this review earlier as I'm writing the code? The answer is yes, you can. Simply head to the Source Control tab in VS Code, and Copilot will review the changes for you. With Copilot code reviews in the editor, you can start committing more often with more confidence. For the past few months, we have been running Copilot code reviews on every single pull request that has been landed on the main repository here at GitHub. The data showed that the time from opening a PR to PR merge decreased by hours, not minutes, once teams started using Copilot code reviews. And in a random sample of over 200 PRs with code suggestions provided, more than 60% of the suggestions provided by Copilot were accepted directly into the merged PR. We've also been running a private preview with a range of organizations, large and small. When we asked for feedback on the experience, 70% of developers said the reviews provided by Copilot was useful for improving the quality of their pull request. Jesse, a staff engineer at Procore, which is a company that does construction management software, said during the beta, Copilot code reviews automatically reviews the code and gives good comments like another developer on the team. And Eduardo said, GitHub Copilot allows me to commit enhancements and get to a mergeable PR quickly. You got it. We'll keep it going, Eduardo. With GitHub Copilot, code reviews are getting better out of the box without any additional configuration. But we know out of the box is not everything. You want a reviewer customized to your own style and best practices. Copilot Enterprise customers can create custom coding guidelines written in natural language, so Copilot can give a review tailored to your standards and best practices. Internally at GitHub, we've seen Copilot code reviews powered by coding guidelines automatically catching the most common cases that previously led to failed deploys. Now, fast forwarding to the PR that I opened before. I might get a review from Copilot, a few from my teammates, comments from Copilot Autofix, and even annotations or check failures from integrators. I love all these suggestions, and I know they can make the code so much better. But I now need to validate them, refine them, and then finally land them back in the PR. Today, we are introducing a new way of doing all of that, right in Copilot Workspace on GitHub. Let's see this in action. When I look at the code suggestion from Copilot, I can open it in Workspace. I can review the suggestion in the context of the entire PR and apply the change or make any quick edits, backed by Copilot code completions. I can also use the same workflow for security-related code suggestions coming from Copilot Autofix. The changes here span multiple files, so I will open them in Workspace to have a better look. Once I hit apply, I can also run the test to make sure that nothing broke. Everything you see here is backed by GitHub's compute. The tests are passing, and now I'm confident I can land these Copilot-generated suggestions back in the PR. Finally, there's one more type of review we didn't really talk about, the human review. In this example, let's look at the comment written by my colleague Tim. I can open it in Workspace, just like I did before, and use Copilot to suggest the actual code change to solve his comment. Thanks, Tim and Copilot. So, to wrap it up, regardless if you have feedback coming in the PR from a colleague, from a CI/CD integrators, or from an AI agent, like Copilot Code Review, Copilot Autofix, or a third-party agent, now you can quickly iterate on the changes directly in the pull request with Copilot Workspace. Validate the change on GitHub's provided compute, and land those changes back in the PR. Copilot Code Review and Copilot Workspace in pull requests are now in public preview. Copilot individual users and organizations using Copilot Business or Copilot Enterprise join the waitlist today. Whether you're a professional developer, a hobbyist, or an open source maintainer, GitHub Copilot is so much more. In the coming days and months, everything you saw here on stage will help you get even more out of your day, starting in the IDE and all the way through GitHub and in production. And if you are an organization who is only getting started with Copilot, or you're all in already, we are GitHub. We get you. GitHub Copilot is here for you with deep customization, insights, and security features. Thank you.
Hi friends, I'm Kara. I work at GitHub supporting open source software projects, and I have the pleasure of being here with...
Hello, I'm Emilio Coppola. I'm the Executive Director of the Growth Foundation.
So for those who aren't familiar with the Godot game engine, can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, so the Godot game engine is an engine and an editor for you to make video games from scratch, and you have all the tools you need inside of the same software. And it's, of course, open source and all done in GitHub.
So we're celebrating the 10th year of GitHub Universe this year, and I believe the Godot project has been around as a thriving open source project for 10 years. Any reflections on the past 10 years of Godot?
Yeah, it's been really, really interesting to see, because at the beginning we were just 2-3 people working on it, and right now we do have like 90,000 stars in GitHub, and we have like, I don't know, 10,000 issues open. Like almost every hour you get new people coming into the project, and it's a huge thing. So it's been really, really helpful to see this evolution of having just a very small community growing each year. And now that we look back after all these 10 years, like we really come a long, long way.
I want you all to imagine having 10,000 issues open. They are working hard over here. So what do you think the next 10 years is going to bring for Godot?
So it's very interesting because now we've seen that there's more people that are more traditionally professionals coming to the engine. So we've seen a lot of more like better process in terms of like reviewing those issues or those PRs, getting more people involved that have more expertise, not only like a solo developer that just goes and makes one change and then disappear. But we react a lot to what the people want, so it really depends on the community what the next 10 years are going to be. So if they want some different things, we might work on those, and we really need to adapt very quickly. So I'm really excited for the next 10 years.
I love that. So for folks who want to get into making games and using Godot, where can they get involved?
So you can go to the website, godotengine.org, and from there you will have a link to the documentation on GitHub as well. Like you have everything you need to make a very simple game. You don't need to download any extra software, and it's all for free. And another way to get involved in a project, if you're already making a game, is opening more issues, like we really appreciate it, or opening a PR, fixing any of the issues that are open there. So
you want even more issues. That's open source for you. Lovely. So let's see. What about folks who are interested in maintaining a project? Do you have any advice for them?
Yeah, I think like the biggest thing when you want to maintain a project is to also know like who your audience is and try to have that conversation with them. That's why it's very, very important to have this very open community that you do everything in the open. So if somebody wants to jump in, they know where you're at and what you're working on at the moment. That's why platforms like GitHub are really useful, because that's where the community is, and it's very easy to get them involved, get them interacting with you and the other maintainers, and building all in the open. As soon as you get some things into a private conversation or a private chat, then it's really hard to follow, and you might not be capturing all the help that you need. So
that's why we're so passionate. I mean, with open source here at GitHub is that, like you said, it's transparent. It's in the open. It's something that we can all support. Emilio, thank you so much for joining us. Before we cut back to Damo and Broccolini, we are going to take a peek at a quick video.
Oh, hey there. We are in San Francisco, California at the GitHub HQ, and I figured that this was the perfect place to answer the question that I am asked all the time, which is, how do you guys make the stickers? So let's go to the source. Hey Cameron, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
What's the story behind the Octocat? Like what's Mona's origin story?
One of the early engineers wanted to drop an image on the 404 page of the early website and went onto a stock image website, and as a reference to an octopus merge, grabbed an Octocat randomly.
Okay, so we have Mona, she's the OG, but like there are a bunch of other variants of Octocat as well. So why are there so many?
We found that the community responds best to all the individual ways that you make Octocats specific. And so they can put the stickers on their laptops or wear a shirt or make it their avatar on GitHub. And we can only do that if we had a bunch of different versions of Octocats.
Okay, so talk to me a little bit about the design process. Like how do you come up with an idea for what Mona looks like?
We think of her as a mascot for the open source community. We want to respect that. We want people to like Mona. We don't want her to turn into some corporate shill. We just make sure that she's never selling you anything. She's not looking at the camera and teaching you anything.
So I heard a rumor that you were working on a new design. Can you tell me anything?
Yeah, you can look at it right here. The idea for this one is we wanted an illustration we haven't done before of Mona with her new friend Copilot. I always like to work in Easter eggs that are very developer specific. You can notice like the shape of the wings or code brackets. There's a commit symbol on the side of her helmet. There's a bunch of iconography and references to the Git graph. Only the super fans are gonna get. But that's the kind of care and attention that we put into these things.
How do I go from this design into a sticker?
Oh, that you're gonna have to talk to Lavinia for.
To Lavinia we go. Hey Lavinia.
Hey.
So what do we have going on?
We are here printing GitHub's newest sticker.
I know that GitHub is a sticker company, but do we do anything else?
Actually, we're not a sticker company, even though we did sell over 100,000 sticker packs last year. That is close to 1 million stickers.
Holy What else do we sell in the shop other than stickers?
I mean, we sell hoodies, hats, joggers, really anything that a developer would want to wear to really show that pride for GitHub. I mean, we're the ultimate developer uniform. We have plushies, desk mats, hoodies, Hydro Flask. And finally, we have the Art of the Octocat book, which outlines the whole history of Mona and how Mona basically became one of our coveted stickers.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to check that book out. Very, very cool. Now, when it comes to the stickers, do you have a favorite design?
The drippy letters is one of my favorites, and also our punk rock cat. So my identity is I love punk rock music, so when I put this on my laptop, people really get a sense of who I am.
Now, what happens next?
So we get the art asset from Cameron, and now we send it to our trusted sticker printer, and it goes through a big, big sampling process in terms of us making sure that the quality is up to par.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. And look at this. This is one of the very first stickers off the line. So we have gone from ideation to final form. I need to find a laptop to put this on. I want to thank Lavinia and Cameron for walking me through all of this stuff, and I will see you on the next Inside GitHub.
Hi folks, how are you? I am Damien Brady. I am part of our DevRel team over at GitHub, and I have taken a little bit of a trip to the shop at GitHub Universe. 10th year of GitHub Universe, probably about the 3rd year of me trying to steal stuff. But I'm joined by a very special guest you may remember from last year, Broccolini. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Also known as Broccolini by most people at GitHub. I'm the head of design. We've been responsible for some of the designs of the beautiful products that you've seen shipped today, and also the amazing branding at this event, and some of the amazing designs of the swag in this shop.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of some of the amazing designs, this is one of the things that's at the shop, this universe. If you buy stuff here, you may come across this bag, which looks very specifically designed. This is GitHub Communities of Belonging. Diana, can you tell me a little bit about what that is and where this bag came from?
Yeah, so this bag was designed for a community of belonging summit that we had a couple of months ago with our leadership team and members of the different communities of belonging here at GitHub. We want to create a culture of diversity and inclusion, and these communities of belonging help foster that culture. And if you do want to know more, in the bag you can there's a card, but you can go to gh.io/COBS and learn a bit more about our amazing communities of belonging.
Yeah.
Also on the back, if you are excited to donate to a non-profit, there's a list of non-profits that were put together by those communities where they're having just an amazing impact. So yeah, please check it out.
Yeah, awesome. Well, speaking of that bag and all of the amazing stuff, we are here for another reason, which is to give away, stuff using money that doesn't belong to us, which is my favorite thing to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a bit of a game show. You may remember this from last year. It's the Damo and Broccolini game show. We're workshopping the title.
Yeah, we need to work on that. Yeah,
okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to start this game show. Broccolini, you are going to ask the first questions, and we are joined by our first guest. Come in a little bit closer. Can you introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi everyone. I'm Deepthi. I'm a Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador from India, and this is my first time in San Francisco, and I'm so happy to be here at GitHub Universe. And it's of course the 10th anniversary, and I've learned a lot in the last 3 days. So pretty excited.
Well, we're so excited that you're here. Okay, I've got we're going to do octopus trivia here.
Okay.
So there is no shortage of tentacles around Fort Mason this week.
Okay.
But there are a lot of things about the octopus you may or may not know. I'll read you some facts. If you get 2 out of 3 right, you get a prize. Okay, you ready for round 1?
Yes, I am.
Okay. On a scale of 1 to 3, how many hearts does an octopus have?
It's going to be 3.
You are correct.
Correct.
Wow, I'm
That's-
impressed.
Yeah, one more than you need
Way
to get a prize.
smarter than me. Okay, second question. What percentage of octopuses are venomous? 0%, 50%, 100%, or 100%? There's no more percents after that.
I'm going with 50. I'm not sure though, but yeah.
Unfortunately, it's 100%, but you know, you were only 50% off, so not bad. Okay, final question. Octopuses are ranked the 9th smartest animal on Earth. Name 3 of the animals listed ahead of it. Chimpanzee, dolphin, orangutan. Oh, sorry, I'm reading the answers out. But that's okay, because that's the game. You can not get anything right, even me presenting. Okay, so yeah, name 3 of the animals listed ahead of it. I just gave you a cheat.
Okay. When you were reading it, I was thinking all of them sound smarter than them, but yeah, now that I know the answer, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, you win.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We'll give you this card. Hold on to that, and we'll give you some instructions for picking up the prize in a sec.
Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to what's ahead.
Awesome. Thank you very much. All right, we need to go and give one more away. Over here.
Awesome.
Gentlemen.
And so would you mind introducing yourself?
Sure. I'm Aaron Gulati. I'm from Ottawa, Canada, and I'm part of both Microsoft as well as GitHub. So I'm enjoying these 3 days, and it's been really amazing. I meet a lot of guys. It was so much networking, and it's really fun.
Awesome.
Great to have you.
All right, I'm going to ask you some questions. This is the 3rd and final year before we retire this round. Data center or dog? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a list of small towns across the US. You need to tell me if it's the site of a major data center, something like that, that has elected, a data center or a place that has elected an animal as a mayor. You ready?
I'm ready.
Sunol, California. Data center or dog?
I think it's a data center.
That's incorrect. They actually elected Bosco, a black lab, as the mayor from 1981 to 1984. All right. That's all right. Mill Creek in Utah.
I think it's a data center again.
Correct. Data center is... So you got the correct answer. We'll do one more. Rabbit Hash in Kentucky.
I think it's not a data center.
You're right. It is a pit bull called Bryneth Paltrow, which is fantastic. All right. Congratulations. You got 2 of those correct. That's more than you need. So there you go.
Thank you so much.
We're going to walk in this direction a tiny bit and pick up one more person, I think, for the last round. Here we go. We've got one more person. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, sure. Hi, I'm Shahriar from Bangladesh. So I'm a Gold Microsoft Learners Ambassador and the GitHub Campus Expert. Yeah, really excited to join the program and especially the GitHub Universe. Thank you.
Awesome. So we're going to do octopus trivia again. I may or may not read out the answers for you this time. Let's see. Okay, ready? Ready for round? You ready? Okay. So, I don't know. Am I ready? I don't know. Okay. Okay. 2 out of every 3 neurons in an octopus's body are found where?
Found?
Found. Where are the neurons in an octopus's body?
I think in the hands or the legs, so you say? Arms?
Close enough. Yeah.
Okay.
In the tentacles. Yeah. Okay. Second question. At what age do human children match the intelligence level of an octopus?
Okay. I would say it might be 5 or so.
It's at 3, so actually we're a little bit more intelligent than we hoped.
Okay.
And final question. The teeth of an octopus, I don't think I knew they had teeth. The teeth of an octopus are attached to which part of its body?
I think it's the head.
It's the tongue. That's which is in the head.
The tongue's in the head.
Yeah. Well done. Okay, I think that you won. Well done. Congratulations.
All right. We are slowly running out of money and time. I'm going to spend some more of it in a little bit, but thank you so much for joining me again, Diana.
You're very welcome. I love giving away 3 stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we are going to go to the main stage in just a sec. So, from us, we're going to do some shopping, and we'll see you a bit later.
See you later.
everybody. I'm Brian Sullivan, Director of Product for GitHub Advanced Security.
Hi, and I'm Brittany O'Shea, also a part of our GitHub Advanced Security team. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much. So we're going to talk to you today about GitHub Advanced Security. But first, we're going to talk to you about buying your dream home. Imagine buying a home. And this is a place where you're going to build your future. At first, you first move in and everything seems perfect. But over time, little issues start to surface. Maybe you get a dripping faucet or a crack, maybe a loose roof shingle. You know, each of these problems seems insignificant, super easy to put off. I'll get to that later. But what happens? Life happens, and later never comes. Weeks turn into months. And those things that were small problems are now becoming pervasive, and fixing it all isn't just a weekend project anymore. Now you've got a full-blown crisis. And that takes expertise to fix that you don't have. And it's hard for you to find, and if you can find it, it's going to be extremely expensive for you to fix. Maybe this sounds familiar to some of you.
This scenario Brian just mentioned perfectly mirrors what happens between security and software development. We delay fixing vulnerabilities, and for good reason. We have new and exciting things we want to build. But before you know it, just like with these home repairs, this compounds over time. And we end up having a massive backlog of security debt that we have to deal with. And you already know the narrative that comes next with that. Applications are the #1 attack vector year after year after year, and breaches are costly. And changing this is really hard because many organizations like yours are up against a mountain of security debt and competing priorities with tens or hundreds of thousands of vulnerabilities to fix. And you simply don't have the time or the in-house expertise to fix these efficiently. At GitHub, we're committed to changing this narrative. We want to make security synonymous with software development and create a new reality with AI where a vulnerability found means a vulnerability fixed. So let's take a look back at the last year as a way to ground ourselves in today's conversation. Last year, we shipped more than 100 enhancements to help you more easily and better secure your code. This includes features like Copilot secret scanning, which helps you to detect unstructured secrets. Now, if you've used secret scanning before, you know that it's always been a powerful tool for detecting structured secrets. Think your AWS or your Azure key. And in fact, together, big round of applause to everyone in the room, you've prevented more than 3.3 million secrets from being leaked across 300 token types. You did that. But what about generic passwords? Reliably detecting these can be really challenging without raising a lot of false positives that your team would have to sort through. Okay, so I know we all just hopefully ate lunch, maybe had a little dessert. I want to liven this up a little bit. Let's play a little game. Raise your hand if you've seen real versus cake. I know, they have some crazy ones, right? Like whole rooms now. Now, keep your hand raised if you think you could win a similar game, true positive versus false positive. Yes, there's going to be a test. Think you could spot it?
No one's raising their hand.
We've got a few confident ones? Okay.
There's a couple.
So we're going to put some strings up here, and we're going to see if you can actually decide what's real or what's fake. So take a look beside me. We've got 2 different passwords here. One's a real, it's a true positive, and one of these is a fake or false positive. To me, they both look suspicious. I personally couldn't tell. They both have uppercase, lowercase, numbers, symbols, and they look like real strings. Does anyone feel like they could tell? Okay, let's zoom out and get a little bit more context here. Okay, these both still look super suspicious to me. One is getting assigned to an auth token, the other one to pass. I can't yet tell. Did any of those few confident people that felt like they could win still feel like they can? All quiet? Okay, let's zoom out a little bit more and see what's next. Okay, I think I finally personally have enough context to tell. Well, the one on the left, as you can see, is actually part of a set of instructions. It's not a realistic password at all. It's just a realistic placeholder, where the one on the right is actually a real password. And these aren't fake. These are real-world examples. When we're looking for structured patterns to unstructured patterns, there's a lot of different false positives that are extremely difficult to weed out with conventional secret scanners. And this is where the real magic of Copilot comes in, because it's not just about finding potential passwords. As you can see, that's easy. The power lies in how Copilot minimizes the false positive rate and understands the context behind each secret. Without that context, without that accuracy, your team could be spending hundreds of hours digging through tons of different false positives and having to manually determine if it's genuine or not. And by the no raised hand in the room, I'm guessing low confidence or desire to want to do that. Well, with Copilot, GitHub Advanced Security achieves the lowest false positive rate out of anyone in the industry, fewer than half the false positives of the next tool. And that's why I'm extremely pleased to announce that this vision that we talked about last year is now a reality with the general availability of Copilot secret scanning. Meaning, if you haven't already, if you're a GitHub Advanced Security customer, you can use this now. If you want to try it, you can simply turn it on under Code Security Settings, and just in a click, you'll start detecting these generic secrets that might have leaked across your organization. And secret scanning, as you know, isn't the only thing we showed last year, did we, Brian?
No. In fact, our big announcement last year was a preview of Copilot Autofix for pull requests. And what Copilot Autofix and pull request does is help keep you from accidentally introducing new security problems before you merge them to main. It's not just about finding the problems, it does that, but it also provides you suggestions for how to customize that code and the code snippets to actually fix the problems. I'm happy now to say that Copilot Autofix is also now generally available for all advanced security customers and for public repos. Let's take a look at where we are with Copilot Autofix today. All right, so I'm going to move over to my demo station. And here in this repo, I recently added this pull request. Let me go ahead and open it up. And in this pull request, I added some new code here. I'll highlight it. That is going to parse some arbitrary XML provided by a user. From a security perspective, what could possibly go wrong? Parsing arbitrary XML, right? One of the things that could go wrong is that I did not anticipate writing this code that someone could potentially provide malicious XML. Maybe XML that has a malicious, malformed inline DTD definition. And if they designed that attack payload correctly, that malicious DTD, they could do all kinds of terrible things to us. They could DOS us. They could even steal private data from the server. Actually, I've got a great story to tell about this. So in the original version of this talk, this was not an XML expansion attack. It was a SQL injection attack. And so we were rehearsing it. And Kyle Daigle, who's the GitHub CEO, he was watching the rehearsal. And he was like, Brian, get a more interesting vulnerability, please. And I'm like, Kyle, what are you talking about? SQL injection is still incredibly prevalent. Have you seen how many SQL injection CVEs there were last year? It's still incredibly critical. It was responsible for the worst cyber attack of 2023. And by the way, it's a great example to show that what we can do with Copilot Autofix. It fixes it really, really well. So Kyle, we got to do SQL injection. And Kyle was like, no, dude, seriously, do something else. So that's why I'm showing XXE in here instead of SQL injection. But for the record, we fixed SQL injection with Copilot really, really well. All right, back to the demo. So in this case, CodeQL has identified this code that I'm asking to merge has an entity expansion attack, and it's alerting me. And if that's all that it did, what would it do? At this point, as a developer, I would take the rest of the day to go research what an XML entity expansion attack is. I'd try to figure out the right way to fix it in my code base. But look at what Copilot Autofix is giving me. It's giving me an enormous head start. It's telling me about the vulnerability as it relates to my exact code base. It's not just providing some generic boilerplate info. And better still, it is giving me the exact code snippet that I need to fix the problem. I can just take this suggestion as it is. I can just press this commit suggestion button, or if I want to go tweak it, I can press the edit button and tweak it. But either way, the time savings here are incredible. So we previewed this at Universe last year. It's now generally available, but we did not stop there. So Copilot autofix at pull request time is great for preventing new vulnerabilities, but we all probably have some issues that are already in our code base. So now I'm going to move from here. I'm going to go up to look at all the historic problems that I have already discovered in my repo. And I've got a bunch of them here, as you can see. I have an sserv. I have another entity expansion attack. I have some code injection. I have some deserialization problems. I'm pretty sure there is SQL injection in here too. I'm just going to very quickly click through a handful of these, and you can see for each of them, Copilot autofix is giving me customized guidance, as well as, I'll open just another couple, not just the guidance, but also the exact code snippet right there. And again, I'll pick one more here, code injection. Once again, I can see customized guidance and a code snippet, and I can just commit it right there to fix the problem. Fantastic. So both flavors of Copilot autofix, both at PR time and for historic alerts, are both generally available right now. So if you're an advanced security customer, you already have these. And just like secret scanning and Dependabot and CodeQL, we've also made Copilot autofix free for public repos. So whether you're using it for your work, or you're using it for an open source project, or both at the same time, please, please go try out Copilot autofix and let us know what you think. Now, Copilot autofix has come a long way since we previewed it last year. We now support all languages that CodeQL supports, so Java, JavaScript, C#, C and C++, Python. We saw how big Python is now. And more than 90% of CodeQL alerts can now get an autofix suggestion. But it's not just about how many kinds of alerts you can fix. It's about how well and how fast you can fix them. And we see that on average, when developers use autofix to fix a vulnerability, they do it 3 times faster than when they do it by hand. And that is just the average across all vulnerabilities. Like the big ones, cross-site scripting across all languages, on average 7 times faster to fix it with autofix. SQL injection, I told you I was going to come back to that. Across all languages, fixed 12 times faster. It really does fix it really, really well.
I'm so excited by this data, and I'm so excited by how it's really showing how it's helping us to change the way we remediate vulnerabilities and show the impact it's having on our organizations and the time it's freeing up for us. But as you know, statistics only give you a sneak peek into how teams are really actually facing vulnerabilities in their day-to-day. And they don't show or fully reflect the complexities you face every day. Now, we'd planned to have Linda Fay, the Director of Product Security at Aspiration, here with us today. Aspiration, if you haven't used them before, is a global tech care company. So I'm hard on my tech. I've placed many screens with them. And they have more than 23,000 employees and 700 stores and 8,000 repositories. And Linda and her team are tasked with securing those at scale with GitHub. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to join us today, but if you're curious to learn more about their story and hear how they've combated some of those scale challenges, please visit her colleague's Eric's session tomorrow at 10:30 in Gallery 308 to learn more. But when I kind of piece out that kind of 8,000 repository challenge, that's the same challenge many of you in this room face today. Features like autofix are great when you think about scaling to a couple of findings that you might need to fix. But the reality is many of you are challenged to manage and remediate across scale over hundreds or thousands of repos. Maybe even for some of you across hundreds or thousands of organizations too. Last year, we helped you to make this easier when it comes to detecting with features like code security configurations and buildless analysis, which make it easier for you to set up GitHub Advanced Security at scale. But we knew coming into this year, you needed the same support with remediation. In a perfect world, after all, where you only have, as I said, those few alerts to fix, it's easy to see that clear path into how you leverage Copilot autofix to remediate them. But the reality is, many teams have hundreds or thousands of alerts, and it's overwhelming. And even with a tool like Copilot autofix at your hands, the question arises, where to start? If we go back to that house example, it's like if you have a roof that could collapse in a year or an electrical issue that could cause a fire any day now, you want to fix the electrical issue today. And I know for security managers in this room, you're faced with some of those same trade-offs, and you don't want your developers guessing on what they should fix and where they should prioritize. You need a way to zone in on the most critical vulnerabilities for them. And you want to empower them with clear guidance that says, hey, I know we have these 1,000 vulnerabilities, but right now, today, I want you to focus on these 10. And that's where I'm proud to announce a new way to do this with GitHub Advanced Security, Security Campaigns. Security Campaigns helps you prioritize your tech debt and seamlessly work with your downstream teams to eliminate it for once and for all. So let's see it in action. I'm going to put my security manager hat on, and I'm going to go into the tab that I live most, my security tab. Now here, many of you are probably familiar with the security overview. It's where you manage your risk posture over time, you get insights. But there's a small breakdown that happens here. Once you have these insights and you want to act on this, you have no way to communicate to your developers to take action. We're changing this, as I said, with our new campaigns functionality. So imagine you're like me and you've got 170,000, give or take, code scanning alerts to work through in your organization. You can now either filter down by repository, tool, rule, which could be a type of vulnerability class, severity, or team, and start creating a campaign right from the alert page. Or you can drop down to the campaign side and leverage out-of-the-box campaigns from GitHub, which are going to help you target things like critical alerts, or MITRE top 10 known exploitable vulnerabilities, or certain types of common vulnerability classes we see that we know organizations are challenged with. And when you want to go ahead and start a campaign, it's as easy as either taking the out-of-box suggestion description or customizing it with specialized organization related context that you want to give your teams. You can then choose a date. Let's say, for example, you have a big ship coming up in the next month, and you want to make sure you burn down these security issues before doing that. You can go ahead and set that deadline for your team, and you can choose a campaign manager. Maybe that's you, maybe that's a peer, maybe that's someone on the actual developer's team. But they can manage that campaign and track progress over time. And in just a few seconds, your teams will be alerted to the kind of priorities that you want to manage across your organization when it comes to your security risk. So while this creates, I want to jump into a campaign I created last week. So this was a campaign to really target those MITRE top 10 known exploitable vulnerabilities. You can see the team has 32 days left to work through those. They've already started making progress, closing 8 alerts. The team's also empowered with auto fixes directly for all of these areas, so they don't have to manually go back. Let's take an example, one of the first alerts that are still open. The team doesn't have to manually go back and understand, hey, this vulnerability came from over a year ago last year. Maybe it's not even my code. They don't have to understand how to do that or work through that. An autofix will be generated for them and give that same direction that Brian showed earlier directly within their code that they can click through and accept. And I think this one is loading, but while it does, we'll flip back to seeing live. Okay, I'm so excited for the power of autofix and campaigns and how it's going to help change our tech debt over time. But I know there's a few more types of risks we want to be thinking about. So I'll hand it back to Brian to dig into that. And I'm thrilled, though, before I do that, to show that this is available today. So if you have any desire in your organization to get started, go ahead and try it out. We're very excited for that.
Awesome, awesome. So Brittany just showed you our new feature security campaigns for CodeQL. And at GitHub, we're huge fans of CodeQL. We know many of you are too, but we also know that many of you have very diverse code bases. And even though CodeQL supports a ton of popular languages, we know that many of you are also developing in some languages that CodeQL doesn't scan today, like maybe Ada or VB. Maybe you've got some COBOL repos hanging around. And you know what? You need to make sure that that code is secure too. Now, for years, we have provided serif extensibility for advanced security code scanning that helps you meet this need. So already today, nothing new here. You can plug in any arbitrary tool that outputs conforming serif, and you can see that tool's results integrated directly into your GitHub developer experience exactly the same way that you get with CodeQL. You get alerts for newly detected vulnerabilities and pull requests. You get alerts for historic debt that's already present in your code base. And now also with campaigns, you can create campaigns to facilitate burning down large amounts, systemic classes of historic security debt that these partner tools find. But what have we been talking about all day? Found means fixed. Remediation is so important to us. We don't want GitHub to be your home of mountains of unfixed security debt. We want GitHub to be your home of found means fixed. And that extends beyond CodeQL. We want GitHub to be your home of found means fixed, no matter what analysis tools you're using. So we are thrilled to announce Copilot Autofix for partners. This is the expansion of GitHub Copilot Autofix to tools beyond CodeQL. So starting today, we're introducing a public preview for Copilot Autofix integration with open source tool ESLint. And coming soon, we have integrations with JFrog SAST and Black Duck's Polaris platform powered by Coverity. We are incredibly excited for these initial collaborations, and believe me, these are just the initial collaborations, to showcase the power of Copilot Autofix to help you fix more vulnerabilities. Not just find, but fix faster, with less effort, not just with CodeQL, but with a wide spectrum of developer tools. We will absolutely continue to refine and optimize and add these integrations. And to our future, we envision where Copilot Autofix is going to interface with an array of security tools. It's going to continue to streamline your workflows, improve your security posture. We're just incredibly excited about the possibilities this is opening up for all of you in the developer community, and cannot wait to continue building on these integrations as we evolve and expand the capabilities of Autofix here. I am going to show you in action right now with ESLint. All right. So I have another test demo, or another test repo here. And in this repo, I have set up an ESLint action. I'm highlighting it right here. Again, nothing new here. You can do this right now. Any problems this finds, it is going to raise an alert right on the affected line of code in the PR, just like CodeQL. So I will go over to my PR that I just created and open that up. And again, you can see in this case, in this code that I committed right here, I'm going to highlight it for you. ESLint has found a problem. In fact, actually, I should poll you all. Is anybody already today using ESLint, or anybody using any other tools integrated into advanced security? A couple. Most of you are getting what you like from CodeQL. That's cool. But it's here for you. So again, in this pull request that I merged in some new TypeScript code, ESLint ran. ESLint found some problems and made some alerts for me. So again, nothing new here. But what you'll notice is new is that you're not just getting boilerplate information about this problem. Now I'm getting Copilot Autofix information about this problem that is very customized to me, customized to my code, my files, my methods, exactly the same way that I get for Copilot Autofix for CodeQL. And better still, I also get the exact customized code snippets to fix these problems that I can apply with a single button click here to commit the suggestion, again, just like I can for CodeQL. Again, Copilot Autofix for Partner Tools is in public preview right now. So those of you who raise your hands that you're using ESLint can literally go try it out for yourself right now. It's turned on by default for you. And we will expand this to our partners JFrog SaaS and Black Duck Polaris very, very soon. And again, we expect this is going to be just the beginning. We want to keep expanding to more and more tools. So developers out there, if there is an analysis tool that you're using and you want to see an autofix capabilities for us, let us know. We really want to hear what the ones are that you want to see the most. Maybe you're not just a developer. Maybe you're a commercial tool vendor. Maybe you're an open source tool maintainer, and you want to know more. Reach out to us too. We would love to talk to you about getting you in to have autofix work with your tool. We are super, super eager to talk with you. All right, we have one more really, really exciting preview to show you today. We've said it a bunch of times today. Our goal is for GitHub to be your hub of remediation, where found means fixed is a reality. We have shown you how Copilot Autofix integrates with CodeQL, how it now works with partner tools and open source static analysis tools. But now we are taking this one step further by applying the same principle to supply chain security alerts. So raise your hand, please, if you use Dependabot today. Oh, lots of you, love it, love it, love it. So you know, most of the time, when Dependabot detects a known vulnerable open source package, it detects a minor update that fixes the issue. Literally, it's just like drop in the new version over top of the old, it's API compatible, everything works fine, totally seamlessly, most of the time. However, that's not all the time. Sometimes a major update is needed. And that major update isn't API compatible with the version that you're using. So that means if you did just do it, if you did just drop in the new major version over top of the one that you're using now, your build will break because it's not compatible anymore. And until now, your choice was either, well, I'll go manually rewrite the code, or I guess I'll just live with this vulnerability. But we don't want that. This is where Copilot Autofix for Dependabot comes in. And Copilot Autofix for Dependabot is going to suggest the code changes to your code to help you handle those breaking dependency updates. Let's take Log4j as an example. I know I do, who still has scars from the Log4j thing? Yeah, a lot of us. How bad was it? It was awful. Remember, especially it was awful if you didn't have Dependabot at the time. Imagine trying to find all of your code across your entire enterprise that was using a vulnerable version of Log4j. I remember in the heat of it, there were multiple new attempted fixes coming out every day, and we had to keep updating to it. And that was such a pain, even with simple drop-in replacements. Imagine how much worse that would have been if the only way to solve that problem would have been with would have been to go to Log4j v3 that's not API compatible with v2. You'd have had all that same work that you had, how terrible it was, plus on top of that, making rewrites to your own code to fix those compatibility problems. And you'd have been doing it under the incredible time pressure to get everything fixed before the attackers exploited you. It would have been a disaster. So when this happens in the future, with Autofix for Dependabot, you will be able to update across those major breaking versions, or those major versions with breaking changes, just as quickly as you do today for your normal minor updates. You'll handle that emergency Log4j v3 scenario, not in months, but minutes. Let's see it in action. All right, so back here, I have some TypeScript code here. And it is using a pretty old version of Lodash. So it's using 3.10.1. And 3.10.1 has a ton of vulnerabilities. I'm not even going to list them because it's got a ton of vulnerabilities in it. And so Dependabot now is saying, hey, Brian, instead of 3.10.1, you should really get to 4.17.21. Get to this one. It's going to be much more secure for you. And that is great. But there's a problem. Because Lodash 4.17.21, the most secure version that I should be updating to, is not API compatible with 3.10.1 that I'm on now. So before autofix for Dependabot, I couldn't just press the button to merge that PR. What I would have to do is go through my entire code base, find all the version incompatibilities, and manually fix them. But now, we do have Copilot autofix for Dependabot, and it has already done all that work for me. It's already identified all the places in the code, I'm scrolling to show just a few of them, where I'm using the APIs that no longer exist, and it is suggesting to me the exact code changes that will refactor my code to use the new API calls. This is a huge time saver for me, especially if I'm under pressure to update this code as fast as I can because there's some critical worldwide supply chain attack. Now we are really, really excited for this. We're super excited for Copilot autofix for Dependabot. But really, the security uses are just the tip of the iceberg. Think about it from just in your day-to-day developer life. Maybe a new version of some SDK comes out and you just want to update it to use some new capabilities. Or maybe you want to change to completely different components for some reason. Maybe someone in your team took a dependency on a new open source package, but oops, it had a prohibited license that you didn't realize until your legal team said, yeah, you're not really allowed to use this one. And now you've got to pull it out and replace it with something that's equivalent but has a better license. Maybe you picked a package that was fine, you picked it years ago, but since then it's just not getting maintained anymore. And you want to switch to something that has the equivalent functionality, but is vibrant and is getting maintained. Copilot autofix for Dependabot could suggest an entirely new equivalent for you and help you make the necessary code changes to just drop it right in. So Copilot autofix for Dependabot is in private preview starting today, not public, so you can't just go turn it on right now. But you can go to github.com to join the waitlist for the preview. So please do that. Again, we are so excited for the future here. We are so excited for the future of Copilot autofix for Dependabot. And we are really, really looking forward to showing you even more in the coming months.
It's so exciting to see how many different types of risks we're going to be able to address with the help of Copilot and how it's going to scale our teams. I hope our time together today has helped to cement the fact that we no longer have to accept the challenges that we've had in years past when it comes to application security. We're in a new era. We have AI, and it can help us throughout the developer lifecycle to build software stronger and safer from the ground up. So if you're like me and you want to create the reality in your organization where found means fixed, you can hop into code security configurations and turn on these features today, or sign up for that waitlist for the Dependabot autofix like Brian mentioned. Or you can check out some of the future sessions throughout the conference to learn a little bit more from more practitioners on how you can get started with GitHub Advanced Security. The next session coming up is Mission Copilot Autofix, Securing the World Software. It's with Nick and Nero right over in Caldwell Theater, and I promise it has a few surprises you don't want to miss. And with that, on behalf of myself and Brian, we want to thank you as well as all the team for attending today, as well as all you do all year long to help secure the world's software. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome to Universe. I'm Amy Lewis, and we're here today to talk about Mission Autofix, securing the world's software. And I've got a special guest. Can you introduce yourself?
Of course. So hi everyone, my name is Nick Liffin and I'm our Director of GitHub Advanced Security. And it's my job to make sure what we build is right for all of you.
So so much has changed in the industry. Let's get right in there and talk about it. How disruptive has AI been to application security?
Yeah, wonderful question. And I think it's important to share some context to this question. Like whenever you think about a application security tool, you normally think about it in 4 main components. You have the enablement part, which is all about easy setup and scalability. You have the detection piece, which is about very obviously detecting the vulnerabilities. You then have remediation, which is the developers going in and doing the fix. And then lastly, that's normally underpinned by like policy and reporting. Now, the biggest area that most enterprises struggle with is remediation. And I think it's very like overwhelming for developers who all of a sudden, as they're writing their software, get this alert in their face in the workflow, and they have to pivot and context switch and then quickly learn how to fix that vulnerability. And I think this is something that all developers can relate to. I've been there, and I think people on the other side here listening are going to remember that moment that they had that vulnerability that they really struggled to fix, and it took hours. So what we've seen across the industry, and the biggest impact we have seen with AI, is on that remediation pillar and trying to drive a narrative of found means fixed. Because traditionally, security has been hard to remediate, and AI is reducing that friction in the remediation process. And it is really that co-pilot for developers, but focusing on the fix. So 80% of the time is going to give you a fix that's good to go. But even for the other 20% where we produce the fix and it requires the developer to do that little bit more, it still provides that Lego block. It still provides that step in the right direction. And the nice thing is, what we've really seen in the remediation space is a lot of the auto-fix capabilities, they don't just produce the fix. They explain to the developer how the fix has been done, so the developer learns. There's also education in that as well. So I think like whilst we have seen AI disrupt the detection pillar just a little bit, when I think about the biggest impact, and when I think about what we've seen make the biggest difference, I would say it really has been in that remediation space.
That's amazing. I want to dig right into another delicate topic, if you will.
Of course.
Tech debt. Everybody's got it. Nobody likes to talk about it. Why is now the right time to start to address this?
Yeah, and I think like in a similar vein, right? Like imagine that you're a developer and you first run this security check and you find 50 vulnerabilities. Well, did you write that code? You may have just come onto this project and you've just turned on this tool and you've got like 50 results. And even for larger applications that have been around for years, you often see hundreds of results. And the word tech debt really comes in when, at scale, think about that times by 100, times by 1,000. What you tend to see is organizations that enable security scanning everywhere have hundreds of thousands of vulnerabilities sitting there. But why now? And I think like it's grounded in what we've spoken about within the remediation spaces. To a developer that has never really worked on that code base before, well, AI doesn't know that. AI is able to look at anything and then take the context around it and produce the fix. So why now? I think a developer that has never worked on a code base, they can still get Copilot to help them not just understand how the code works, but can help produce a fix for them to get started. And I think it's when you combine that with security trying to prioritize what's most important, you help the developer focus on what tech debt is most important. And I think that's really important, right? Like AI just isn't magically going to fix every problem. I think like we can all sit here and agree we are not quite at the point yet where you can just click a button and magically things work. AI is still a co-pilot to a developer, and that's so important to keep on emphasizing. I think it's when you combine the security team's prioritization of this is the tech debt that really matters, and these are the types of vulnerabilities you need to focus on first, and you combine that with auto-fix to help make the fix, It helps the developer focus on what's most important, but it also ensures that the developer has somewhere to start. Can you imagine asking a developer 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I need you to fix these problems? They're going to be like, sure, like give me like a month. I need to get up to speed. I need to understand. Like I haven't really touched this code in a while. But now developers have that leg up in the right direction. They have that Lego block that's able to help them get started. And I think like that is why now is a really good focal point for organizations and developers combined to start tackling that tech debt. And it's not going to be something solved overnight, but I think it's starting to build that systematic structure in slowly, but in a repeatable and structured way, remediating that tech debt.
That's fantastic, Nick. I want to go a little broader now in some ways and talk about the GitHub approach overall to security. Can you kind of take us into the thinking of what our look at security is?
Yeah, and I think like we as GitHub really focus on trying to foster a world-class developer experience. And like if you take security back 10 years ago, right? Like before as a industry, we really shifted left. What we tended to find is a lot of these security tools were built for security teams, and rightly so, right? Because the security teams were the ones triaging, they were the ones really like looking through the results. But over the last 5 years, 10 years, as we've shifted left, rightly so, DevOps, DevSecOps has become the buzzword of the last century. Like what we've tend to find is developers are now the ones that use these security tools, but in the industry, they're still using tools that are meant for a security team. So they're using the same tools as we were 10 years ago, but we've completely changed the persona. I think one thing GitHub realized is as we shifted left, we needed to shift the experience as well. So GitHub takes a very holistic approach by focusing on the developer and trying to provide that world-class developer experience to fixing. And like a great analogy that we like to give is, imagine if you go to a restaurant and the chef in the kitchen is using utensils that was meant for a doctor, right? Like then the outcome of that meal and that dish, you're not gonna wanna eat it, right? So like, why are we okay with giving developers tools that aren't meant for developers? I think like GitHub's approach is to try and change that narrative and really try and embed developers with a developer-first process. And I think like linking back to our first question of like the one pillar where we've really seen AI disrupt, it is the remediation part, which is so focused on a developer, which I think is why you found GitHub really fostering this experience in the pull request as developers work. Yes, we're able to provide that alert directly in the pull request in the developer flow. So there and then, without context switching, they're able to learn and fix. But it's when you add AI to that, you further reduce the friction to fixing. You more make it unconscious. And what we've seen is increased remediation rates. Like we have one customer that increased their time to fix by 22 percentage points. I think like that is one thing that we're starting to see embed and scale across the industry. So I think like to summarize, it's really focusing and fostering on that developer experience. So hopefully after months and weeks of using these tools, you can actually see your risk get reduced, which at the end of the day is what you want as a customer.
That's amazing. I know everybody watching is wondering how they can get started and get involved. So what are some of the ways that folks listening and watching along can get involved with what's happening?
Wonderful question. So as of 4 weeks ago, we actually announced Copilot Autofix free for public repos. So every single developer on the GitHub platform that is writing code in open source software now gets the value of Copilot Autofix. So as you turn on the likes of CoQL for static analysis, you're now able to fix your legacy alerts with Copilot Autofix, as well as fix alerts in pull requests, the new alerts, so you can reduce your new risk and your old risk. And one of the things that I really evangelize is as you use this process, GitHub prides itself on being open for feedback. So as you want to get involved and as you want to see something where you're like, that's not quite right, like I think things can be better, I really want to give a plug to our open source discussions where you can provide your own feedback. And that's one thing that I really want to encourage and foster is like GitHub really does focalize itself on trying to listen to our feedback from our open source developers. And that's why we open source this. It's not just about securing and protecting the code of our customers. It's about securing all software on GitHub.
Okay, I know this is about security and you hold things, closely, but we're at Universe and I know you've got a great session with Nero. Can you give us a little spoiler? What's going to happen?
I will give you a tease. You promise after not to share though.
We're not going to tell
We're not going to
anybody.
share?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think what you're going to see in our talk is a journey. I think we're going to open up with the past, the present, and the future. One of the things that GitHub, and especially Copilot Autofix, has prided itself on is the ability to distill trust. And over the last 12 months, we have put so much focus on the foundations of Copilot Autofix, so developers and enterprises alike can trust what we do. So you're going to see a sneak peek into what we're building underneath the scenes. But then, probably what most people want to hear, we're going to talk to you about all of the new capabilities that we're releasing to make GitHub the platform of remediation. I think that's what I'm most excited about. Like I mentioned earlier, I teased out the ability for security teams to be able to prioritize them fixes, and then developers are able to go in and structurally remediate. At Universe, you're going to see that become product truth with a brand new capability. And what we're going to be able to say to customers is we're going to be able to help you eradicate vulnerabilities across your entire organization and enterprise. And you may even see a quick sneak peek of some of the releases coming in the next 12 months too, as we revolutionize application security. So I'm excited, and I hope that everyone else can come and get a little bit of a sneak peek around what that looks like.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Nick. And thank you, everybody watching. Hopefully you're as excited as I am about the upcoming session. Nick, you've given us a lot to think about in the wild world of security. We certainly appreciate you watching, and hopefully you can participate, offer some feedback. Again, like Nick said, GitHub really appreciates that feedback, and everybody's on the security team, so no time like now to give some feedback. Looking forward to your session. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Welcome to Bengaluru, India, a place with beautiful gardens, amazing markets, and let's not forget cricket. But just outside of Bengaluru is Electronic City, India's largest hub for IT. We're here to visit Infosys, one of the largest companies in India and one of the largest IT consulting companies in the world. They employ over 200,000 developers working all over the globe, covering every industry you can imagine. And GitHub is helping make this possible. Let's find out how. Infosys was founded by 7 engineers in 1981 and has since grown into a company that's worked with customers all over the world. But the companies they serve are all unique in their type of industry and their challenges. Infosys needed solutions to provide its customers that could work for everyone. Well, surprise, GitHub has been a big part of that solution. Let's meet Naresh.
Hi, my name is Naresh Chaudhary. I am the Vice President, Head of Enterprise Productivity and Engineering Excellence. Infosys is all about amplifying human potential. GitHub is a very integral partner to what we are doing at Infosys. It's something that actually brings tremendous value in letting developers focus on the core, which is creating new features, new functionalities, innovating at the speed of thought. It allows us to drive better collaboration and make sure that our developers and architects have best-in-class solutions and products to work with. The GitHub advanced security capabilities that we have been using, whether it is code scanning, secret scanning, or Dependabot. All of these capabilities have played a significant role in making sure that we are producing code and delivering it to our customers as secure by design, built in from day one, and not as an afterthought.
My name is Bali. I'm a EVP at Infosys. We see generative AI playing a critical role in all parts of the software development lifecycle. And in that, we see GitHub Copilot playing a very critical role. We have been on this Copilot journey for some time. We have been one of the early adopters. We have close to 7,000 employees already leveraging Copilot in the work that we do. Developers now, their experience in software development is much better and they're more happier because they are getting to focus on the key elements rather than actually doing some of the mundane, repetitive parts of the software development.
Infosys has leveraged the GitHub tool suite for years, but as part of its ongoing digital transformation for itself and its customers, Infosys has fully embraced GitHub Copilot, and their developers are loving it.
When I very first time used GitHub Copilot, I was amazed and surprised. It basically solves majority of my day-to-day problem because Copilot helps to generate code and it helps me to accelerate my software development and productivity, not only for me, for my engineering team.
The pre-Copilot era, so how it would happen is I would have so many more browsers open where I'm looking into an issue or how to implement something. And at the end of it, I'm so frustrated, I'm not able to come back to my code. I lose the flow. And the post-Copilot era, it's all in just one window. My entire day, my entire everything is on GitHub. All of these features from a developer perspective, my code before it reaches production, it is great in quality, it's secure, and it's kind of perfect. That way, once it's done, it's completed, I am so satisfied and that I can just go home and be like, yeah, I did that. I'm a superhuman. I've done something amazing.
You are a superhuman, Anusha. And when you have this many happy developers, something tends to happen. They tend to start dancing. It's not like we told them to dance. They definitely did this on their own. Thanks, Infosys, for sharing your story. A global company that puts people first and is getting incredible results for its employees and customers. Hey, if you want your team dancing like this, you better sign up for GitHub. Maybe you can be our next video. See you next time.
Please welcome Amanda Silver.
Thank you, everybody. Hi, I'm Amanda Silver, and I'm excited to be at GitHub Universe. I've been at Microsoft for actually 2 decades, always working on behalf of developers on all of the tools and the programming languages and the platforms that you all use and that you know and love. My mission is to unleash the creativity of developers so that they can bring their ingenuity to life. As we obsess over accelerating each code, build, and debug cycle, Visual Studio Code and the Visual Studio family have become the most widely adopted, the most beloved tools in the industry. Visual Studio Code has the 2nd most contributors of any project on GitHub. And .NET has become the most used and most admired open source developer framework, with over 6.5 million developers using it monthly. TypeScript, which is one of the first open source projects that I worked on at Microsoft, has become the 3rd most popular language on GitHub. And contributing to open source has become ubiquitous throughout Microsoft, where we have 25% of the top 20 open source projects and over 68,000 employees on GitHub, many regularly contributing to open source GitHub repos. And that includes Kubernetes and the CNCF ecosystem, where we were the #2 contributor last year. Over the past few years, I've been working on the AI-assisted development, co-developing GitHub Copilot. And from my experience, based on what you saw earlier today, AI is absolutely changing everything. AI is transforming everything we do, from our roles and processes to the way teams work, and it's disrupting industries. It's the most profound technological shift in our generation, and we're just in the early innings of broad adoption. So when I think about how AI impacts developers, it's becoming an essential tool for every developer, no matter what they are building. It will help them onboard faster and learn more quickly and accomplish repetitive and mundane tasks with little effort, so developers can focus on the creative side of coding. And every application will be reimagined now that AI has become a building block we all know how to use. Next-generation developers will have AI as their co-pilot, guiding them at every step, from idea to code to the cloud. This partnership between human ingenuity and artificial intelligence will lead to faster development cycles, higher quality software, and more satisfied end users. Next-generation developers will have AI as their co-pilot, guiding them at every single step. But enough talking and more coding with joy. I'd like to welcome Burke Holland to the stage to show us the next generation developer experience. Burke? Hey, welcome.
Hey, what's up, Whoa, that was a great picture of me. Hey, what's up, Universe? It's good to be with you today. I'd like to show you an application, a demo, but it's actually more than just a demo. This is an app I've been working on and using GitHub Copilot to help me build. Now, I'd like to show you what it does. So what we do with this application is we can take a video here like this one. This is an excellent video. By the way, like and subscribe, youtube.com/code.
You're always self-promoting.
Shame, I have a mic. I have to get it out. And then what we can do is paste this in here as the source in this application. And then after we do that, we can come down and choose a prompt here, like asking this thing to create a video description complete with timestamps. Now, the reason why this works is because we are downloading the timestamps and the captions from YouTube, and then we can use that to create all kinds of content. Now, it's not perfect, right? But it does work, and it gives us a place to start with. So I've been using GitHub Copilot to build this, and it's worked really, really well. But GitHub Copilot, we think about it for coding, and you've seen a lot of Copilot demos today. But I want to show you how GitHub Copilot can do more than just help you write code, but help you with the entire coding process. So one of the first things that this app doesn't have is any tests at all. 0 tests. Does anybody have an app with 0 tests?
I think that's
yes, exactly, right? And the reason why this is because we're busy building, right? And a lot of times getting set up testing is the hardest part of testing. And so we're going to see if GitHub Copilot can help us with this. So I'm going to come down here and go to set up tests, right? And when I do that, the workspace is going to enter the chat. Oops. And then the workspace itself knows about my workspace, my project. And you can see it knows that I have a Vue.js front end and an Azure Functions backend. And I can actually refine this a little bit and say that I want to use vtest, which it gives me as an option. And it's like, great, let's create a vtest configuration. So I'm going to go ahead and apply these changes here.
Awesome. So it makes the recommendation for you right in the context of the chat.
Right in the chat, based on what it knows about my project here. And then it says the next thing you need to do, it's walking me through step by step. It says you need to install vtest, so let's do that. Now, what you see down here, all this business, is my API actually running. So you can see it terminates the API because we need to install this package, and it knows that. And now, running out of real estate here, let's pull this down. The next thing that it's going to ask us to do is actually run vtest. And all right, so we have a test here. We can actually go in and fix this.
That's awesome.
But that's actually not the last thing that it tells us here, right? If we jump up here and look, it says, I also recommend installing the vtest extension. So let's go to the Extension Explorer, and here's the vtest extension. Now watch this. When I install this, what it does is it lights up testing inside of Visual Studio Code. Boom, right there. This is actually what I want, right? I want to have my testing integrated with my editor. And I didn't have to know how to set that up. And you shouldn't have to know how to set that up. That should just work for you. Okay, so now we have this, right? And you can see it's even telling me here that I've got an error, so we could go there. I'm actually going to have it generate another test for us. So I'm going to come down here to my API. I'm going to come to services. Let's go to the auth service here. Let's make some more real estate. I'm going to select the whole thing and type tests. Now, when I do this, it notices, oh, you don't have a test file for this specific file, right? You don't have a corresponding test file. So it pops open another panel to create another one. And we can scroll down here and see all of the different tests. So let's go ahead and accept this. And then let's save it. And we'll call this auth service.test. And it's going to put it right in the services folder, which is just fine with me.
So it really knows a lot about your project, your context, and your developer experience in VS Code.
Exactly. And then you can see here, because of the Test Explorer, it's starting to light up and showing me that these tests have already run and they're already passing, right? So this is how Copilot can help you not just write code, but get set up with the stuff that you might be avoiding, right? You don't have to avoid it anymore. Go ahead. And listen, a failing test is better than no test at all, somebody once told me. So at least get you a failing test going. All right. The next thing that this application doesn't allow me to do is debug. Now, I can debug in the browser DevTools. So I could come here. Let's select one of these options. Like I could go to tweet, and then click send, but let's say I want to capture that. All right, I could do it in the browser DevTools, but this real estate is cramped, and I like to debug where I write my code, right? That's just a better experience. But again, this is something you need to set up, and so a lot of us just avoid this, and we just debug in the browser. Right, Copilot can help with this as well. So I'm going to come down and just say start debugging. So when I do this, VS Code itself enters the chat. And VS Code knows about its own documentation, all of that's indexed, so it can set up a launch configuration for you. Now, what it's done here is it's actually set up a launch configuration for the backend, right? So we could be a little bit more specific and say Vue.js front end running on port 4280. All right, now let's see if it can give us a launch configuration specifically for our front end. And boom, it does.
Awesome.
Right, so we have a couple options here. We could start debugging directly from here, but what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to save this configuration, and when I do that, it adds it to my launch configurations right here. And I'm going to make one small change because I'm not using Chrome. And then let's go ahead and bounce our API. Perfect. And then let's go ahead and drop a breakpoint here. It's almost as if I've prepared for this demo. So here's our breakpoint. Actually, let's fire up the debugger first. So I'm going to come back. I'm going to fire up the debugger here, and you can see it's now in the debug choices. I'm going to click Start. And this will open a browser instance. Let's go ahead and add a breakpoint like that. Then we go ahead and log in. Perfect. Oops. We go ahead and...
So what you guys are seeing here are live demos Everything that we're going to be showing you here today is live because we know that's what developers really appreciate. And you can actually try everything that we're showing here at home today.
Right. So we're doing the AI stuff live in front of you, which is kind of risky, but this is what it means to demo in 2024.
Yep.
Here we are. So I'm going to click send, and boom, we are debugging inside of Visual Studio Code just like that. Because again, as a developer, you're writing code. You shouldn't have to worry about writing launch configurations as well. We can solve that for you, right? We can step through, step over. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. All right. The other thing this application does not have is any documentation whatsoever. This is not, we probably should not put this app in production, right? It's not ready. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to document the code using GitHub Copilot. But I'm sure that you've probably seen that demo before. I don't want to redo that demo, OK? I want to show you something different. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the new Copilot editing experience in Visual Studio Code. And what I want to do is I want to get all of my services files here. So we have the auth service, the download service, and the prompt service. I'm going to drag these over and drop them. And I'm going to say, please, not in all caps, I don't want to shout at the AI, please document these files. And then I'm going to come down and I'm going to go to my model picker, the new model picker. Look at the models, y'all. Isn't that exciting? Look at this. All right, and I'm going to select O1 Mini. Now, why am I going to select O1 Mini? Because I find that I get pretty good results for documentation. But the point is that you can pick the model that you like the most, that you think works best, and you can play around with different models and see which one gives you the best result. So as you see, what's happening here is the changes are streaming in. So you can see that over here on the left side, and then you can see that happening across the top as well. So we have documentation for the auth service, the prompt service, and the download service. And we can go through and see the documentation. I see some red there. I don't like that. So what I'm going to do here, instead of accepting everything, is I'm going to take the auth service, cool. I'm going to take the prompt service, but I'm going to discard the download service because I don't feel good about that one, and boom, we're done, right? And now we've got some really nice documentation, and look at how good O1 Mini is at doing JS docs, right? It's just really, really good at this job. Phenomenal. All right. There's one last thing I want to do, and I hesitate to do this. But I'm going to try to use this new editing experience to add a feature that I've been meaning to add for months, just right here in this demo.
It's pretty bold.
Yeah, it's a terrible idea. We're going to do it anyway. So I'm going to open up here. I'm going to grab the download service because I wrote this app, so I know something about it. And what I want to do is use this editing experience to work with a single file, okay? You can work with multiple files, but you can also work with a single file, and it's a powerful experience for this, especially when you know exactly what you need to do. So let's give this a shot. Here we go. Everybody, cross your fingers out there,
My
please.
heart is pumping.
Mine is too. I'm actually going to switch back here to GPT-4o, and I'm gonna, let's do this. Add the ability to download comments from the YouTube API. You can return the comments in the same response as the captions. All right, so what you just saw there was me use something called VS Code Speech. And VS Code Speech is free. We build it. It's cross-platform. It's available to everyone. All you have to do is click on that mic button, and if you don't have it, we'll help you get that extension installed. And then let's see, and let's look what it's done here. So it's added the Google APIs package, cool. Looks like it's added a get YouTube comments function. It's changed the response. Let's scroll down to the bottom. All right, so this looks pretty good. The only thing it's missing, I just want to ask for one more thing. It looks like my API key is missing. Can you add it securely from the process.env variable? So the cool thing about chat is that you can iterate with the model, and now the model can iterate right here in your code, right? So let's go ahead and accept this. We'll save. I've never been so nervous in my life. I'm going to bounce the API. Let's go ahead and collapse this. It's back up and running. Let's go back to our application. There's no shot this works. Why did I do this? Clear, paste in, set source. Did it work? There's the captions. Do we have comments? Scrolling. I think this is about a 10-minute video. We're almost there. We're almost there. Oh my gosh, we do. We have
that's
comments.
awesome.
We have comments. All right, awesome. So now, incredible, incredible. Now, because we've added that, we can say, please analyze the comments for insights, even if we can't spell analyze correctly. Models don't care. They're really, really good at misspellings. By the way, if you're correcting your misspellings in GitHub Copilot, you don't have to do that. It's fine with your misspellings. And just like that, we've got set up with, what did we do? We did testing, we did debugging, we did documentation, and we even added a feature all in the span of what I hope was 8 minutes, because that's all you
amazing.
gave me. All right.
Thank you, Burke.
Thank you so much. Great to see you, Universe. Have a great conference.
All right. So as Burke showed you, with GitHub Copilot, developers can focus more on the joyful parts of being a developer, the creativity, the problem solving, rather than being bogged down by repetitive and undifferentiated tasks like documentation and creating tests and writing configuration. With the deep integration of GitHub Copilot into your code editor, Copilot knows about your code, about the context of your project, and everybody else's code that came before you. And because it exposes the actions right there in the code editor, you don't have to hunt and peck to move fluidly as your ideas are expressed through your fingertips or via voice. But gone are the days where everything you're developing against is encapsulated in your code editor and available on your local machine. A modern cloud-native application has dependencies on managed resources and continuous integration, continuous deployment pipelines. And local debugging is great, but shifting analytics from production diagnostics is even better. And getting this all to work together, it sometimes feels like rocket science. So GitHub Copilot also makes it easier to learn about how to build and deploy to the cloud and how to do it without friction right from the cockpit where your code lives. So I'd like to welcome Shane Boyer to show you GitHub Copilot for Azure. Come on out.
That's going to be a hard act to follow.
All right, let's do it.
All right. So everything we saw Burke do was local and super awesome stuff. Multi-file edit, comments, and all that kind of stuff. Burke has reached out to me and said, I need this in the cloud. So what I'm going to do is use GitHub Copilot for Azure and see what we can do to get that up there. Now, very complex application. We've got some OpenAI infrastructure. We've got static web apps. We've got functions. And I've never tried to deploy all that from VS Code in one shot. So we're going to see if we can get that working.
All right.
I noticed he was using GPT-4o as his model. So the first thing I want to do is maybe ask and make sure I have access to that in my subscription. So I'm going to ask at Azure, and I'm going to use the voice thing as well. List what regions are available for GPT-4o. Let's see if this works. So what this is doing is it's actually looking at my subscription and my tenant and seeing if I have access to my made-up model that I mispronounced here, and see if I have access in all the regions where my subscriptions are valid. My guess is it's probably not going to find GPT Forum, but we'll see if it's good. So it didn't find the one I asked for because we misspoke.
All the GPTs.
But that's okay. We have all the GPTs available, which is great, and we'll just go with that. So again, knowing the complexity of his application that he has, I'm not sure how it works. It's got view and functions and all of that. What I'm going to do now is maybe see if I can find a template or some code samples that might be able to help us out. So let's ask, create a RAG chat app with GPT-4o. So here, we get a little prompt notification, and it's actually searching for templates. And it's looking at all of our Azure app AI samples that we have to see if we can find something to meet that requirement. And it says, look, I found a chat plus vision using Azure OpenAI template, which is really close to kind of what we're doing here. It's Azure Container Apps, it's got a managed identity, and it gives me a quick little prompt here to use the Azure Developer CLI and init that here. So I can just click this here, gives me a little init quick start, I can hit enter, and it's going to clone that code to my machine, initialize that Git repository, and ask me for a name. So we'll say GitHub testing app. Let's just do that. And I'm all set. We open that code here, and we've got all this code here, all this sample.
That was quick.
And this is a validated sample from our AI app gallery. It's run through testing. It's a full app architecture, which is super great. Now,
so it's not dynamically generated. It's actually found something that we have kind of curated and blessed and kind of made sure it follows Azure best practices.
That's correct. It uses all of our, like I said, even it told us managed identity, Azure Container Apps. We know that this is going to work using the Azure Developer CLI, and we have a lot of samples out there.
Awesome.
So that's super great. I can look through this. It's got docs. It's got our infrastructure here. It's code using Bicep, and we have Terraform as well available to us. So once I look at all that, I want to now be able to deploy this app. And it even gives me a prompt like, hey, I would like to deploy this app to Azure. So let's go ahead and ask, how would I deploy this? I deploy this application.
Good enough spelling.
It's close. Burke said that it's going to work if I got close. So we've already done the init here, and it says, hey, do an AZD up. So again, using the Azure Developer CLI, gives me that nice prompt. I click up. It's going to ask me for a little bit of information, maybe about my subscription. And go ahead and take all of that code. Here we go. We want to use that subscription. It's going to retrieve our locations, ask us where we want to deploy that. We'll probably choose West US 2 because that's where we're operating. And it's going to go and kick off that deployment. Now, I have done this in the past. We know it's going to be super fast, but in the interest of time, this actual application takes about 4 minutes to deploy. So if I look at this deployment in the past, actually here, so this is the deployment that's run, and you can see that it's not just a web application and maybe some backend functions. We see here we've got roles, we've got Azure Container Apps instances, we've got an OpenAI instance, we've got logging, analytics, all that. There's a full
So it's a full cloud-native application architecture.
Right, and again, up and running in 4 minutes. I can even show you it's running here, which is great. This is a great little vision app. We can choose maybe my office background image here, and we'll just ask a quick question like, how many plants are in this pic? Let's just see.
That's a lot of plants.
Thinking, it's a lot of plants. 17 plants. You can validate that for yourself. So this is a great sample from Pamela Fox, who's here presenting as well, using these things. And this is just one of those templates that's available for us using the API.
Awesome.
So hopping back here, one of the things that after we've gotten up and running, we see all this architecture here. One of my concerns, day 100 after this is, what do my costs look like?
That's always a concern.
It's a big concern. Templates, we've got our testing applications, our production applications. So let's just go back over into VS Code. And maybe I want to ask a question like, can you show me the cost breakdown of my services for, let's say, August of this year in my current subscription? So now the GitHub Copilot for Azure is going to look at my current logged-in subscription that I'm in, look at that cost management AI assistant that we have, and give us that breakdown of the services and break down the percentages of what it's cost me over that particular month. And you can see here, no surprise, cognitive search for us, it's 27% of our cost.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So you basically went from absolutely nothing to deploying an application in about 4 or 5 minutes to being able to actually see what your costs are on the cloud.
Yeah, and I can even use this cost management to look at a specific app by specifying that by app name if we were running this vision one for a while as well.
Awesome. That's all with...
You can grab it today.
That's great. Thank you so much, Shane. Thank you, Shane. So Shane just showed you just how easy it is to learn Azure, to provision resources, to deploy your code, and to diagnose and resolve issues quickly and get information about the costs of your solution. And you can all get this today at aka.ms, get GitHub Copilot for Azure. You see the link up there. Now, as a part of that demo, Shane also showed the easiest way to get started building an AI app with our Azure AI samples, which has a ton of samples across Python, JavaScript, Java, .NET, and examples integrating common AI building blocks like LangChain and Pinecone and Arise. And all you have to do to get started is to start using GitHub Copilot and GitHub Copilot for Azure with guidance at every single step. So you can get started today building your own AI app at aka.ms/AI apps. So what you saw in the demo is that GitHub Copilot can be augmented and grounded with your Azure environment that you define in GitHub repos with infrastructure as code and deploy via GitHub Actions for Azure. Then we take the Azure Resource Graph and the Azure CLI and the diagnostic and cost information and enlighten the GitHub Copilot with the dynamic knowledge of your Azure tenant and your subscription. That makes it so much easier to learn, to navigate, to modify your Azure environment because you can do it all in the context of your code editor. No more searching for the right panel in the Azure portal or in other websites. So we've talked about how AI is going to make it easier to write production-ready code and deploy it to the cloud, but how will the apps themselves change with AI? What does it mean to be building an intelligent application? Intelligent apps provide a level of personalization and usability that traditional apps just can't match. Unlike static and costly to update traditional apps, intelligent apps are dynamic and adaptive. They use natural user interfaces, which are intuitive and easy to use, like natural language input and voice and ambient awareness. And with integrated data analysis, they can learn from user behavior to anticipate needs, making them more responsive, efficient, user-centric, all while continuously improving the app. But this also means that the way that you code and what you code will actually need to evolve. In the past, developers focused on translating requirements into code and building and testing functionality through manual coding and manually generated tests and iterative processes. And continuous improvement always required manual work. But to achieve the promises of intelligent apps, developers now need to evaluate models. They need to curate data sets. They have to test on unseen data. And they have to continuously optimize the models and the user experience. And this paradigm shift requires that developers not only enhance their technical skills, but also adopt a strategic mindset so that their solutions can have the maximum impact. So, to show you what I mean, I'd like to welcome Sujin Choi to the stage to see VS Code and GitHub Copilot and how they can help you build more intelligent applications. Sujin? Welcome.
All right, so we got our app and we know how to deploy it. Let's have it so that we not only have our social assistant generate content based on a blog post or a YouTube video, but also have knowledge of VS Code features. Oh, excuse me, I was running. VS Code features so that it can link to the most relevant ones when it generates content. And for that, we'll need to use RAG. I'm using notebooks here because Notebook provides an interactive coding environment where we can enables like kind of fast iteration and testing, right? And then it leaves a good documentation of the processes. So I'm using notebooks inside VS Code today, connected to code spaces. All right, so let's first begin by mimicking a very simplified version of Burke's app in the next few cells here. And I'm going to have Copilot generate some code for us. Fetch the contents of a blog post given a URL and output it in JSON using Beautiful Soup.
The computer heard it better than I did.
All right, it's generating content, but it's not only just kind of following my orders, it's actually actively using content from the notebook. So it used that URL from the previous cell that I just ran. So I'm gonna go ahead and accept what it gave me, but actually save this as content for later use. And let me run that. So we got our code written, we got our blog post content, in a matter of seconds, right? Okay, and for our model now, we want to give it the role of a social assistant who generates LinkedIn posts. It's essentially the same kind of the message that Burke had for his social assistant. And for our model, we'll actually, navigate to GitHub models. There's a host of models here, both chat models and embeddings models. I'm going to choose GPT-4o Mini for today. And to use this model or any other models, on the GitHub Models page, click on the Get API Key button, select your language, and now usually you'd have to create your PAT tokens, it's not hard, but it does add some extra steps to the workflow. Today we can skip that because remember we were connected to code spaces, right? So for that, GitHub tokens are already injected into code spaces for us.
That's also a more secured way to do it so that you don't have the API keys directly in your source code.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I just got down here to the basic code sample. I'm just going to copy what it gave me and paste that code into our notebook here and give it our messages instead of the messages that they had. Run the cell, and it should give us our LinkedIn post.
Awesome.
Great. Okay, so we will start that RAG process now by doing a text search first using BM25, which is one of the most accurate form of text searches. And for that, let's not dump the entire blog post into the search because that would be 1, overkill, and 2, super noisy. So let's first extract some key topics from the blog post that we just fetched. And to do that, I'm going to use my model again. But this time, I'm just going to give a different message so that I can extract those key topics and run the model. And we should get back, there we go, a variety of topics that we can play around with in our text search. And now that we got our key topics kind of as like a search phrase almost, we need our search base, right? So for that, I'm going to use VS Code release notes that I've already saved onto the disk here. And I am going to import that data into the notebook. And you can't really see my fingers here, but I'm literally just tabbing and entering because Copilot is anticipating my code from my comments.
That's awesome. So you just wrote that one comment in that particular cell.
Yep.
And then based on that, you can do the tab for Copilot to complete the rest of the code.
Yep,
That's
exactly. It looks like it did, but as with everything, trust but verify, right? I'm going to open this in Data Wrangler.
What's Data Wrangler?
So it's a place where you can essentially view and manipulate your data. It's a sandbox environment, so you can play around with your data any way you want, and it's kind of a safe way to do that.
So it's a great way to basically do data preparation in the context of VS Code, which is kind of a pretty common task for building intelligent apps with AI.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. So let's take a look at our data that was loaded. It looks like, yes, all the data was loaded, except all of the data was loaded, dating back to 2016, and VS Code has definitely moved on. Let's filter this data to include only the features that were implemented in the last 2 years. So something that contains 2023 or something that contains 2024. And when I apply that, I should see 2023 features here as well as 2024 features. Great. So we can preview the code that Data Wrangler has automatically generated for us down here. And with a single click here, we can export that code back into our notebook. And I can, bye-bye. I can run that cell to actually filter our data. Great. So we got our search key topics of search terms, and then we got our search base. Let's actually do that text search. Now, even though BM25 is a really common way of doing text searches, it is pretty tedious to implement it myself, so I'm going to delegate that task to Copilot again. So create a function to perform text search over our filtered data.
That's cool. So you can basically input variables from the context of your notebook into Copilot.
Exactly. It knows about the the active kernel, so we can say these are the kernels that we want to use for our code. So our clean data using BM25 with the key terms that we've extracted and return the top 10 documents. You see that it's using our variables, and here we have our top 10 documents. Hopefully when I accept and run it, there we go.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we just take a quick pause here, right? Like we literally just did a sophisticated search over 2 years of VS Code features that were implemented in like
a few seconds.
A few seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, this is literally how I level up my productivity. So I'm really excited about this. Okay, so now that we have our 10 features that we could link in our LinkedIn post, but who needs another LinkedIn post that is overfilled with links, right? So nobody. Let's actually do some re-ranking of the data, the features that were returned, so that we can link the top 3, kind of the most relevant ones in our post. To do that, I'm going to use our model again. I mean, there's many ways to do this. We can use embeddings models. We can apply like neural network, but I'm going to use our model again just with a different message because I've been playing around with this model, experimenting with it this whole month, and I have not run out of my free credits yet, so why not take advantage of that? Great, so we got our 3 features that are most relevant to the blog post, the original blog post. Okay, moment of truth. Here's our social assistant again. And here I'm passing it not only the blog post, but also our features that were retrieved. And when we run it, we should get back an error. And I'm going to ask Copilot to fix that for me. Let's see what Copilot comes up with. OK, it says that I actually forgot the function to create, to call the function. And I'll accept and run. And obviously, Copilot was not trained on how to call GitHub models because GitHub models is newer than Copilot model here, but it was able to actually call or suggest the right fix by looking at the code from the previous cells, right? It saw how I've been calling it before, and that's how it was able to deduce the right fix for me. And there we have it. Here's our post, and here's our features that you can try out. And now we can keep playing around with this model or this whole process here, or what I'm doing here is I'm just going to run the cells in this entire section. I've brought some of the GitHub models that I saw earlier at the GitHub models page, and I'm going to compare and contrast the different models and how it outputs the social content for me. Because I mean, they each got kind of a different flavor going on, right? And this is I mean,
so you're kind of evaluating the model in the context of the application that you want to be able to build.
Essentially.
To see which model is best for you.
Yeah, and as you said, I'm evaluating the model, and I've experimented with the model from the GitHub models page, right? And I've also kind of started the optimization process of how I want the model to behave in the app. So,
awesome. All in the context of Visual Studio Code.
Yep.
That's great. Thank you, Sujin.
Of course.
Great. Thank you. So in August, we announced that developers can quickly discover, learn, and experiment with advanced AI models. And GitHub developers can access Azure AI models through GitHub Marketplace for their Gen AI apps and APIs and experiment with them for free. And developers can now seamlessly set up and log into their Azure account to deploy their AI apps at scale with enterprise-level security and monitoring. Now, I'm excited to introduce a new capability to the Azure AI platform today, native model evaluation and experimentation that you can use directly in GitHub and your Visual Studio Code editor. The evaluation can be manually or integrated into CI workflows, which can be triggered automatically after every code change. And this allows you to run pre-production evaluation against test data and generate evaluation results for metrics such as fluency and coherence. And the results are posted back directly into GitHub after each run. Experimentation in GitHub Actions can be integrated into the CD workflows to trigger automatically after a deployment completes. So out-of-the-box AI models, the metrics are also provided to make it easy to get started. And you can use all of this in the context of GitHub Copilot for Azure, and that can help you learn how to use it. So let's take a quick look at this in action with a demo chatbot app. So to measure user satisfaction, we recently added a new thumbs up and thumbs down feature to our app. So let me start and ask GitHub Copilot to define a metric that allows us to measure the user satisfaction for my A/B experiment. And it'll actually add it into my config file. Now, modifying a prompt is as easy as changing a text file. So what we're going to do here is to have an A/B experiment on that adventurous prompt. Now what you can see is that based on these code changes, we've kicked off the CI process. And you can see that the pre-production environment is actually testing the evaluation of my model in the CI. Now I've deployed it, and we can actually see that it's running in the CD environment, and I can actually see all of the evaluations as the result of running it in production. And so I can see for this particular experiment that it actually was not a successful experiment, and actually I'm not going to ship this particular version of the experiment, but you can see just how easy it is to be able to scale your AI applications and your AI models and get feedback from your users once they're deployed into production with this capability. So stay tuned to Microsoft Ignite, which is coming up in a couple of weeks, and we'll give you all access to this directly. So now let's touch on the AI application platform. Using the tools that you know and love, Visual Studio and GitHub, you can build intelligent apps on the same infrastructure that OpenAI and GitHub Copilot are actually built on, using the foundational models from leading AI innovators across the entire industry and your own data with all the orchestration and the tooling to wire it all up together. And using those eval capabilities that I just showed you, you can wrap all of this with our industry-leading approach to responsible AI, AI safety, and security. So just to recap, we showed you how every developer can bring the joy back to coding with GitHub Copilot, how you can easily pick up a new cloud and become a cloud-native developer with GitHub Copilot for Azure, and how you can make the transition to become an intelligent app developer with the Azure AI platform and our Visual Studio Code tools for AI. Thank you all. Happy coding. Thank you, GitHub Universe.
All right, let's try this again. I'm joined right now by someone very special, Kyle Daigle. Now, Kyle, not only have you been a hubber for forever, but I think you have one of the distinct honors. You've been at every single GitHub universe, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. I've been to every universe. It's our 10th one here. The first one was in the dog patch in San Francisco in this sort of huge broken down industrial space. And over the years we were there. We went to the Palace of Fine Arts. We went virtual, obviously, for a few years. Went to the YBCA, and now we're kind of back to form. We've got this beautiful campus here across 2 piers, and it's just been so much fun to get so many people together. It's the biggest one yet by like a huge margin, and so it's been great to see so many new faces here.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is so big. I've been like running into people, and I've been like getting lost, having to run back and forth. I know you have too. What is it you think like makes Universe so special? Because you've been to a lot of events, I've been to a lot of events. Universe is really special. What is it that makes it unique?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bunch of things. I mean, GitHub is a unique company. We want to be hubby, we want to care about each other, we want good food, we want good drinks, we want it to look great when you're walking around. So I think a lot of it's that. But really, this is the only event where kind of like everyone here is a developer or was a developer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even if you're the boss now, even if you're the decision maker, ultimately you were a dev at some point, so we can talk to everyone here kind of the same way. So no matter who you're running into, you can talk about your favorite language, your framework, how you started on GitHub, and that just makes the vibe super unique, I think, for Universe that really no other event has.
I totally agree. And yeah, also we have the best swag.
100%.
Like we really absolutely do. So we had a lot of great announcements today, but we know we've got even more great stuff coming up tomorrow, and you're going to be a big part of that. Can you give us a sneak peek about what people can expect from day 2 of Universe?
Yeah, I mean, day 1 was huge and super exciting. I think day 2 is all about devs. You know, it's the work that they're doing, the open source community, what they're building, how they're building it, what the future of software looks like, and how we can have way more people in. So we're doing one of my favorite things. We're showing off something no one's ever seen before. I love to pick the stuff that everyone says we can't show and then make them show it.
And you're like, no, we're going to show it.
Yeah, I'm showing it. So we have a bunch of that tomorrow. So please definitely tune in at 9 a.m. Pacific. It's going to be huge tomorrow.
All right, tune in 9 a.m. Pacific tomorrow. All right, you can't tell us the thing that you're going to show off tomorrow, but what's one of the, is there a project or is there a company out here that is here right now that has you really excited?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think there's a lot. We're kind of in the upstairs sponsorship hall here, and so there's so many different projects and companies. I think, honestly, my favorite part of up here, though we have some amazing partners, is the open source zone. You know, it's so great to have the projects here that everyone is using, know, and love, but they're not going to pay for a booth. Right. And so we bring them in, give it to them for free, and they get to talk about their project. So it's really great. We got Home Assistant, Oh My ZSH, we got a whole bunch more tomorrow. And so it's great to talk to those maintainers about what they're building.
I love it. All right. And speaking of that note, I'm actually now going to take a look. Thank you so much, Kyle. We'll see you later. See you tomorrow. And I'm actually going to take a look and see if we can find some of these open source projects that we were talking about. We've got tons of sponsors all over the place, open source projects. Like Kyle said, we can check out all of these amazing booths, all of these attendees. If you're joining us virtually, please, use the hashtag GitHub Universe to let us know what you think, what some of your favorite projects are, and also show these sponsors some love because they're doing some great stuff. And I think actually, we've got so many great things going on. We've got the shop back there. I know we're going to be doing that in a little bit too. But I'm going to now, I think, try to find some of my friends and see if we have any members of the open source community that we can talk to. See who I can find out. Oh, actually, I think I see somebody. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hi again.
Fancy seeing you here.
Know. We were just talking about open source, and I think that's the perfect thing for you, right?
I do like open source.
Well, I'm going to leave you to it.
Thank you. It was good seeing you. Well, hey, everybody. I hope you're doing well. GitHub Universe has been very, very fun, and we've been seeing so many cool booths. You know, the 10th GitHub Universe, it's very exciting. I was in the keynote this morning, which was very, very fun. And Abby,
Cassidy?
as I live and breathe,
fancy running into you here.
Hello.
What a great timing. You bringing your friends
I
just
know.
in time
Welcome to the stream,
for some Universe
everybody.
Awards.
What? Yes. Tell us more about this award and everything.
Yeah, so my name's Abby. I run open source maintainer programs here at GitHub, and we're giving out this Universe Award, and today we're going to talk about the Wonderfully Welcoming Award. So this one goes to a project that has many new contributors on the platform. So this award actually goes to Home Assistant this year.
Ooh, nice.
The open source home automation project. So Paulus is here from Home Assistant as the founder. So congratulations, Paulus. Here is the Wonderfully Welcoming Award.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is a great surprise.
So can you tell us a bit about why so many people are coming to Home Assistant and contributing now?
I think we just ship a lot of bugs. That's what people report. No, I think in Home Assistant, everything is kind of possible. We have every layer is extensible, and people love building on top of it, creating something that other people like and sharing it with each other. And so, yeah, that's why people contribute a lot.
That's awesome, because you had in the recent Octoverse report, you had the #1 most new contributors on the project and the second most new contributors on the project. So that's great. Can you tell us a bit about the new foundation that you're running and how this will help build the community?
Yeah, so we really wanted to make sure that the software that we're building is meant for users and users only. And the best way we realize we can do this, building a platform with a focus on local control and privacy, is to not have investors. You have investors, then the focus becomes always return on investment. And so We started a foundation, we donated Home Assistant to it. Home Assistant can never be sold, can never be invested in, and its focus will always be on the user.
That's amazing. And do you have any advice for people looking to make their first open source contribution?
In general, I would say always build something that is for yourself. Like build something that you care about, because otherwise you cannot iterate and see what's needed. And once you build something you like, then find someone else that might also like it, and kind of see 2, 3, 4 people, iterate a bit, see what else people need, and slowly grow from there until, well, everybody uses it, like Home Assistant.
That's amazing. Yeah, and it's great to scratch your own itch. So congratulations again, Paulus, and we'll see you around at Universe and tomorrow on day 2.
Thank you.
Cool. That is so cool. What a cool project to be supportive of, and I just love their team and what they're doing.
I know, and they do such a good job with pull requests and just merging things in. They're a great group.
Yeah.
But
contribute
to Home Assistant. They're so welcoming.
Yeah, I
wonderfully welcoming, you might say.
Hey! Well, and I think it's so great when there are projects out there that are known for being welcoming too, because it is intimidating to contribute to open source.
It is, yeah. It's very scary jumping into code, into a new project.
Right.
But we do have a second award.
Please tell me more about
So
them.
this is the GitHub for Good Award, and this goes to a nonprofit or social sector organization who has leveraged GitHub for good. To empower developers to make a positive difference in the world.
Oh, that's so fun. So who's it going to?
So this year, it's going to the UN HCR, the Hive, and this is the Data Science and Innovation Lab at the UN Refugee Agency.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, so Cassie, did you know that 22% of the 43 million refugees around the world live in temporary housing?
Oh my gosh.
That are scaffolded in emergencies?
Oh my gosh.
So the Hive really looked at how can they leverage AI to really help solve this problem. So they came up with these solutions for really planning and scaffolding this housing situation. So it's really helping refugees all around the world.
And so is it for like coordination of housing and like, I don't even know what all goes into that. It sounds complicated.
There's a lot of people, and it's a lot of housing that they have to set up really quickly. So using the software, they can plan for it, they can scaffold what they need, they can get the right people involved. And it's just such a great way to use GitHub and use AI to help all these refugees all around the world.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
And I love it when open source helps people like that.
Know, yeah.
That's such a great cause to be in support of, too.
Yes. Yeah, so congratulations to the Hive.
Yeah, that's so amazing. And it sounds like we have a little bit more time. So how has your GitHub Universe been so far?
It's been fantastic. I really enjoyed the juice outside.
The juice has been amazing. I know that we should be talking about like the incredible content and code, but the juice is really good.
Juice is really good. And I'm going to be trying the boba tomorrow. I got that tip from you earlier today. And I love boba, so that's my next stop after this.
It is one of my love languages. And so,
boba?
That's very good. Yes. So the juice has been good, the boba's been good, but it has been really cool just seeing so many people where there's so many maintainers and just people at different companies, people in different communities that I've only really seen online and for so long, and it's really cool to see everyone in person.
Yeah, for sure, and I've been hanging out in the open source zone, so just seeing all these projects that I really admire. They've done so much for the world. It's been great just having them all in one spot.
Right, yeah, and again, like the logistics behind running such large open source projects is so cool and really interesting to see just behind the scenes and the humans who are doing all of this labor, often thanklessly.
Yeah, so that's really what I care about is these humans and just making sure that they have what they need to make the world a better place.
Yeah.
Like the Hive and like Home Assistant.
Right, yeah, for sure. It's been so cool to see, and the fact that everybody's in support of that. It's been like a very good vibe.
Yeah,
overall.
that's been amazing.
Like the energy here has been so positive.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, like even from the keynote to all of the different booths and stuff, and there's even like headshot stations here for portfolios, and people are giving advice on like LinkedIn profiles and stuff. It's amazing.
Yeah, and I was just walking down the hall and people were talking about how, oh, this is great getting updated headshots. We're all using super outdated ones where you don't look the same anymore.
Right, we were just that was 5 years ago, but my skin was a little tighter.
So will you be getting a new headshot?
I've been thinking about it. Mine isn't that old yet, though.
Okay.
So I've got a little bit of time before I'm like, that is not my face.
Mine is 7 years old, so I'm
so
considering
it's about
it.
time.
Considering it, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, have you seen any other cool booths or anything? I know you've been mostly in the open source zone.
Open source zone. I've also been at the contribution graph in GitHub Central, so you can print off a postcard that has your contribution graph on it.
Oh, no way.
So it's super exciting. You can tell when I went on mat leave, where it's like all dark.
Oh, yeah, mine was, yeah, that happened.
When I had a non-technical role, went all dark, and then when it lit up, when I got a new job and was coding lots again. So it's fun.
Yeah, my graph this year, it was very much like, I'm going to try to commit every day. And then after a while, I was like, that was unhealthy, and you can see it instantly.
Just
like
slowly dies off.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, we're still hanging in there.
Yeah.
It's fine. That's cool that it's postcards, too. Can you send them to people and
You
stuff?
can, yeah. So the back has a little spot where you can write your message, put the address, a little stamped circle, yeah.
That's so cool. I hope we're not building too much FOMO for y'all, but it has been pretty
That's
cool.
true. It is really nice here. So try to come one year.
Yeah, this is my first in-person universe. I've gone online every year and spoken before, but always offline. And so it's really cool to actually be here in person.
I think you've even had a star in previous years on the ground. So your presence has been here.
I've existed in spirit.
Never physically. So it's great to have you here.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's been fun to actually be here. And again, like the energy is really, really cool. And I hope it's being conveyed through the internet waves because it's been really, really awesome to be here for sure.
Cool.
Well, anyway, besides all of that, I know that the hackable badge station is where I want to hit up next. I don't know if you've done that.
I have not yet.
Yeah,
People have been asking me what I'm going to do with mine.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all have seen the hackable badges. It is very cool. We've got like buttons here, and then there's like Raspberry Pis on the back and stuff. I've seen someone already, I think they put Doom on it, of course.
What?
I know, yeah, and like and Tetris and everything. And so
that's pretty good.
We got to do something. Right now it's just, you know, our names.
I think 2 years ago I saw someone use it as an oximeter, so it showed the oxygen levels.
That's amazing. Oh yeah, like it'd be fun to like hook it up to my watch and see like my blood pressure change like when I'm live or giving a talk or something. Yeah, I'm just like, ooh.
You don't get stressed out.
There was
We're
a spike
totally
there.
calm right now.
Right, yes. This is the least stressful situation ever.
Chatting with friends.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, it has been super fun chatting with you. And
I'm glad you stopped by at the perfect time for these awards.
No, I think this is great. And I think we're just about ready to head over to the main stage. So congratulations again to all of the winners. Thank you so much for presenting the awards and for all just the work that you've done for curating the open source community. It's really awesome.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, all right. We're heading over to the main stage. Thanks, y'all. See you soon.
Please welcome Alex Spinelli.
Hi, I'm really excited to be here. I'm Alex Spinelli. I am the Senior Vice President of AI and Developer Platforms for ARM. Just yesterday, we got this award. GitHub gave us Partner of the Year, their first ever. Super excited for that. And hopefully throughout this talk, you'll learn why. Today, what we're going to talk about is a bit about ARM, our vision, why you actually want to learn a lot more about us, and all the cool things we're doing with GitHub. And I brought some friends to tell the story. So what or who is ARM? So just by show of hands, who would say they're very familiar with ARM? Okay, an okay amount. We're one of those companies that everyone's heard of, but not everyone knows all the amazing things we're doing. I joined about 4 months ago in a very new role to actually deeply engage with the software development community. We actually want to connect and learn how we can help you. So my job is to make sure your code runs great on all of the ARM platform. And what we're going to do is talk about the different ways we're doing that with GitHub. And we're going to show you all the ways that we want to connect and engage. And this talk is really an invitation to connect with us. And so I really encourage folks to come see us at the booth after the talk. So just a little numbers for ARM. We have shipped 300 billion devices out into the world. We're on essentially all of the mobile phones. We have full coverage in the major cloud providers, and there's 20 million developers working on our platforms. So ARM is in here, phones in your pockets. ARM is on laptops and Chromebooks. ARM is in data centers and cloud. Graviton on AWS, Cobalt in Azure, and Axion in Google are all ARM and offer amazing new TCO price for performance. ARM is powering autonomous vehicles and robots. And forgive the pun, but we are deeply embedded in IoT and microcontrollers. ARM is everywhere. We're even in these screens. We double-checked. These modular TVs are ARM-based, and the chips that are around your neck are also ARM-based technology. So Rene Haas refers to us, he's our CEO, as the most ubiquitous computing platform on the planet. And our vision is really to extend beyond this hardware footprint. We actually want to help engage developers in a couple of really critical ways where we have some deep expertise, and we're going to hear about some of those today. We want to help on performance and efficiency across any device, anywhere. We want to help your code move across devices, so compatibility and portability. And we want to help on advanced computational computing. So this is things like graphics rendering, gaming, especially on mobile, and of course, AI. And all of that comes with ARM's amazing price for performance and our legendary power efficiency. So we kind of think about this as one code base. One code base that can work across all of your different platforms, cloud to edge, and so that you have confidence that the code you write and you deploy is going to run great on any device. And we're actually going to talk about something pretty unique now, where with GitHub Actions and Runners and ARM instances in the cloud, you can quantize and compile a machine learned model and actually move it straight from that instance in the cloud and deploy it onto a mobile phone. No emulators, none of the circus that you usually have to go through to get that from an optimized and tested model out into a device. Super exciting stuff. And we're integrating with GitHub Copilot to ease that journey. So all along the way, you can get guidance and best practices and even cool code generation. So like I said, we're just getting started. We really want this presentation to be the beginning of a dialogue. So you're going to see us out in the marketplace in new ways. We want to show up for developers in new ways. And again, it starts today. Please come talk to us after. I'm going to hand off to Eric, who's going to go through some of the exciting things we're working on directly with GitHub in this partnership. Eric?
Thanks. Thank you, Alex. Hi, everybody. My name's Eric. I'm really passionate about working with developers like yourselves, talking to you, hearing about the problems that you have, hearing about the solutions you create, hearing how ARM can help you and how we can bring our technology to you all more democratically, more easily, help lower some of the barriers of entry, barriers of adoption. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time with you to talk about how we plan to achieve Alex's vision, how we work with our ecosystem, how we work with GitHub, and the path forward, a little bit of history of our short but very fruitful partnership that led to the Technology Partner of the Year, which I'm personally very proud of, the whole ARM team is very proud of. And then I'll hand over to my colleagues to tell you a little bit about how you can take advantage of what we have today and start this journey towards this vision with us and engage with us, okay? So, a little bit about our software ecosystem. ARM, as a computer architecture, doesn't go it alone. We have a very robust open source community and footprint in industry and developer footprint and a very large ecosystem that we contribute our engineering resources and code contributions to bring ARM tools into workflows, to bring our best practices to developers to help meet them where they're at, to bring performance optimizations into libraries and into frameworks that you all use and take advantage of, and do all of that hard work together with our ecosystem so that you, the developer, don't have to. So you don't have to even think about the underlying hardware, so that you can migrate to the ARM architecture easily if you want to take advantage of that lower price performance and total cost of ownership advantage Alex was mentioning in the data center, so that you can have the best experience on the ARM architecture to deploy your software easily. And ARM, as a ubiquitous platform and architecture, is showing up in clouds everywhere. As Alex mentioned, custom ARM silicon is showing up in the major ARM service providers, cloud service providers and platform as a service providers like AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud, and the adoption of the ARM architecture is fantastic. There are tremendous savings on the total overall cost of deployment for developers everywhere, whether in private cloud, in their own personal data centers using ARM servers, or in public clouds or hybrid clouds. And so, in order to help galvanize that adoption and make the migration easier for developers, we find partnering with our community and GitHub essential to make the development process for migrating to ARM or making your applications multi-architecture or multi-cloud as easy as possible, and to make your experience as seamless as possible, so you don't feel any pain when you take advantage of the lower price performance that ARM has to offer. And so we've worked closely over the last 3 years with GitHub to help start bringing all of our ARM technology over to GitHub Actions and that environment. And we have a core mission of uniting the world's most ubiquitous computing platform with the world's largest developer community, so that developers like you can write once, build, test, and deploy your software everywhere that ARM is, and all those devices that Alex mentioned, regardless of where your application is. And if there's a migration of your workload from cloud to edge, that you have a build and test deployment environment, one repo, where you can start to do that work. And we started this journey, I think, 2 years ago at 2022 GitHub Universe. GitHub announced our partnership. You know, I've been working with GitHub a little bit longer than that, but we started by just taking our compilers and our other ID tools and some of our best practices for modeling ARM's architecture and models, fast models, functional models as a development platform, and integrating them natively into an image in GitHub Actions, so that you, the developer, didn't have to come to ARM to get a compiler, have a deep licensing conversation, pay us a fee to get access to it, download and install our tools in a specific environment. We packaged everything up and made it available natively under Actions. And we set up some methodologies to really help embedded developers in the IoT landscape easily revolutionize and modernize their workflows and move into the cloud. And in doing that, we got tremendous feedback. We got a lot of adoption, but we also got a lot of asks for something more native. See, when you're compiling and cross-compiling and porting, even when you're taking advantage of virtual platforms, there's still something missing in the loop. There's still a need to migrate and port and translate the work you've done in emulation or in virtual environments over to the more native target that you have. And so last year, we took a use case where there was an immediate need for instruction set architecture parity that you have in an ARM server and an ARM server environment and the end devices, the ECUs in an automobile. And we shared our vision for cloud-to-car development. And we talked about how we could enable the software-defined vehicle of the future to help galvanize and keep the electrification of automobiles going, to help power the myriad of Waymos that you see all around that I took last night, and make the reality of software-defined AI-powered cars accessible to developers through a GitHub workflow, combining ARM servers that were announced last year at GitHub Universe under Actions natively and virtual devices. And this year, we're really pleased to report back to you on the adoption of those ARM runners and the progress in deploying them, and introduce a complete GitHub workflow that combines the work over the last couple of years. That takes images for Linux and Windows, where we combine all the tools together, make them available under Actions, with a native ARM runner that you can natively build and test and match with your deployment target, and the latest in AI assistance that Copilot, GitHub Copilot has to offer, and that you've heard a lot about today, that is just very exciting, very compelling to everyone, and makes all of our lives easier. And so you'll hear a little bit more about Copilot later, but let's delve into how ARM runners are changing the game for developers everywhere. Right? We started with an initial launch. We had a public beta in June of last year, and we got really, really great feedback that the tools and the approach of packaging up the tools and development experience under Actions with a native runner was the way to go. And in addition to just a unified developer experience, the price of the runner was a significant advantage because of the price of the infrastructure and the lower total cost of ownership for Microsoft and cloud service providers that host the technology. So then in September, just last month, we announced a GA, and the GA is for Teams and Enterprise plans. And then early next year, we expect to see the open source community have complete access to these. So we expect that the adoption of these runners is just going to continue to grow and grow. And we've already seen to date over 2,000 enterprises take up the ARM runners today and take advantage of the value proposition that they offer you, the lower price, seamless developer experience, and start migrating your applications to ARM or support multiple architectures and deploy everywhere. The ARM runners cost 37% less than the other alternatives for Windows and Linux development. And that's tremendous savings for you as a developer, for your development team, for the deployment that you're going to have and the install base that you're going to deploy your services on. And at the end of the day, that's what we really care about, is making sure there's much more value in your experience of developing and writing and deploying your software on ARM. And that's what we've heard the most feedback on. And don't just take it from me, you can listen and hear straight from our users. Early seed startup took advantage and significantly improved build times from over 30 minutes to 4 minutes with the ARM runners. And that was just early in the private beta. That's right away they saw some of the benefits. And a AI application developer, open source Rust project, was able to save upfront effort with the setup and installation and management, as well as the week-to-week maintenance of having this managed ARM infrastructure to build and test their application on. So already we're seeing really great traction, and we're looking forward to bringing these runners to the open source community later on this year, early next year. So we're really thrilled about the adoption, and we're really interested in learning about the use cases that you have and the best ways to deploy them. So with that, I'm going to hand over to my friend Purina Verma to talk about one of the more common use cases that's emerging with GitHub.
Thank you, Eric. Hi, everyone. I'm Purina from ARM. I'm really passionate about crafting seamless developer experiences for diverse software that runs on ARM hardware. I'm an avid GitHub user myself. I'm very excited to be here today to talk to you about how we're utilizing the native ARM runners with GitHub Actions to streamline your MLOps workflows. Now, we not only live in a world of AI, but we also live in a world where we're inundated with acronyms. So, show of hands, who knows what MLOps stands for? All right, so I'm going to set some context here, right? MLOps refers to machine learning operations, and it's a set of practices that combines machine learning and DevOps for not only building, but also deploying and maintaining your machine learning models in a production environment at scale. It really bridges the gap between development and deployment because you're not only effectively building your model, but you're also ensuring that it's maintained and deployed in a way that provides and ensures continuous value generation. You know, just as the way we've seen DevOps provide efficiencies to traditional software workflows with CI/CD practices, I envision MLOps is going to provide the same benefits for the entire ML lifecycle. So GitHub Actions, as you know, is a really powerful tool that lets you automate your workflows right from your source code repository. For MLOps, you can use GitHub Actions to automate your entire ML lifecycle, all the way from data pre-processing to deployment of these models. The native ARM64 GitHub-hosted runners are a game changer for these ML workflows for multiple reasons. Performance. Now, these runners are built with the ARM Neoverse family of CPUs, which not only power these runners, but also power the ARM instances in the cloud. And they're built with vectorization technology like SIMD and Neon and certain architectural features in the CPU that are hyper-optimized to accelerate your ML algorithms. Now, these runners also typically consume less power, but more importantly, they're really easy to scale within your GitHub Actions environment, making it an excellent choice for your MLOps workflows. So in the cloud, ARM has been working with leading cloud service providers, as well as with the ML frameworks, to bring together a development environment where you can bring your optimized and ML workloads to life on your ARM-based hardware. So we've done significant engineering investments into these ML frameworks like PyTorch and ExecuTorch so that you have a faster and a seamless experience when you run your ML models with these workflows on ARM. So when you combine the fact that you have these native ARM64 runners available with GitHub Actions generally available with your team and enterprise accounts, and the ML frameworks like PyTorch and ExecuTorch just run faster on ARM and you're able to run these workloads, you've unlocked a really powerful solution for automating your machine learning workloads. It's particularly beneficial for MLOps and containerized AI applications. So let's pause and take a look at what the machine learning and MLOps software development workflow really looks like, right? And it's different from your traditional software workflows in the sense there's a tighter integration to the cloud very early on, not only for data collection, but also for deployment and monitoring. So if you start from the left of that image, you're collecting your training data all on the cloud using your ARM runners, right? You're then optimizing your neural network model. You're using techniques such as quantization and optimization for pruning. Once you have and this is all to fit into the constraints of your edge devices. So now once you have your optimized model, you then integrate it with the rest of your software, package it up into a binary, and then deploy it to your fleet of devices. Now, these fleet of devices are constantly monitored, but you can collect additional data to further improve the performance of your optimized model. The native ARM64 GitHub hosted runners, you can leverage those runners to really estimate the performance of these optimized models directly in the cloud and seamlessly deploy it with the push of a click button to your edge devices. And that's really the key takeaway here, and honing back into the point that Alex said earlier, right? No clunky workflows, no cross-compilation. Within the cloud, you've built your model, and the push, you can deploy it onto your phone. So we're really excited that tomorrow we're going to be hosting a sandbox session here at GitHub Universe, where we'll walk you through how to utilize these MLOps workflows in a real software project. It's anchored in an automotive use case. This sandbox session is really catered towards, the technical know-how for the interested developers who want to know the step-by-step instructions, code samples of how to implement these MLOps pipelines with PyTorch and GitHub Actions. I will be there with my co-presenter, Jason Andrews, who is a distinguished engineer at ARM, but more importantly, he's a really passionate educator and wants to empower all of the ARM developers and the developer community at large to master your software development on ARM. Over to Jason for the rest of the exciting updates.
Thanks, Prerna. Hi, everybody. I'm Jason Andrews, and I really love to write and to teach people about software development on ARM. I just want everybody to learn more and to be able to move faster in all the things that you do. So I'm happy to be here with you today, first time at GitHub Universe, and I have a couple of things that I want to share with you. First thing that I want to share is that I am proud to announce that ARM is extending GitHub Copilot. So you can probably sense from the activity here, there's a lot of momentum behind ARM right now. And developers are really interested to take advantage of the performance, efficiency, and cost savings. So maybe you are a cloud developer and you're migrating cloud applications or services over to ARM-based instances so that you can save costs. Or maybe you're using GitHub Actions with ARM runners because you want to build native versions of your applications and you want to run those during your testing phase without instruction emulation. Or maybe you're an automotive or IoT developer and you're targeting ARM hardware in your project. So regardless of the case, we really want you to have a great experience with Copilot. And so to do that, we're building a Copilot extension that will bring all the knowledge of ARM together and give the right context for you in Copilot. Now there's two important things to do that. So in the Copilot extension, we want Copilot to be fully aware that you are developing on ARM and for ARM and you love ARM. That's very important because it filters out a lot of the useless information that you don't need. The second thing is to have the up-to-date data, right? So we know things are changing all the time. New content is available, new hardware systems are coming, new software becomes available, different stacks for AI and ML. Constantly we're optimizing software. So as a Copilot user, you want to have all of that information up to date all the time. So by setting the right context and delivering you the timely and accurate information, you're going to get the best experience with Copilot. So by extending Copilot, we want to enable all of you to learn more and to move faster. So let's take a look at a short demo and we can see it in action. Okay, so this is going to be a Copilot demo, and I'm going to just compare and contrast those two main points that I was talking about. So first, let's say as a cloud developer, I'm going to ask Copilot a question about how do I install the Azure CLI. Okay, so we'll put that into Copilot and we'll get the answer back. And you'll see it's got some instructions, but it's for a Mac, I forgot. I'm working on Linux in a cloud machine, so let's change that. So we're going to ask, how do I install on Linux? So I get some good-looking instructions there. It's using Linux Package Manager. Seems all fine, but you'll notice one small point, wrong architecture. Okay, so how do we fix that? Let's try a different approach and ask the ARM extension the same question. How do we install that Azure CLI? Again, we'll put that into the ARM extension, and this time we get something completely different, right? We get a curated experience which re-emphasizes the fact that you are an ARM developer and you are running on an ARM server in the cloud and you want to install the Azure CLI. And then it's going to show you two different ways to install that software, one using curl and then another one using Python pip. Both those work great and they're fully tested. And you'll see at the bottom of the screen there's a link to the exact install instructions that you need if you want more information. Okay, so that's the type of experience we can bring with a curated environment. Okay, let's try another question. So what are the flags for large system extensions on Rust? So this is an architecture feature for ARM for systems with many CPUs and optimizing atomic performance. We get something, but it's not really at all about the ARM architecture. Again, very generic. So let's ask the ARM extension how to install or use those flags. And this time, we'll get exactly what we're looking for. Okay, so we'll get some information explaining that if you're on the Linux architecture ARC64 and you use the target feature there plus LSE, you'll be good to go. You'll get that best performance. Okay, let's try another thing with Copilot. What about multi-architecture images for Docker? Very common situation as people migrate to ARM, they want to have multi-architecture images. So again, Copilot has some information. It's a little bit mangled there in terms of instruction emulation and using a manifest. And let's move over to the ARM extension and see what we see. So in this case, what you'll notice is we get a very clear differentiation of what our options are. So we have options for instruction emulation, we have a Docker manifest command, or we can use a cloud service like the Docker build cloud. And there's links to each one of those showing you specifically how to do that. Okay? Now let's ask maybe a follow-up on that. We could ask about the Docker manifest command. How do we do that? How does it work? And using this ARM extension, we'll get a clear example of how we can use two different machines, each with a different architecture, and then we can create a manifest that brings those two images together, and then we can push that to our container repository. And then you'll see at the end there's 4 quick steps to make sure you fully understand what's happening here. Okay, next question. Let's ask about what kind of hardware has bfloat 16. New data type, very important in AI and ML. We see some results. There's a Google TPU, an NVIDIA GPU, but remember, I'm an ARM developer. So let's ask the ARM extension, which hardware has bfloat 16 support? And when we see this, we get a list of ARM processors, probably Graviton 3 with the Neoverse V1 might be the one you're most familiar with. That'll give you the highest performance, and you get more information on how to do that. And then we'll ask a follow-up question, well, how do I know if my ARM system has bfloat 16? I'm running Linux, I don't know. So we can check proc CPU info and look at the features, and you even get a small C program that you can use during runtime to detect the feature. Okay? So last question to wrap up the demo. Let's ask about the benefits of some other architecture. So when we ask that, of course, there's no answer, right? We're focused on ARM because we're ARM developers. So again, I just want to kind of summarize there that the context that you set and the data you use, that's what makes your Copilot experience great. And that's what we want to deliver for all those ARM developers out there. Okay, so today we've shown you a complete flow with GitHub Actions. We talked about ARM runners, how you can build executables that you can run and test in the cloud with no instruction emulation. And we talked about GitHub Copilot and the extension that we're building for that. So the Copilot extension will come into the GitHub Marketplace in December. Eric mentioned the ARM runners are available now, but early next year we'll have those available for all projects, including open source projects to use. And yeah, those are those two. So I want to leave you with a couple more things before we go. The first one is going to be learning paths. So learn.arm.com, this is an extremely important URL. I would highly encourage everybody to go there now. So at learn.arm.com, we have a variety of technical articles. So we call it a learning path. A learning path is a technical how-to that has all the detailed instructions that you need to do various software development tasks. They range from server and cloud all the way through to microcontrollers and pretty much everything in between. Now, learning paths are actually published on arm.com, but the most important thing about them is that it's really a community project. And anybody can contribute to learning paths if you have information you would love to share with our software developer community. So you can probably guess where you can do that. Learning paths are hosted on GitHub. So if you go to GitHub, we have instructions on how to do that and possibility for you to contribute material about how to develop on ARM. And all the learning paths will have your name and link to your GitHub profile, and it's a great way to share. So anybody out there who likes to build things, you like to share, this is a great platform for you to share your work with all the different ARM developers out there. Okay, one more thing before we go. We have a developer program. We call it the ARM Developer Program. Definitely take a look at this. So this is a place where you can connect with other developers on Discord. You can go to developer events and get access to additional developer resources. So you can sign up for that today, arm.com/developer program. Yeah, it's free, easy, very quick to join. So I encourage you to do that. Okay, thanks everybody for coming. As I think we all mentioned, we would love to hear more from you about what you're doing in your software development projects. Definitely encourage you to try ARM Runners. As Prina mentioned, we're having the sandbox session tomorrow. If you come to that, you'll see the ML Ops workflow in process, and you'll get some hands-on experience with ARM Runners. So thanks, everybody, and have a great universe.
Thanks, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here with me today. In our time together, I want to show you some possibly hidden things you may not know that you can do with GitHub Copilot. The first part of our session will be in our editors. I'm using VS Code today, and the next part will be on github.com to see some additional Copilot capabilities there. Before we jump right in, though, let me tell you a bit about myself. I'm Kadesha, and I work at GitHub as a developer advocate. I've been a developer for about 5 years and really love learning and sharing in public. I like sharing content and my journey online at It's That Lady Dev. And one of my favorite tools this year has been GitHub Copilot. And I'm not just saying that because I work at GitHub. I say that because it has been the best productivity boost when building demos for the work that I do. Today, I want to walk you through building a model and an API with Copilot while showing you some amazing things that the tool can do. So I'm going to start with a brief overview of GitHub Copilot, show you what it is good for, then dive right into some demos. We'll take a look at Copilot in the editor, then jump over to github.com to see some additional capabilities of the tool. I'll then wrap up by sharing some resources and point you to where you can learn more about GitHub Copilot. So just in case you didn't know, GitHub Copilot is an AI pair programmer that helps you write code faster. It is designed to help with programming tasks and serve as your assistant while you're working in your editor. GitHub Copilot is comprised of a suite of products that goes beyond code completion. Some of the tools include chat interface that you can use in your editor, a command line tool via GitHub CLI, GitHub Copilot for PRs, Copilot integrated into github.com, and many, many more. Today, we'll be looking at a few of the features that I've found to be the most useful during my everyday development. Now, what is GitHub Copilot good for? So many things. Some of what it's best at is boilerplate code and getting you started with frameworks, uncommon and confusing syntax, so helping you understand those, pattern matching, writing code faster, cron jobs and regex, helping you remember things that you forgot, extending and refactoring existing code, explaining unfamiliar code, writing documentation, which we all love, understanding error messages and fixing it, writing unit tests, setting up unit tests, and also writing APIs faster and building at the speed of thought. Whew. Okay, so right now I'm gonna jump into a demo with you. You can find the repository at the link on the screen and follow along if you want. Let's go into the code and see Copilot in action. So let's start by doing a bit of data science work to make predictions for a flight delay. So I have a data set here already loaded and showing the first few lines of the data. So let me run it, and we're going to get a table here that's going to show us our columns and rows. Okay, so let's start by actually cleaning this data. I'm going to use inline chat to get this done. So if I go down to my section, I can hit Command I, and I can say detect and remove outliers across delay columns. I can hit the play button to send that to Copilot and see what it generates. So we're actually getting a very generic response here from Copilot. It's pretty good, but it's not really what I'm looking for. Okay, so if on the first try you don't get what you're looking for, you want to just reiterate and re-enter your request. You can always come in and restate what you want and be more specific. So I'm going to send in another prompt and be a bit more specific with what I'm looking for. So I'm going to say, detect and remove outliers across delay columns. Use z-scores to accomplish this. This is exactly what I want Copilot to do. So most often, you won't accept the first suggestion that Copilot provides you. Be sure to try again. If the first one isn't what you're looking for, don't give up so fast. This looks good to me. I see that it's getting the z-scores. It also got the columns that I need. It is cleaning the data at the end, and that looks great. I'm gonna go ahead and accept this, and then use that clean data to build a model. Awesome. When I run the clean data, actually, we're going to see those same columns and rows in the table that you're expecting, but the data is actually clean. It's not missing anything. And there we go. Awesome. Okay, so now that our data is clean, let's now build and train a predictive model with GitHub Copilot. It's a pretty complex task, but I got all the details right here, ready and waiting. So I'm going to say, train a model to predict the likelihood of a flight being delayed based on the day of the week and the arrival airport. Use logistic regression and calculate the accuracy of the model. Now, so I didn't include the specific steps as I'm expecting Copilot to understand how to build a logistic regression model. I know that to build a model, we need to split the dataset into features and target, then create training and testing data, then create the logistic regression model. From there, we need to fit the model, make predictions, and calculate the accuracy score. So I can expect Copilot to use the sklearn package to get all this done, and I also needed to reference my specific dataset to accomplish the task. I'm expecting a lot from GitHub Copilot, but it has all the context here in the Jupyter Notebook. So let's see what it generated for us. Okay, so it's using sklearn to do all the things. We have day of the week and destination airport ID, which is coming right from my data set. We have testing data, training data, and we're using 20% of the data set as a testing for that testing sample. Great, it created the model with logistic regression, fit it, made predictions, and calculated the accuracy score. This is exactly what I was hoping to get from Copilot, and it generated it on the first try. I think that's pretty good. So let me accept this, and then I'm going to run it. And then we're going to hopefully get the accuracy score printed out for us. Yep, I'm going to remove that max enter. I don't need that. And once I run this cell, I should get the accuracy score. Awesome. Okay, so here we see that we have an accuracy score of about 80%, which is pretty good for this demo. So we're going to keep going. But if you wanted to take it a step further, you can go in again and ask Copilot how to improve this accuracy score and iterate from there. But now that we have a model, let's make a prediction. So you can give your hands a break and use your voice. In VS Code, you can download the VS Code speech extension and use that to talk to Copilot. Once you have the extension on your machine, go back to your Jupyter Notebook, press Command-I, and then click on the mic and speak. I'm going to say, make a prediction of the odds of a flight being delayed to Los Angeles on a Wednesday. Okay, you can see that Copilot was intuitive enough to grab the airport ID for Los Angeles from the dataset and then use the probability method for making a prediction. It's doing so good. I'm so impressed. Now, let me accept this and run it and see what it returns. There we go. The odds of a flight being delayed to Los Angeles is 24%. That looks pretty good to me. I can go on my trip without worrying. Just kidding. This is just a demo model, not a real one. But having the option to use voice with Copilot is amazing and definitely helps my typing fingers and also helps me make the product more accessible. Right? So I really like how Copilot formatted the output as well because it gives me a super clear answer of whether or not the flight will be delayed. Now, let's take this a step further and build a server with it. With Copilot Chat, I can quickly build an API using the model. Okay, so I have this basic API route here, and you can also see the exported model and the CSV file with the origin airport and their respective IDs. I also have the model loaded from the pickle file right here, so we are really good to start. Now, let's open up Copilot Chat to quickly build out this API route. With your server.py file open the chat side panel and type create a route that gets a prediction of a flight delay using the model. The model accepts two parameters, day of the week and airport ID. Be sure to split the prediction into two variables, the probability of a flight not being delayed and the probability of a flight being delayed. Also, convert the prediction to a percentage and make it 0 decimal places. This percentage indicates the confidence level that the flight is not being delayed. Return the model prediction, confidence percent, delayed percent, and a sentence stating whether the flight will be delayed or not. As you can see here, I'm being very specific with my prompt and giving Copilot a lot of upfront information and detailed so it knows what I wanted to create. I just wanted to create the route that I'm expecting. So let's see how it does. I also want to use the O1 mini model instead of GPT-4o, so I can choose that right here in my editor. Yes, the ability to choose a model is now in GitHub Copilot Chat. So you can choose to use the model that you want to use in your editor. Let's take a look at what Copilot generated. So here you see it gave us some pseudocode, and then it went ahead and gave us the actual code for the route that we want to build. So I see here the method is a post method. It's using some request.getJSON. That's not really what I want to use. I wanted to use request.args, and I also need this route to be a GET request. We're not really sending any data to GitHub Copilot. We're just trying to get a prediction from the model. So I'm going to add a comment here, and I'm going to say use request.args and also make this a GET request. Once I hit enter, it's going to regenerate that response. All right, so it gave us some pseudocode, and let's take a look at the newly generated output. So awesome, we have the GET request, and now it's using that request.args. It also went ahead and converted the input to an integer, which we definitely need for the model. We have the confidence percent, the delayed percent, it gave us all the output, so it's giving us everything that we're looking for. So I'm actually just gonna pop this over into my server.py file and try to test the routes. That was part 1. We'll continue with the demo later with part 2.
If you're Duolingo, with over 500 million app downloads, teaching 40 plus languages, you keep pretty busy.
We have over 400 engineers here building all of the cool things that you see, but it's really important to be able to ship code without disrupting an excellent learner experience.
Given that number of engineers, how does Duolingo manage to make learning accessible to everyone, everywhere?
GitHub Copilot is very popular at Duolingo, and we learn new ways to leverage it every day to improve how we teach. Most of our engineering function is regularly using Copilot. One of the great things is how much it reduces friction. You want to make a quick change to a code base to fix a quick bug or to conform to the new style, and Copilot completes that seamlessly.
Sounds like Copilot's easy to use, but how does that help engineers make Duolingo better?
We've seen a 25% productivity increase with Copilot, and that frees up so much of your time in the day to have more thoughtful conversations and talk about your next big idea.
What would traditionally take days or weeks can happen in minutes.
At Duolingo, employees use the app every day. Let's check in with the team and see what they're learning.
I'm learning French.
And I'm learning Italian.
Copilot makes day-to-day life easier, so you can spend your time thinking more about how I want to improve the experience for people learning a language.
I'm learning Chinese.
And I'm learning Finnish.
GitHub is at the center of our engineering, and it makes it easier for us to develop a more delightful experience for our learners.
I'm learning Klingon.
Really? Klingon? It seems Duolingo and Copilot are a pretty good duo. Get it? Okay. Peter, why don't you take over?
I don't want to use an editor that doesn't have Copilot in the same way that I don't want to write text that doesn't have spell check.
welcome Tobias Schimmer and Sumit Shetty.
Thank you. How does the world's largest enterprise application software company bring out the best in its developers? Good evening, GitHub Universe. I'm Sumit Shetty, Head of Tools India at SAP, and this is Dr. Tobias Schimmer, Head of Developer Experience, and we are here today at the 10th anniversary of GitHub Universe to tell you how GitHub Copilot is helping SAP reimagine developer experience. What we will share with you today is our point of view on what developer experience means at SAP. We'll take you through the inside story of our AI pair programming journey that's lasted over a year and a half. We'll share with you some key learnings from that journey. We will talk about the impact that GitHub Copilot has created at SAP and continues to create for us on a daily basis. And at the end of our session, we'll share with you some key takeaways. And who better to talk about developer experience than you, Tobias?
Thanks, Sumit. Thanks for the warm introduction. Let me share a little bit about our relationship. We know each other for more than a decade, actually. And on a Saturday in April, end of April, Sumit called me, and I thought he might call just to say hi and catch up or say happy birthday to my wife, Gabby. But it turned out to be he had this project in mind, evaluating GitHub Copilot, and he was asking me for some research support for that and to understand better how this resonates with people, what the impact is, and basically to make a better decision for SAP. And starting with that story, I want to shed a little bit of light on how we at SAP see developer experience. So we start with efficiency, right? Doing things right with the least friction possible, with the least waste in terms of lean is the obvious thing. But the other two parts of our so-called productivity equation are also effectiveness, which actually means, are we addressing the right markets? Are we talking to the right customers? And are we connecting or solving problems for the right end users, right? The other important part of this equation is creating a motivating and retaining a motivated team, the well-being, the satisfaction, if you want to call it, to give teams that kind of sense of purpose, to be happy, to be productive, to not to leave the company. And all of that is basically, the foundation of all of that is all the good practices you know about, you have been hearing about all day, you will hear about tomorrow, around DevOps capabilities according to Dora, Agile, Lean, all the good stuff. So what do we actually do? What is our mission for developer experience? We deliberately put humans and not a duck in the center here to indicate that it's really important in such a big corporate, and I guess some of you can relate to that. Sometimes the fact that this is at the end of the day one person with a name, with an ID, with a certain problem to solve, with a certain set of tools, getting all those inputs, product standards, technology, company-specific technology, you name it, right? So we want to ensure that there is a perfect flow for the individual, for the team, and you can imagine SAP has 100,000 plus employees, so we rarely build one product with one team. So we also have to ensure that the value flow of entire product units, which could be 50 teams or more, is guaranteed. Feedback, talked about customers, also very important. Not only, and some of you might recognize the DevX framework here in the background, not only from a technical perspective, starting with unit tests, pipeline runs, but also actual customer feedback. Because in our field, it's really important to stay connected to the customers, to the end users, for reasons I will talk about just now. Cognitive load, again, same equation. There's a lot of technical cognitive load. We have SAP-specific frameworks, but a good portion of the cognitive load comes about by the domain knowledge our developers have to have in their minds, because we are building software for trade claims analysts, that handle rebate agreements for some consumer product manufacturers, right? This is a job description or maybe an industry you have never heard of after you graduated from a CS school or so. So these are the main things we want to keep in mind. What is our vision and the strategy behind it? Turning, and the function developer experience is around for a year, starting with me 1 year ago, completely human-centered, really taking the perspective of this one developer with a certain problem to solve, with a name, with an identity. And my team, some people are here, my team is often complaining, hey, this is all this stuff, we cannot handle all of this. And I said, well, someone has to take it for the overall company, for the team, right? Because this is what our developers get on an everyday basis. The other thing, very important, data-driven. Data-driven basically has two aspects. Data about the product. So the developers on the team have to understand how is this product being adopted, what is the customer satisfaction, how are the usage patterns. The other piece of data is basically about the process. So I mentioned DORA earlier, so we measure the DORA 4. Obviously, we also look at flow metrics. So in general, we want to provide teams with a way of data-driven continuous process improvement. And guess what? The reason we are here, we also want to leverage the power of AI all along the software development lifecycle where it makes sense. So we could say that generative AI actually was for us the starting point to reimagine what developer experience is and will be at SAP.
So Tobias talked about the connection between generative artificial intelligence and developer experience at SAP. We think that generative artificial intelligence is central to developer experience, and for us, one of the most important, or even the number one use case for enhancing developer experience at SAP using generative artificial intelligence is AI pair programming, which is programming with the support of an assistant powered by artificial intelligence. And when we made that decision that we want to reimagine developer experience powered by generative artificial intelligence, we went out there into the market and we looked at all of the AI pair programming tools which were available. And that was an interesting journey. So you will see a list of strong contenders here. All of them, I think, strong contenders. There was GitHub Copilot, there was Safurai, there was Tab9, Codium, Ghostwriter. We looked at Gemini Code Assist. We looked at QDeveloper, CodeGPT, Cody, and Cursor. And the actual list of tools we looked at is much larger, but these are the tools that made it to the short list. And we put each of these tools through an evaluation. And how did we evaluate? Before going and looking at all of these tools in the market, we came up with a list of desired capabilities. We sat down and put together a list of the desired capabilities of an ideal AI pair programming tool. And that allowed us to evaluate for our needs each of these tools. Our evaluation led us to the conclusion that for our needs, for SAP's needs, GitHub Copilot was our AI pair programming tool of choice. How is Copilot enhancing our developer experience? What you see here is closely related to the list of capabilities that we defined in an ideal AI pair programming tool. So if you look at a developer and you talk to him or her about an ideal AI pair programming tool, the developer would say, at its very basic, the AI pair programming tool has to provide intelligent autocomplete suggestions as you code. The developer would also expect the ability to generate code from scratch using prompts in a natural language of your choice. And of course, the ability to generate unit tests to enhance your test coverage. That's the basic set of capabilities that you might expect from an AI pair programming tool. We went a little beyond that and said what we would like also is the ability for our developers to get support from an AI pair programming tool to find bugs, fix bugs, review code, not only your own code, but also the code of your colleagues. We went further and said, what if the AI pair programming tool could also refactor code, translate code from one programming language to another, have the ability to generate developer documentation, and answer questions across multiple programming languages, all in the comfort of your code editor. And the reason we went for GitHub Copilot and the way in which Copilot is enhancing our developer experiences, Copilot brings all of these capabilities to our developers today out of the box. And that's a huge value proposition for a developer to have all of these capabilities available in one AI pair programming tool across multiple programming languages, across multiple code editors. I talked about the year-and-a-half-long journey of AI pair programming at SAP, and that began with that evaluation of AI pair programming tools in March of 2023. After evaluating the tools, we started working with different corporate functions. We started talking to our AI ethics team, colleagues in SAP Legal, Data Protection and Privacy, Product Security, Procurement, Software Asset Management, corporate processes in IT, and where required also with our social partners, including the Works Council. Once we got a green flag from each of these colleagues, we were able to go through to the next step. And we did this due diligence with rigor, but we did it in record time. We did that in a very short period of time. And we took the approach that we'd like to test what it means to have an AI pair programming tool at SAP. So we took the approach of having pilot users, a group of 500 pilot users in our organization who we called early adopters. We gave them access to Copilot for a period of 3 months. And during that period of 3 months, we collected a lot of data. We collected data from systems. We collected data from the developers. We analyzed that data, drew insights out of that, made some recommendations to our sponsors, and we got a decision from them. And that decision was, the data that you collected looks great. Go ahead and roll out GitHub Copilot across the length and breadth of SAP. And we started the journey, the rollout, in November of 2023. If you spoke to Tobias and me in October of 2023, we had 500 early adopters using GitHub Copilot at SAP. The rollout started in November, and I'll take you through what that journey looked like in a moment. Okay. Before I hand over to Tobias, one of the things that was super important to us throughout this entire journey, especially gathering data through systems, through people, was the whole element of human centricity.
Yeah. So I might sound like a broken record, and hopefully this comes natural to you. We say, yeah, let's tick that box at our company. But it was really important for us to, as you can read here, and I really love this quote from a recent Google paper, in a field where behavior is often measured by technology, as in tool data, it's important to remember that behind the signals we use to create software development productivity metrics, there are humans at work. And we sometimes, when we show these dashboards, we tend to forget that. So what is our actual research strategy? I think Sumit already revealed most of it, but let's dive into it a little bit. We obviously used the telemetry data that we got from GitHub on GitHub Copilot, but we enriched it also with a really comprehensive set of questions in a survey to get experience data from our developers to really see how they perceive productivity, how they perceive ease of use, how is their willingness and also their willingness to promote the thing to their colleagues. Does it actually work at SAP? And now, how did we gather that experience data? We started with a welcome survey to basically understand who are we dealing with, right? Who are these 500-something people? What is their tenure? In which locations are they? Which tools are they using? Which technology? Which IDEs? And so on and so forth. And from there on, over those 3 months, we started to do it regular, as in 2 weekly check-ins, to understand which exact use cases are they trying to achieve with GitHub Copilot, and what works well and what doesn't work well. And we obviously played it also back to our friends at GitHub. After the 3 months, we took a pretty comprehensive survey, and we'll come to the details. Just bear with us for a second. And we also took the time after a couple of weeks to do a closing survey, asking about things we got curious about, we heard, in the industry. And again, bear with us. We'll come to that. So did we do this alone? No. I mean, I got a PhD in software engineering, and we have a couple of smart people around us. We deliberately chose to work with research partners like the Hasso-Plattner Institute in Potsdam, Germany, which is close to Berlin. Hasso-Plattner as in one of the SAP founders also. We also work with University of California in Irvine because they have the leading researchers in software engineering and human-computer interaction with development tools in their faculty, and there will be new faculty joining from Microsoft Research and also CMU very soon. We also do work with the University of Mannheim. So if you check my LinkedIn, not because I graduated there primarily, but also because we also have a lot of talent there. We hired one person as a staff researcher who does nothing else as with Copilot and other development tools to do such studies, to better understand, to better serve our people essentially. And we work with a whole bunch of other universities, among those the Technical University of Munich, for instance, where we look at a broader scale of AI use cases along the software development lifecycle.
What did we find out in all the data that we collected and all the research activities that we gathered? The 500 early adopters of GitHub Copilot told us that Copilot was easy to use, that it was successfully able to draw context from their prompts and from their code, that it made our developers feel more productive, a metric we call perceived productivity. They also told us that Copilot increased the time that they had for value-adding tasks and made software development not only easier, but also faster. They were able to write more code, deliver more product features. They were able to reduce the effort for repetitive tasks. We asked the 500 early adopters, do you want to continue using GitHub Copilot at the end of the early adoption period? 87% of them said they wanted to continue using Copilot. We had another opportunity to augment this research, and that was when Copilot Chat was introduced. And Chat brought in an additional set of capabilities to GitHub Copilot. Very exciting time for us. We used that opportunity to do another survey. But before that, here's a key summary of what we learned from the early adoption. 93% of our developers said Copilot was easy to use. 84% said it made their software development faster. 81% felt more productive. 88% said time for repetitive tasks has gone down. And of course, 87% wanted to continue using it. When Chat was introduced, we got a step up in most of these numbers. And 84% of our developers said they were able to learn from the suggestions provided by GitHub Copilot. 78% said, hey, I can write more code. 80% said, we feel more productive. 71% said, I can not only write more code, but also write code with better quality. And the percentage of people who wanted to continue using GitHub Copilot went up from 87 to 93%. That was a pleasant outcome for us. We didn't rest here. We started rolling out Copilot across SAP. We had about 10,000 people using Copilot. We did another round of research at scale, and here's what we learned. Most of the numbers that we gathered during the early adoption with 500 developers were confirmed by our larger survey with around 10,000 developers. And that was a huge vindication of our strategy to go with GitHub Copilot. 93% said Copilot was easy to use. 81% agreed that it made software development faster. 79% felt more productive. 85% said, hey, repetitive tasks get faster. At scale, with around 10,000 developers, 88%. And remember, these are people who use multiple programming languages, technology stacks, code editors. 88% still said, we would love to continue using Copilot.
Yeah. So I get it. There was a lot of numbers, and those 3 slides looked all the same by design. So let me summarize this a little bit. I talked earlier about the 3 surprises we had, or the 3 sets of surprising insights. The first one was that we kind of challenged the value proposition of GitHub Copilot. There was research with Microsoft Research. We said, let's just do the same survey with our folks. And we got the same numbers, if not better. That was the first surprise. And the second surprise was when we introduced GitHub Copilot Chat after a while in somewhat June, July, that even this gave us even a step change up. You saw the numbers about the learning, about the willingness to proceed using GitHub Copilot, which, by the way, Sumit didn't mention that, translated to an NPS, Net Promoter Score of 77, which is pretty unheard of. 100 is the max, if you know the scale. And last but not least, we said, yeah, right, this was the enthusiasts, the early adopters, right? If we do this at scale out of a set of 10,000 people, we saw the very same numbers, again, if not better, and the 88% here that are willing to continue translates still to a Net Promoter Score of 66, which is pretty fine. But it didn't stop there. Actually, I mentioned earlier that we did this additional closing survey with questions we had in mind. So we were asking ourselves, okay, if developers are more productive, how are they using their time? How are they reinvesting it? Got some interesting numbers here. I mean, to the left or to your left, the obvious ones, more features, more time for learning. But if you do the math, 40% of this adds up to things related to tackling technical debt. And this is actually where we virtually opened a bottle of champagne, because in our annual developer experience surveys, technical debt is always on top when we ask people, what is your top, in air quotes, productivity blocker at daily work? So this was already a great revelation. And the other question, among many we had in mind, was, hey, how do people, this is not our opinion, how do people kind of project the cultural changes when introducing AI pair programming with GitHub Copilot? So you see things like enhancing the developer experience as a whole, enhancing productivity, right? Perceived productivity was high, enhanced code quality while producing more code, which is also a big thing. The learning aspect we have already mentioned, and also in general that being able to focus on creative and value-adding work, which has a strong relationship to being happy and the well-being aspect that we introduced earlier. On the other side, we also wanted to, know the inconvenient truth. What could change for the worse? And as you see here, obviously over-reliance on AI-generated code. So there are similar studies in, real pilots using computer systems and their skills being deteriorated. Decrease in the programming skills, but also code review skills as such. Maybe, again, just prognosis, maybe also less motivation to learn new languages and technologies from the ground up. And last but not least, also potentially a decrease in actually human-to-human pair programming as it was intended by extreme programming. So, again, the human-centered aspect, these are real people. Fabian Haller here is not an AI artifact. He is hopefully watching now, back in Newport Beach. He basically gave us the quote that Copilot makes it easier to be a full-stack developer, proficient in multiple languages. Fabian being a person with a strong data science background and Python, but now being able to basically work on all parts of the product. Another guy, again, real person, Jaime here, said straight out, no turbulence, so he likes the Copilot metaphor, only smooth and fast coding with Copilot. So he's using Java, and he's really super happy. It took me like 5 minutes to get a picture and a quote from him when we did that. And Sumit, do we have some more?
Absolutely. Surabhi Brahma is a talented Java developer located at SAP in Bangalore, and she's an expert with Java, and she loves using GitHub Copilot for 2 reasons. In a language where she's an expert, she's still able to get value out of Copilot in that it intelligently completes her code, has the ability to generate code from scratch, generate unit tests, find and fix bugs for her. She loves using Copilot with Java. At the same time, she had a project which required her to work with Go. Now, Go was a new programming language to her. She was unfamiliar with Go. And when she spoke to us, she said she was astonished by how easily she was able to get started with Go. So I love that she says that GitHub Copilot Chat is magical with Go and Java. And magical is not a word that you hear too often in the context of software. So love that Surabhi is experiencing the full power of GitHub Copilot, including chat. We also spoke with Maximilian Tekritz, who's located in Berlin. He works with Kubernetes and Go. What he had to tell us was that GitHub Copilot was helping him develop cloud-native applications better and faster. And he shares one thing with Surabhi. He loves using Copilot with Go because it was also a programming language that he was unfamiliar with, and it significantly lowered his entry barrier to getting started with this new and unfamiliar programming language to him. Where are we today? As I said, October of last year, 500 early adopters at SAP. Today, we have over 18,000 developers onboarded to GitHub Copilot.
I think that's worth a real fist bump here.
Moment of celebration for us. We took an approach to this global rollout, and that approach was to do it in phases. So as I said before, October of 2023, 500 developers. By the end of that year, just before the Christmas break, we had onboarded about 3,000 developers. We took this approach to do the rollout in phases so that we could learn from each phase of the rollout and apply those learnings in the next phase. And that served us pretty well. Since January 2024, we've been scaling rapidly. We started with 5,000 people in January, and in September of 2024, we reached our target of 18,000 developers at SAP. There are many advantages to scaling in phases. It gives you a lot of options. It gives you time to reflect on what went well, what did not go well. And it also enables your teams to regroup and react to the feedback from the previous rounds. Those were the steps, the number of developers that we added at each phase of the rollout. What's the measurable impact that GitHub Copilot is creating at SAP? In the period between January and September 2024, GitHub Copilot has provided 23.6 million AI-powered suggestions to developers at SAP. Our developers have accepted 6 million of those suggestions, and 9.3 million lines of code have been accepted and have made their way into SAP products and solutions. And this translates into a code acceptance rate, which is the ratio of suggestions accepted to suggestions provided. We have an average code acceptance rate of 25.6% across that entire time period. What Tobias and I do is we not only look at these numbers in aggregates, we also look at trends. So we'd like to share with you some of those trends. When we looked at suggestions provided versus suggestions accepted over a period of time, this is what the graph is looking like. As we were adding developers, the number of suggestions provided consistently increased, and the number of suggestions accepted by those developers also had a significant increase. If you look at the numbers in January, we were having about 1 million suggestions provided across that entire month. And if you look at August, we had an all-time high of about 3.5 million suggestions in just 1 month. We're also looking at trends related to lines of code accepted. When we started off, we had about 300 to 350,000 lines of code accepted in the month of January. Where we are today, in August and September, you can see that that number is between 1 to 1.25 million. So the scaling of GitHub Copilot at SAP has been successful, not only in terms of the suggestions that have been provided, also the suggestions that have been accepted, and the lines of code that have been accepted. There's a story behind the code acceptance rate. So when we started using Copilot at SAP, the code acceptance rate hovered between the 20 to the 22% mark for the first few months. We saw chat as an opportunity to take that up further, and we were curious what would happen after chat was introduced. We saw an immediate uptick. It went to around the 24% mark. And if you look at the last 3 months, we've had an average code acceptance rate of around 30%, which is huge in terms of the value proposition for our developers. Not only do we provide a powerful AI pair programming tool to our developers, we also help them onboard to this powerful AI pair programming tool by providing multiple resources. The centerpiece of our onboarding strategy is our GitHub Copilot SharePoint, where you get an overview of what Copilot really is. There are frequently asked questions which are answered so that you don't need to wait for an expert. You have detailed instructions on how to set up Copilot, how to use Copilot, and our colleagues in legal, data protection and privacy, product security have defined certain do's and don'ts for our developers to responsibly use GitHub Copilot at SAP. So we've got the SharePoint. We also have a space for people to share and collaborate. So we've got a GitHub Copilot community where Copilot users at SAP can have conversations and connections and share their experiences. If you need support while using Copilot, we've got a Q&A channel where you post a question and you get answer to any question about using GitHub Copilot from our community of experts, both within SAP and with support from our colleagues in GitHub. In the last months, we added another onboarding resource. We created a series of expert talks. So we bring every month an expert in the field of AI pair programming and GitHub Copilot talking about one facet or one topic related to AI pair programming. Each of these resources have been hugely successful. Our SharePoint has been viewed over 115,000 times. Our channels, the community and the Q&A channel, both have more than 18,000 members each. And in just a few months, our expert talks have had more than 10,000 participants. We learned a lot of lessons along this 1.5-year journey. And that started in a very unusual way, where I contacted a colleague from Bayer, located in Leverkusen, and I reached him on LinkedIn and I said, hey, I know you're implementing Copilot at Bayer, could I ask you a question? That colleague, Tim Meinersagen, is at Universe this year, and he sent me a reply from his vacation and connected me with another colleague. So we are now paying that kindness forward by sharing our learnings with our customers, with our partners, which includes, of course, our friends at Bayer, but also Daimler Truck, Bosch, Roche, Deutsche Telekom, and BASF, among others. And if you'd like to be on that list, and if you'd like to set up a session where we share our learnings with you, please get in touch with us at the end of the session.
You don't have to be a company based out of Germany.
An important moment in our adoption of GitHub Copilot was when we reached 18,000 developers onboarded. I would say another moment was when Gartner released their first ever Magic Quadrant for AI assistants, and they rated GitHub as a leader on that Magic Quadrant. This was an important moment for us because it validated all of the research that we put into GitHub Copilot and the decision or the bet that we made at SAP to roll out Copilot at scale.
If you don't find the GitHub bubble on that chart, it's in the very upper right.
To summarize key takeaways from our journey, SAP, the world's largest provider of enterprise application software, rolled out AI pair programming with GitHub Copilot to over 18,000 developers with 3 key qualities: speed, efficiency, and security. And that was really important to us. The second element that we'd like to share with you is that adoption of GitHub Copilot at SAP helped to create trust in the ease of use and in the output of generative artificial intelligence.
Yeah, and not only trust as a user of generative AI, SAP as a company is also building products leveraging generative AI. So it helped us also gain some empathy for, how are the corporate users feeling when they use our software. For developer experience, did I mention a human-centered aspect? Definitely our research indicates that GitHub Copilot is significantly and even statistically significantly enhancing developer experience at SAP, and was really the highlight of the last year and helped us to start reimagining what developer experience is and will be at SAP.
One of our favorite quotes about GitHub Copilot comes from the CEO of GitHub, Dohmke. He joined the kickoff meeting for the early adoption of GitHub Copilot at SAP, and during that meeting he said something which has stuck with us, and it's our favorite quote about Copilot. Thomas said, GitHub Copilot brings fun, creativity, and flow back into programming. That's what we experienced, that's what our teams are telling us, and that's what we uncovered through our research. So big thank you to Thomas and the leadership team and all our colleagues at GitHub for supporting us on this journey. A big thank you also to the GitHub Copilot adoption team at SAP for taking 500 developers at SAP through that early adoption process and then guiding us through to over 18,000 developers onboarded at SAP. We're very proud to be here this year at the 10th anniversary of GitHub Universe to be sharing our story of AI pair programming with GitHub Copilot and how GitHub Copilot is helping SAP to reimagine the developer experience. I'm Sumit Shetty. This is Dr. Tobias Schimmer. If you'd like to get in touch with us, send us a message on LinkedIn or any other platform, and we'd be happy to share additional details. We'll be around in the speakers area at the end of this session, and we'd appreciate it if you could take a moment and provide feedback for the session. You've been a terrific audience. Thank you so much, and what an honor to be here at GitHub Universe. Thank you.
Hi everybody, welcome to the end of day one of GitHub Universe 2024, the 10th year of GitHub Universe. We are in the plaza just outside listening to the amazing DJ Umami. Tiny bit of dancing going on for the last half an hour, literally. We are in amongst all of these pillars with some significant milestones that GitHub has made in the last 10 years since the very first GitHub Universe. And I'm joined, obviously, by Christina and by Cassidy.
Hey.
And so I want to ask you a couple of questions. Firstly, what was your favorite moment of today? And I'm going to go first.
Okay, you go first.
Yeah, because I have the mic. My favorite thing was Spark. Absolutely Spark. Thomas's demo in the morning, which, by the way, all of those demos completely live. No fakery, nothing. They were all live demos. So that was my favorite moment, Spark. It's going to open up capabilities to so many more people. Christina?
Okay, Spark, amazing. I loved it, but actually you in the keynote, you were so good. You pulled everything off so well, and like Damo said, all the demos were live, killed it.
I was
this
so
your
nervous.
First, This is your first GitHub Universe. You did so well, genuinely.
Thank you.
Cassidy.
Thank you. I loved the demos being over because of my stress, but also I think just some of the new features coming out are just really genuinely exciting and useful. Like Copilot instructions is one that I geeked out about in the keynote, and I will geek out about forever, just because being able to customize things to what you want is so great.
I cannot wait for that. Like that, I'm so excited about too. Yeah.
Amazing. We're doing a bit of mic juggling. I have another question, but I'm also going to go first. Who were you most excited to connect with today? And the reason I'm going to go first is because for me, it was an ex-colleague of mine at Microsoft, Miss Emily Freeman. How are you?
I'm so good. Thank you so much. That was my answer, honestly.
Yeah,
So,
she was
I actually worked with Emily and Christina previously at Microsoft. So this is like a reunion that we've got. What about you? What was your favorite part of GitHub Universe today?
I think for me, the announcements, especially around the partnerships with AI, I mean, partnering with Anthropic, partnering with Gemini 1.5 Pro, these are huge. And I think that multi-model approach is going to be a game changer.
Absolutely. And the question I just asked as well, who are you, apart from me, who were you most excited to connect with while you were here?
That's going to be Ashley Willis, another former colleague. We obviously have favorites, but it was just really nice to connect with her. And she's been working so hard on this project.
She has. She's my boss, and so she's perfect and she does everything right. Christina, what about you?
I mean, what's the question?
Oh, who were you most excited to connect with?
Oh, I actually genuinely was like Emily. Genuinely, like I ran into her earlier, and like there was we had like an unfiltered like hug moment, and it was really great. So, but I've seen so many people here. This is what's great about GitHub Universe, and this is the biggest one we've ever had. There's so many people that you mostly know like from the internet because we're developers, and getting to see people in person and reconnect, and sometimes after it's been years, it's so great, and I'm so glad to see you again. So yeah.
For me, I just got to meet the whole team in person for the first time. So that was really, really exciting for me, just being able to actually see everybody, and it's not just avatars on the internet. That's been great.
Yeah. Were you surprised at how tall people were?
Yeah, I think more people were surprised at how tall I was. I've gotten so many comments being just like, huh, you don't read that tall online, so I got to angle my camera better or something.
Yeah. That's right. All right, I'm going to ask one more question before we wrap up and we get to sit down.
Yeah.
Any surprising moments today? Do you want to start? Anything surprising?
I think for me, the Launch Darkly workflow in there and just being able to make those requirements, I think was huge. I really loved that little feature.
Yeah, the extensions platform is amazing. Christina?
Yeah, I mean, the multi-model partnerships, Emily, you talked about that earlier, but yeah, having the announcements in partnership with Anthropic and Google with Gemini, that's going to be so huge. People have wanted that for a long time. I was so excited to see that, and that was like, honestly, I was like, something that I wanted to happen, but I didn't necessarily know if it was going to happen, and seeing it land in the way that it has with partnership with both of those companies, really, really cool.
I fully agree with that, especially because it kind of takes away like what LLM do you use, because that eventually isn't gonna matter. Yeah, you can use all of them. You can choose which one you want. Yeah, the answer is yes. Which one you want to choose, but that means that we can focus more on like the actual user experience of editing in AI because it's still so new. Like right now it works and it's great, but it'll only get better from here because we don't have to worry about that side of the equation.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we are going to wrap up today. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Emily. Lovely to see you again. And thank you, you two. We'll see you first thing in the morning, right? And we'll see everybody next day, tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
I'm done. I'm out. This is the end of the day.
Be sure to tune in tomorrow, GitHub Universe. We'll see you day 2, and we're going to dance now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's dance.
Yeah. All right. See you tomorrow.